My lovely imps. Electo, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Lotto Redux? What the heck is going on over here? Paige, Punk Corpse, Joey Ravioli, Uncle Gumbold, Aska, Laundry, Prancing Goldfish, Dank, Catlord Mix, Dizzy Gayfish, the one and only. Bennifer the Potato, Joey Ravioli, Trans Girl Jade, Fish Sneeze, Intentions Nasty, DB Michelle, Palm Dad, Twos, Laundry, Mycenia, King Laishu, Valhalla Vidya, Dokai Bling, Monty Geek, Puerto Rican V Musician, Sardonic Plague, Vash Bandicoot, Mesmerized, Diamond King. Yeah, my voice is a little quiet. I don't get it. I don't know what's been going on lately with that. It's weird. There's a way I can fix it, which is by going like this. That should probably increase the gain. Actually, no, if I do it any other way, no, that should work. Is that better? That should be better. Monty Geek, Polaire, Trans Girl Jade, Beezadoo, Agent Mad Hat, Emerald Queen, Lark Graves, Bow Bowser, Naomi Chance, Hypno Amber, Dreadful Emma, Abraham Martinez Perez, David, Sup I Like Cat, CL Crowley, Melkor in the Void, Moss Meow, Z Up 9, Fairy Guts, The Vegan Rancor, David, Kevin Andor Susie, Hikiko Corgi, Brittles, Amorphous Blob, Monty, Montague, Hatsadupia, Manic, Jackson, Chainsaw, Cash Coffee, and Chaos. My hair is getting so long, it looks great. Thank you. Look, I know I've got a proper little ponytail going on here. I'm so happy my hair has grown out of the awkward phase. This stream is gonna be a good one. I can tell. Oh yes, this stream is indeed going to be a good one. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. Hello, Uber Goober, welcome to chat. Looks like it's your first time in chat, welcome. LG Star. I think we got everybody. My username has redo because my previous account was tied to my school email and that's now a dead email. Oh, okay. You know, I can fix that if you want, but I do think your name is kind of cool. Man, it is hot today. It is hot today here in Seattle. It's been cool for, well, it was hot yesterday too, but it's been cool for a few days previous to yesterday and today. And today, of course, I choose to stream on the day that it gets the hottest. But, you know, such is life. Many of you will recall that my last stream was quite a few days ago. It was like 5 or 6 days ago. And I streamed for almost 10 hours. It was like 9 hours and 50 minutes when I finally signed off. And I actually got sick afterwards. So I have to be a little careful about doing 10-hour streams in the future because I felt like really sick for a couple days and that's no good. But I'm doing okay now, so don't feel too bad about it. And I was happy. I wanted to get the things done that I said that I was gonna do. I wanted to deliver on what I said I was gonna deliver on. It was massive. It was a massive stream. It was a good one too, though. We covered the Anna Kasparian drama. We talked about fireworks. I talked about the Emma Vigeland versus Tim Pool debate, which was wild. And yeah, it was a good one. Streamer burnout. That's not really, it wasn't really burnout, although I will say that I'll be completely upfront. I've been definitely feeling on the edge of burnout lately, so I've been trying to take it easy. The summer is a hard time. Viewership numbers always go down in the summer. We're still somehow growing really fast. We've gained almost 1,000 followers in the last month. We've gained like 250 followers since the last update, which was last stream. I mentioned that we crossed 25,000. We've already gained another 250 subscribers, which is incredible. And it makes me feel really awesome that we're still having growth, even though summer is like all universally considered to be the worst time to be a YouTuber. Scott K, thank you so much for subscribing as an imp on YouTube, and Mother Meerset, thank you for renewing as a member. 27 months that Mother Meerset has been a member, and 8 months that Scott K has been a member. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Y'all have no idea how much it means to me that you all support the show. It's literally my living. You guys pay me and my team by supporting the show, so thank you for being supportive of the show. Naomi Chance, thank you for the $2 super chat. Deeply appreciate that. And Naomi Chance, once again, thank you for being a YouTube member. YouTube membership is super awesome. We try to keep the price low so that anybody who wants to join in can get all the cool Demon Mama emotes on YouTube even. Not all of them, obviously. On the website, we have like 50 emotes, 50 unique emotes, in addition to a couple of classic Twitch emotes. On YouTube, we only are allowed to have like, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They only let us have 11, which kind of sucks that you only get 11, but whatever. You know, that's just how it is. That's just the way it goes, you know? That's just the way these things operate. But it's so cool to be able to have some. I'm late, but I made it. You're not late. We haven't even properly started. This is just the warm-up segment. This is just the warm-up segment. I'm gonna turn this down ever so slightly. My goodness. I don't know what happened that has made my, something has messed up the gain of my voice. Will you ever cover Armored Skeptic during any future Conspiracy Mamas? We actually have covered Armored Skeptic during Conspiracy Mamas. He's a weird one. It's really hard for me to tell exactly what Armored Skeptic's doing, although as far as I can tell, from what I can tell, Armored Skeptic is basically he's money pilled, meaning he's just embraced the role of entertainer 100% and will do whatever it takes to keep the audience entertained. Even if that means like playing both sides of the political spectrum. He doesn't seem to believe in any sort of single political message. Yeah, so I don't know. Blablato says, did you hear that the Colleen Ballinger lady copyrighted her apology song? I did. I checked our video. We didn't get hit. It seems that was specifically targeted at H3H3, which seems particularly malicious. Yeah, I mean, H3H3 is the one that got the most coverage by far. I mean, millions, literally millions of people watched H3H3's coverage of the Miranda Sings, AKA Colleen Ballinger situation. And it's actually starting to impact her career. For a while, it seemed as though like it just wasn't going to reach into her bubble. But it has. She has started getting her shows canceled. A slew of her shows have canceled as venues are clued in to the news of what's been going on, and as more stuff comes out about Colleen Ballinger. It's pretty messy. Falmer Flamingo says, please tell me you're going to talk about the AO3 attack. It's wild. That's the archive of our own, which is like a fan fiction repository. I've heard about it, but admittedly, it wasn't on my docket for today, although I will consider talking about it in the future. I will say this. If you publish anything on the internet, keep archives. If you like any art that's on the internet, keep an archive, a local archive, one that's not online. It is so easy to lose access to your files. It is so easy for a corporation to go belly up, for a malicious actor to do damage to an online service, and having our archives of your own, see what I did there? But having archives, actual archives of your own, is super important. There is so much art that has been lost to the internet that people published initially only online. Maybe they kept a copy or a draft on their computer, but the vast majority of it is just on a website, and people just sort of out of habit go to that website. But the truth is, it's really important that fans of works also keep archives. I believe in that very strongly, especially, I mean, you guys know my message is, can you hear the signal? That's been the catchphrase for the year of 2023. And part of hearing the signal is being able to choose what's important to you out of the noise and make sure that it stays, make sure that it lasts, make sure that it's communicated forward for others to enjoy, or even for yourself to enjoy in the future. This paired with what's been happening to Internet Archive. Yeah, Internet Archive is probably not going to go anywhere, but some of their abilities might be damaged on a legal level. some of their ability to function as a library, which is one of the cool things that I am a subscriber to the Internet Archive, by the way, which they are one of the few organizations that I will like basically wholeheartedly endorse donation to. I donate on a monthly level to the Internet Archive because I think what they do and the service that they provide is so valuable. I have a whole page of archives of things that are important to me that I use through Internet Archive. But of course, that's not really enough. Could we get this emote for... That is very cute. Actually, that is really cute. Who made that? That's actually a really cute emote. Maybe. That's a really cute emote, I'm not gonna lie. I'll consider it. I'll actually consider this one. Normally, I don't take random emote suggestions, but that one is so cute that just maybe I will do it. Huh, that's actually a really cute one. How do I donate every time Mama isn't reading chat? Don't worry, I'll make sure I get you. I will make sure I get everybody. Manic Jack with the tier 2 sub. Love the Hellfire Rising. Here repping the YouTube chat. As a member there too, but my girlfriend has been working a bunch and I love to share the love with Mama and the critters. Deeply appreciated. Thank you so very much. And also, thank you very, very much, Vash Bandicoot. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Did you hear that they released a former Manson cultist? Yeah, one of the most famous ones. She's been in jail a long time. Although, from what I understand, there was a Manson-related killing a couple of years ago. So it seems like some of the Manson people are still operating, which is pretty wild. She's been in jail for 53 years. That's a fucking long time to be in jail. But he's dead. Yeah, but he died relatively recently. Like he died like last year, I think, or maybe this year. Vash Bandicoot says, love your content and glad to catch you live. I'm glad you've been able to catch me live as well. Thank you so much. He died in, was it 2017? Oh my God, it was so long ago. I thought it was more recent. Oh, I was thinking of the Unabomber. That happened really recently. You're right, it was 2017. Still. Wait, most recent. There was a recent one. I swear to God, there was there was one, or at least it was suspected. It was a million years ago that I read this. I'm not gonna derail our whole segment or our whole warm up just for that. Snack Freak, oh my God, Snack Freak, holy shit. Dear God, with the 20 gifted tier 1 subs, I found out today that my transphobic coworker got fired and I also got a promotion today. Please celebrate with me. I will indeed celebrate with you. Oh my God, that is awesome. Thank you so much and thank you for sharing your donation with so many people, literally just obliterating the white names in chat and giving us a whole bunch of new subscribers. A workplace with less transphobic people is always better, and I am extremely happy to congratulate you on your promotion. That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Huge imp W. Snack Freak is amazing. Snack Freak has been a supporter of the show for a really long time, who I really appreciate. Thank you. Damn, that is awesome. By the way, if you are here, the soundboard is down today, so we don't have our cool like buttons. Saying it doesn't work anymore because the soundboard has completely and utterly broken, which really sucks, honestly. I'm gonna be completely honest, it really sucks. But please press like on the stream. If you are here, liking the stream is the #1 way to help this stream grow. It's the #1 way that we get new people in on the stream. So press that like button. We got a lot to talk about today. It's going to be a fun stream, not a 10-hour stream, but a really fun and tons of content stream nonetheless. I own a Logitech soundboard. No, I actually have this. This is what my soundboard looks like. Okay, this is what the actual tool looks like. It's just a little keypad that I have color coded to know where my sounds are. However, it plugs into a software that has gone kaput, and I have not yet found a worthy alternative I have not found another tool to use. So we'll have to see. I think when you were trying to think of a recent incident in prison, it was probably this. Larry Nassar? No, it wasn't that one, although that is definitely one. I feel like it was in, I feel like it happened in Hawaii. I don't remember, it's okay. Have you looked into getting into getting an Elgato soundboard? Yes. I do not love Elgato products personally. I know that they are basically the product that everybody uses in the streaming world. I, in fact, use an Elgato product, which has unfortunately been a bit of a source of some headaches, which is part of the reason why I don't love Elgato products. But I am considering getting an Elgato soundboard, so we'll see. Their software might be what I end up having to doing it. Have you looked into voice mod? I use it and it's good. Voice mod is actually the one I'm having a problem with. Voice mod has begun to break constantly, and it's added a bunch of premium features that interrupt the function of it. Plus it's online only, which means anytime I have an internet outage off stream, it has issues reconnecting afterwards. It's a little bit unfortunate. The Hitler key is a wild card. Well, the Hitler key is just the one that I accidentally hit the most because of where it's located. It's not actually. Got a fresh Sonic meme? All right, let's check out the Sonic meme. We can do one Sonic meme today. Let's do the Sonic meme. Let's do it. Let's see it. Let's judge it.
Stop, proceed, 'cause this is what you need. Yeah, stop, proceed, 'cause this is what you need. Yeah, stop, proceed, 'cause this is what you need. Proceed, 'cause this is what you need.
Hey, it's good to see you.
What you need.
Headphone user. It's not that loud, is it? It's not that loud, is it? I don't think it's that loud. Okay, I actually have a meme for you all today, okay? Okay, I have a meme for you all. It's kind of ear rapey. Is it really? Is the audio that loud? Man, something's going on because it looked fine on my levels. Damn. Weird. Weird. I don't get it. Whatever. It was super loud for me. Maxed. Okay, some people have their volume turned way up. Okay, so you can't blame me if you have your volume all the way up. Okay, everybody? I have a meme to share, okay? And actually, it's an AI meme. I generally hate AI memes, but this one was so good that I have to play it for you, okay? Here we go.
To the town of our Frio rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw, loose and running, came the whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a getter, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 bore, 1 in the 19 bore. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to
Isn't this
folks
beautiful?
around.
Isn't it beautiful?
Was in Arizona Ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He
It's so
came here to
good.
take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead. And he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red. After Texas Red. Wasn't long before the story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry men to try it before day.
Why is it so good? I
20
don't know.
men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would beat a ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Guys, I unironically love Review
The
Bra.
morning passed so quickly, it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger was about to meet his death. About to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas Red had not blurred leather for a bullet barely ripped. And the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on
No,
his
I
hip.
saw it. I saw it.
Big
We're
iron
gonna
on
test
his
it afterwards. Don't worry.
heel. It was over in a moment and the folks just gathered round. There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground. Oh, he might have went on living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Yeah.
Big iron, big iron. When he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his
People are asking me what to explain the meme. The meme is that this is an AI that is impersonating Review Bra almost perfectly. Now, to be fair, these people, like, straight up, like, they did the credits down here like crazy. So it seems like there were a lot of people who worked on this to make it work. And I gotta say, it definitely worked really well. A lot of AI songs sound like shit, but this one unironically sounds exactly like Review Bra. And it's impressive, genuinely impressive. All right, I'll take a look. So, okay, hold on a second. Wait, we've already watched that one, Mr. Krabs. That one's purple, that link's purple. We've watched that one. That was AI, yes it was. Now, hold on a second. I have changed some of my settings just now. How is my voice audio for the people who were saying that it's low? There's been a weird issue since I had a small issue with my audio setup, and since then I've had nothing but I've had a lot of people complaining that my voice audio is low. How is it now? Voice audio sounds exactly the same. Okay, hold on. What about now? And also, alongside it, how is the quality? Now it's louder, but does it sound worse is the question. Much louder, same quality. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna tone it down just a tiny bit. So this should be perfect. This should be much better. Earlier, just a bit of reverberation while I was adjusting it. Okay, so this should be perfect. This shouldn't be too loud. So I don't know exactly what happened. I had an issue that it seems to be a software related issue, and it probably has to do with something got reset in my audio equalizer setup. Is my mic facing the right direction? It is, yeah, it is. It is, but it's the problem though is just that, I mean, yeah. I genuinely think it's a software issue. Say Yamano! Yamano! There you go. I can hear a fan in the background or some sort of noise in the background when you get loud enough. There's no fan here, so I wonder what it's actually picking up. That's super weird. That's so strange. Oh, it's reverb. Yeah, well, I don't know what to do about that. I don't know what to do about that yet. Picking up a ghost? Ah, well, I hope the ghost is doing doing well. Show this to people who don't know who Review Bra is. Review Bra is a legend. If you don't know who Review Bra is, I don't know. Oh yeah, of course, this is a classic.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Wow. And from Popeyes too. Damn. I actually watch a considerable amount of Review Bra. And in fact, Review Bra was the unfortunate reason that I broke my no Burger King rule. Rather, I didn't break my no Burger King. Well, I kind of broke my no Burger King rule. My partner really, really wanted Burger King because she saw a Review Bra episode where Review Bra positively reviewed the Burger King fiery nuggets. As it turns out, they were terrible. Review Bra was incorrect this time. And I also decided, because my partner was going, that I would just order something while we were there. And that was a mistake because I felt horrible the rest of the night. I'm not kidding you. Burger King is terrible. Burger King is so bad that it's on our house blacklist, and we haven't gone to Burger King in 3 years probably. But we broke this chain of not going to Burger King, and I regret it. Actually, no, that's not true. There was one other time that we went to Burger King, and it was also a disappointment, and that was when I traveled to Maine. I told you guys this story. We went to Maine in Maine. Burger King was the only thing open in the area we were in, and my partner really wanted fast food, so we went to Burger King, and we regretted it then as well. Burger King fucking sucks. It's actually the worst of the fast foods. I don't know that there's any fast food worse than Burger King. I gotta do a new fast food tier list because things have changed up since the last time I did a fast food tier list. But Burger King is definitely low tier. It's definitely like bottom tier. Arby's? No, Arby's is way better than Burger King. Sorry. Arby's at least has like horsey sauce and a reliable core set of sandwiches. What else is on the blacklist? Jack in the Box is the other one that's on the blacklist, and Chipotle is on my personal blacklist. It's not on our house blacklist. On the house blacklist, it's Jack in the Box and Burger King. We do not go there. And in fact, we encourage each other to discourage one another from going there because it's so bad. Burger King used to be unironically good. They used to be great. And also, Burger King's zesty sauce is still good. The zesty sauce is genuinely delicious. Burger King just sucks. Oh, Culver's is great. Yeah, Culver's is like a top tier place, but Culver's is like weird because Culver's is like, they're barely fast food. It's wild. Yeah, it used to be good years ago. Yeah, it's been a long time since Burger King was good. Do you remember when Burger King did this? Yes, I do remember this. This was the mood burgers. They had the depression meal, the pissed off meal, the salty meal, the blue meal, and it failed. It was like it was really weird. I don't know why they did that. I don't know what they were thinking. They literally did. They had one that was called the blue meal, and you were supposed to order it when you're feeling down. And the Burger King social media pages were all making memes. Like if somebody said, I'm depressed, Burger King would show up in your mentions and say, hey, why don't you get a Burger King blue meal? It'll make you feel better. It was actually just horrific. Just horrible what they were doing. I'm not kidding you. That actually happened on Twitter for a while. They had a bot that would just look for people saying, I'm sad and shit. And the Burger King bot would just appear and say, hey, well, we have a burger for you. It's terrible. Oh, just absolutely terrible. That's genuinely funny. It's funny in like a dark humor type way. For sure. For sure. Depressed equals sad. Well, obviously it's not the same thing, but you know what I mean. I'm an unhappy meal kind of girl. Listen, nobody gets mood meals, okay? Nobody does it. If that'd be hilarious if they gave discounts. Okay, it would be top notch, like corporate inhumanity if you were just like, I'm gonna do it, I swear to God. And then the Burger King bot comes in and goes, hey buddy, here's 20% off a depression meal at Burger King. You know, that would be great. Personally, I think that would be really funny. Here's Ann Whopper. Oh, you're evil. Oh, you're evil. A portion of Chick-fil-A profits go to the evangelical church. I have bad news for you as to brands that give money to evangelical churches. I hate to tell you this, but it's a whole lot of them. Basically all of them. I've done this before. We've done this song and dance before. We know my position on Chick-fil-A, which makes people mad, which is that Chick-fil-A, buying food from Chick-fil-A is like basically no less harmful than almost any other brand of fast food that you're buying from. All of them are equally evil. So if you're buying fast food, you may as well just get the one that you like the most because it actually doesn't make much of a difference. Keffels, my goodness, welcome all of the Wigglers, my lovely, lovely imps. Welcome in the new Wigglers. Apparently, we have a Keffels raid. I want to welcome you all. Please come over to my website, demonmama.com/live. It's just like Keffels.gg, but it's Demon Mama flavored. We actually use the same software and everything. So come on over, join us over here. We would love to have you. And we're about to jump in to some drama. This is a drama stream, I know. Imagine that. We're gonna talk about that in just a minute. I'm still warming up my voice, so please sit down and have a good time because we're talking about shitty fast food. I'm giving hot takes about Chick-fil-A, and all of that stuff. So that clip didn't work. That link didn't work. I know you really want me to watch that, Mr. Kraz. That link didn't work. From Vosh to Keffels to Demon Mama, it's a raid train based. What a sick lineup. From one drama stream to another, was it a drama stream? I don't do drama streams very often. Believe it or not. When I do a drama mama, it's usually not actually about drama. It's about something it's usually about something actually serious that people call drama. It's kind of a weird thing. Yeah, here we go. Okay, we'll watch this in a minute. Give me a minute on that one. Actually, that link is still not working. Your clip has been deleted or something. I'm sorry. Keffels was in the middle of all this drama, so she was talking about it. That makes a lot of sense, which we're gonna get into in just a couple of minutes. You gotta give me a couple minutes. Demon Mama, can you answer why Vosh is a chaser? Is he? If he's a chaser, I don't think he's a trans woman chaser. Maybe a femboy chaser or something like that. Yeah. Oh, it's a joke. I see. Are you skibbity toilet pilled? Is that the skibbity bop 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 beep 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 skibbity boop boop boom ba-ba-da ba-ba-da beep? Is that thing? The skibbity bop bop. I could probably do the skibbity bop dance if I wanted to. Not really. I can't actually do that. That guy's got incredible stomach jiggle abilities. All of the Voshites are here too? Well, isn't that a happy party? I'm sure that the chat's going to be very active once we get into this drama stuff. Yeah. Skibbity bop bop bop. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Prancing Goldfish says, hey mama, this is completely unrelated, but Illuminati made a new channel called Prism of the Past. When do you think that she'll upload a video here? I think she's gonna wait a couple months. I've heard about this. I've heard that Illuminati's trying to create to rebrand and shake off the bad. Oh man, these clips are just not working, man. I'm sorry, that one is also glitching for me. It's literally giving me a YouTube error. I don't know what's going on. Something's going wrong with your links. The Skibbity toilet is different? Jesus Christ. Memes are moving too fast. Annie with the tier 1 sub. Hi mama, hi imps. Hi Annie, thanks for being here. What do you think of femboys? Poggers, they're very poggers. Bunny in Boots 24, have you explained before why you resonate with the demon aesthetic? I have. There's a couple of reasons. Well, I first embraced the demon aesthetic because a family member of mine, a super religious family member of mine, got very, very angry and called me a servant of Satan that was there to tempt them away from Christ, or to instill doubt so that they would doubt Christ. And that was when I first started embracing the demon aesthetic, because it was so ridiculous and also hurtful at the time, because I hadn't completely split with with most of my family that was super religious at the time. But I just decided to embrace it. But of course, I just think demon aesthetic is really cool. Horns and claws and red flesh and tentacles and bat wings, all of that is really, really cool stuff. It's super, super cool stuff in my opinion. Here's a different Kinnikuman clip. All right, this is the one Kinnikuman clip of the day, everybody. Let's enjoy some beautiful Kinnikuman animation. Whoa, now that's gonna be loud.
Arigato, Dr. Bombay.
Lot of apples with a tier 2 sub. Thank you so much, lot of apples. God damn. Wow, that's awesome. Ether says, I don't get these. Can somebody explain? Well, it's just awesome animation of really cool looking wrestling moves and martial arts moves. Kinnikuman is a very famous anime, a Japanese cartoon, if you don't know what an anime is. It's a show about wrestlers. It's a wrestling TV show with very, very silly, over-the-top, fantastical wrestling moves. Like, for example, there's moves where people summon an alligator to do a wrestling move, and there's a guy whose body is a giant fist, and all of that. It's very quirky, but the animations are incredible. So, and we have a couple of regular viewers who are big fans of Kinnikuman, so we watch those animations sometimes because they're cool. So there you go. What's an anime? Over-the-top anime fights are amazing. Yeah, they can be pretty amazing. Cartoons of the Japanese variety, indeed, indeed. By the way, we have 450 beautiful viewers today, but we only have 220 likes. Can we get some more likes? It only takes but a moment to click on the YouTube video and to press like, and it really, really helps the channel. We're about to get into the heart of today's content, so please consider pressing that like button, as it genuinely, deeply helps the show. Every single time we get a burst of likes, we also, within a couple of minutes, get a burst of new viewers, because YouTube will recommend this out. So you can help the show for free just by pressing the like button. Bored Trans Girl said, hey, Demon Mama, I didn't know it was actually called Kinnikuman. I watched the English dub, which was named Ultimate Muscle growing up. I think Ultimate Muscle was actually a sequel, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all of it. Did I see correctly? It's a drama, Mama? No, it's just a drama stream. And you're gonna understand why this is just a drama stream today and not a drama mama. Because with a drama mama, I do a bunch of research and investigate. And with a drama stream, I'm just gonna talk about some drama that I feel strongly about. Real quick. Actually, I guess we'll jump into that in a minute, but yeah. Ultimate Muscle is the sequel of Kinnikuman, but yeah, they're connected. I shared this show with a friend already. Hey, that means the world to me. Thank you so much. Those of you who share this show help us grow our audience. We are a niche show with a highly passionate viewer base, which makes me feel very good because I prefer to make niche content over mainstream content. And I will probably always be a niche show. However, there are a lot of people who are into cool stuff, and you can bring new people into the niche by sharing it. So Nick Fuentes has gone full libertarian. Is that true? What the fuck? Misogynistic Christian fascist incel Nick Fuentes says that once he turns 30, he'll probably find himself a 16-year-old child bride.
I want to drink it straight from the tap. I want it raw. I don't want to wait a moment. Right when the milk is good, I want to start drinking the milk. Same thing goes with women. I don't want to turn 30 and find some 20-year-old 29-year-old woman that I have something in common with. And it's
fucking, what the fuck is wrong with these people? The pedocon theory, ever stronger. These people are insane. And keep in mind, remember, that these are the people who want you to think that everyone else but them are pedophiles when they literally just openly admit that they want a child bride.
Like, hey, properly aged, like wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
Yeah, I've had enough. Fuck Nick Fuentes. Fuck Nazis like Nick Fuentes. Fuck them. They are disgusting. Just remember that, and keep in mind this is like a fairly common thing among the far right. They don't like to talk about it openly, except for apparently when they're feeling themselves and maybe have had a little bit to drink. But when they think no one's looking, they talk about this shit all the time. Why do you think it's all red states that have extremely lax laws on on child marriages and sometimes arranged child marriages? Why do you think it's red states where there's currently a legal struggle to ensure that child marriage can no longer happen anymore? The answer is because it's extreme youth is fetishized in conservative circles, like heavily. I grew up in an extreme Christian church, and youth was fetishized to an extreme degree, to the degree that they would all but say that basically once you turn 18, you should have a kid immediately. And of course, they often encouraged, younger women to basically get on the track to marriage so they can be married to an older guy immediately upon turning 18. So that they can avoid, of course, any legal repercussions. This is, of course, a extremely common thing in far-right culture. It's disgusting, and I hate it, and it should be fought against. Honestly, I hope that this clip gets spread everywhere. People like Nick Fuentes, this type of stuff needs to be publicized far and wide. Because people don't always give a shit when they hear that Nick Fuentes is an incel. And some people on the right are willing to look the other way when they think somebody's just a fascist. But the truth is that outside of the far right, people don't fly with this type of thing, and they find it disgusting. And people should realize just how deeply it runs in far right circles, this horrific pedophilic, literal grooming mentality. It's funny because it's funny that like he talks about that, how he wants to scoop up a 16-year-old as soon as possible. Incredible, right? Absolutely incredible. And yet Nick Fuentes loves to call other people groomers. He loves to call everyone else a groomer, and yet there he is waiting. Yeah, it's all projection. It's all projection. It's creep as hell. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. There are people who flock to the right wing because of their disgusting views on age. Yeah. There are people who deliberately join church organizations because they know that if they get into church leadership, they will be allowed into contact with young women that they can predate on from a position of power. It's an incredibly common problem. This was a problem in the Catholic Church. This was a problem in the Southern Baptist Church. This is a problem in the Mormon Church, in the Latter-day Saints. Literally every major organized religion also has a pedophilia problem. Almost seems like they've created an environment where a power imbalance and undue access and no accountability, literally wielding the power of God, the name of God, to be able to give yourself access to victims. The Latter-day Saints just fought a huge court case to be able to defend their right to do cover-ups. Yes, they did, because churches have fought for the right to be able to internally handle issues, which is funny, because that's like a literally organized crime shit. We take care of our own. We take care of our own problems. We don't want anybody else looking in, because then they'll realize just how bad it is and nobody will join our fucked up organization. Jesus Christ. Yeah, these types of clips. Archive the shit out of this. Keep it on hand. If you consider yourself active in political spaces, keep these on hands. And whenever Nick Fuentes' name comes up, you drop these clips. Make sure that he can't escape the shit that he says on his stupid, fucking, disgusting podcast. Not to mention, of course, all of the other heinous shit he's talked about, like all of his horrific anti-Semitism, his joking about the Holocaust. When he doesn't even joke, he just says that things were good about the Holocaust. When he does Holocaust denial on his stream, and then when confronted about it later, he says, that was just a joke. And then you watch the segment, and it's not a joke. He's just advocating for the Holocaust. Insane. This clip was on Cody's show today as well. Good. There's a weird want of virginity in Christianity that makes them want young girls. Yes, of course, there's a fetishization of virginity, but the fetishization of virginity is actually it's a cover. The purity, all of that is a cover for desiring power. It's interesting, of course, that it's always older men who are targeting the virgins, right? You notice that? You ever notice how it's older men? Yeah. They target the virgins because they want someone who's inexperienced. They want someone who's quote unquote pure. They're targeting youth. They're targeting inexperience so they can foster a power imbalance where they have full control over somebody and can own somebody, mind, body, and soul to the best of their ability. It's disgusting, and it's sickening, and it is incredibly pervasive in Christian conservative spaces. Konnichiwa 1993 says, question, do you agree that debates are not the correct way to find truth and is therefore unproductive? I don't, that's a very odd, that's an odd framing. I think the debates are a way to find truth, but debates can also be unproductive. Yeah, hope that answers your question. Yeah, that's a very loaded question in my opinion. We'll get there. We're gonna talk about all that kind of stuff soon. Did I miss much? I just got here. You just missed us talking about Nick Fuentes' disgusting pedophilic comments. Yeah. Yeah. We're just doing warm-up, and then we're going to get into the drama. It's going to be soon, so. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Debates are debates, that's it. All right, I'm gonna talk about one more thing before we end up going into the the debate content, before we go into the drama content of the day. Oh, sorry if the question was loaded. No, that's fine. I wasn't mad at you or anything, Konnichiwa. I was just expressing my opinion of the question and trying to answer it in a productive manner to the best of my ability. Martin Luther was a goated debate bro. I agree with the idea that Martin Luther was like the ultimate poster. Martin Luther was such an absolute, he was a total attention whore to the degree that he would take extremely, he would drop hot takes all the time. And the dude had like extremely privileged access to publishing at the time. There were very few publishers actually operating in the world because publishing, the Gutenberg press, had only just been invented. So he was one of the people who got in on the ground floor, and he had so much stuff published. He would publish shit that would make people mad, and then they would send tons of letters. The dude was a total poster. He had the mentality of a poster. I don't remember who said it first. I feel like I heard Chapo call him the world's first poster. And I gotta say, I mean, he literally did post his theses on the door of a cathedral. Like, he went and nailed it up, and then people got mad about it. He baited people like crazy. The OG shit poster. Oh yeah, he did indeed. People said he has an obsession with scat. He was obsessed with scatological humor and assholes. It was crazy. You should see some of the shit that he wrote. People always read all of his just his purely religious stuff, but in his letters and in the accounts of other people writing down conversations they had with him, the dude would fucking call people pieces of shit. He would tell them to suck his asshole. He would tell them to do all kinds of stuff. Dude was a total asshole. It was actually amazing. He would just like and he loved shit. He loved making shit jokes. He would call people shit. He would say he was gonna shit on them. He would tell them to suck his ass. He would tell them to lick his asshole. It was actually insane. The dude was nuts. You think of him as like Mr. Christian guy, that he would be all well behaved all the time. Nah, the dude was a fucking asshole. Amazing. An actual shit poster, yeah. Yep. Yeah, no joke. Also, apparently, like, for the later half of his life, he had like crippling constipation. So maybe that's why he talked about shit so much. It was because for like 30 years of his life, he spent like every day on the toilet. Buffalo Guy 1991, I'm beginning to think that the toxic small clique of video essay people are like a COINTELPRO-esque thing because of how constantly they do this abuse stuff so publicly. Am I crazy? It's not COINTELPRO. It's actually just something more simple, which we're gonna talk about in just a minute. So don't you worry, stick around and you'll get my answer. Which I think is more rational than thinking it's COINTELPRO. I don't believe it's COINTELPRO. With friends like these, who the fuck needs COINTELPRO? Yeah. We'll talk about all this stuff. We're gonna talk about all of it in just a minute. Prosy Rosie says, why are conservatives such weird sex pests? Okay. You know what? I'm actually gonna do a little bit here. We're gonna do a little segment here. All right, everybody? Good question. A question from chat from one of my lovely imps. Prosy Rosie asks, why are conservatives such weird sex pests? Now, obviously, not every conservative is a weird sex pest. That's obviously not true. There are tons of conservatives who aren't weird sex pests. However, sex pest behavior certainly is common and often encouraged in conservative spaces. And there's a couple of reasons for that I'm going to try and answer as honestly as possible right now. I grew up in an incredibly conservative area, in an incredibly conservative family, in an incredibly conservative church. Some of you may know I grew up in a right-wing cult, which I escaped around the age of 18 to 20 in various steps. I have a whole video about it. You can go check that out. It's called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction. I talk about it in great depth. In these spaces, there is a constant obsession with power. And that, in my opinion, is the root of this sort of sex pest behavior. The obsession with a hierarchical worldview, a worldview specifically where men are on top of everyone else and are supposed to be the leaders, the head of the family. They are supposed to be able to control their wives. These beliefs are integral to a lot of conservative Christianity, which is the majority of conservative spaces in the United States. The idea of a hierarchical world where the man is on top of everything and is supposed to command everything and control everyone, and it sort of leads to a whole bunch of other behaviors. It leads to an entitlement to women's bodies and women's minds. It leads to violence when women do not obey, because obviously if you believe that God told you that men are supposed to be in charge and a woman isn't listening to you, well, how do you enforce that? Well, you enforce it with violence. Like, for example, it was legal for most of the history of the United States to beat your wife. There were laws saying, specifically designating what tools you could use to beat your wife or daughter in the American law. Until very recently. That is a very recent change that these laws have started to be taken off the books. The idea of a world where women are controlled and men are entitled to control women by God, they are given the right by God, leads downstream to an incredibly, to basically spaces that do not respect consent, to spaces that do not respect the individuality of women, that do not respect the personhood of women, that do not respect the personhood of anyone who is even womanly, which is also why you get a whole bunch of abuse towards feminine men, you get a whole bunch of abuse towards gay men, you get a bunch of abuse towards men who are otherwise masculine but perhaps have a feminine trait. All of these things are downstream from a culture that tells you that God has given you the right to command, that God has put you in hierarchy over another person. The right wing is the conservative side of politics, they assert a belief in a hierarchical world. Not a world of just coincidental hierarchies, not a world where a hierarchy is the result of decisions, but a world where the hierarchy is commanded and designed by a all-powerful God, that it is endorsed. They believe that hierarchies are a good thing, when most of us would acknowledge that most hierarchies are the result of someone having power over another. Like, for example, a business owner owns a bunch of stuff, and so they have money and they can do things because they have that money. There's not like that's most people who aren't conservatives would look at that and go, hey, that's something that's occurring in the world, but that doesn't necessarily make it right. A conservative looks at that and goes, God has designed this to be the way that it's supposed to be. A owner is supposed to, they are correct to own others. A father is correct to own his children and his wife. And the result of that is, of course, like I said, an entitlement to women's bodies, a refusal to acknowledge the personhood of women on so many levels. And in some places, it gets extremely explicit. I mean, you have, extreme religious sects, even the cult that I grew up in, that are very explicit about, the subjugation of women, where they just say, no, women are lesser than men. God created you, but you are not as good as men. You are not a complete human like a man is what they would say. And then, of course, there are the lesser versions where it just seeps in passively, like the way that it seeped into law. Because, of course, not every Christian president has been an extremist Christian president, but their views nonetheless carry a lot of these assumptions about the world with them. And, of course, there's a further version of this. This gets even more complicated when you talk about like what we were just talking about a few minutes ago. I'm going to play this clip again for relevance. We were just sent a clip of a Christian nationalist and self-avowed fascist Nick Fuentes. Many people are familiar with Nick Fuentes, and we're going to watch a bit of this clip real quick. It's a clip from Nick Fuentes' show in which he admits that he wants a 16-year-old wife. And I'll just let him speak for himself.
No, bitch. I want to drink it straight from the tap. I want it raw. I don't want to wait a moment. Right when the milk is good, I want to start drinking the milk. Same thing goes with women. I don't want to turn 30 and find some 29-year-old woman that I have something in common with, and it's like, hey, properly aged, like wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk. They don't age like wine. That's not how their hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife. Probably when I turn 30 or something. Because here's the thing, I don't want to be like, let's say I get married to an 18-year-old now. 6-year age difference. When I turn 40, she's going to be 34. Ew. What if I'm 30 and she's 16? 14-year age difference. When I'm 50, she'll be 36. When I'm 40, she'll be 26. Then now we're talking here. Now we're cooking with gas. Now you can see an alternative vision for how things could be. I want a 16-year-old that's untouched, pristine.
So there you have it. From the mouth of the iconic Christian nationalist advocate, Nick Fuentes. This is an incredibly common viewpoint in far-right spaces. And like I said, if you listen to what he's saying, there's a whole lot of, he has all kinds of little explanations for it, but if you boil down what he's looking for, he's fetishizing youth, he's fetishizing purity, he's fetishizing a power imbalance. He specifically talks about wanting to be 30 himself and aim at a child is what he's aiming for. And of course, the obvious analysis there is that, well, if you're 30 years old and you're established and you're fetishizing this youth, you're also fetishizing the power imbalance that you have over that person. You're fetishizing the ability to control that person's life, the fact that that person isn't on your level. He explicitly says that. He says, I don't want somebody 29 who's my age and a complete person. He's looking for somebody who he can manipulate and control, that he can have power over. It's incredibly disgusting, incredibly abusive, and twisted behavior that is encouraged all across conservative spaces. It's something that was unbelievably common in the church that I grew up in. There was this trend in the cult that I grew up in of women getting married the moment they turned 18, usually to a guy who was older than them by a decent margin. Not always, but very often. And usually they would get pregnant almost immediately, which put them in a position of physical dependence on another person, which put them on a position of legal dependence on another person, which put them in a position of social dependence on somebody else, and of course, financial. So you have young women being taught their whole lives that their job is to get married as soon as possible or else they're a failure. And then you have a bunch of men waiting to scoop up young women and immediately get them under their control. And all of this stems from the idea that men in these conservative spaces believe that they are entitled by God to a position of power and ownership over women. So I hope that that answers the question as to why sex pest behavior is so common in conservative spaces and why it's such a huge problem, and also why there's such a tendency in conservative spaces towards this sort of very thinly veiled pedophilia, which is what it is. It is extremely thinly veiled pedophilia. They are targeting extremely young women. They are looking, and let me tell you, it goes worse than this, okay? There is a, people talk about purity balls and things like that. Purity balls are father-daughter dances where the daughter gets all prettied up and then they go to an event with their dad, who is protecting them and who encourages them to give themselves to God. But another thing, you might notice that there's a very weird atmosphere there where peers that are men are excluded from that space, and young women are explicitly brought into a space with a whole bunch of older men. Now they're there with their dads, but that's not who they're not just socializing with their dad. And also, in being brought there by their dad, there is a symbolic ownership that, hey, you're not to belong to these other men your age. You're to be guided and controlled and taken care of, and your future is to be decided by all of these older men in the room. Yeah, some of you in my audience may have even gone to such things like a purity ball when you were younger. You may have had your fathers take you to that sort of thing. Purity balls are incredibly, incredibly weird. There is so much uncomfortable dynamics going on these things, but they're sold as sort of like chaste. But they're anything but that. It is specifically gathering a bunch of young women, most of whom have just started puberty or are somewhere in the middle of puberty, in a single place in the presence of a bunch of older men, all of whom have a God-given sense of ownership over these young women. It is the definition of a culture of grooming. It is a culture by which they make it regular that you are supposed to be surrounded by, obey, and be told what to do by older men. You are not supposed to be able to associate with people your age. You are not supposed to be able to meet people your age. All of these things are incredibly common in far right and conservative spaces. So again, not all conservatives are sex pests, obviously, but there is a culture of objectification. There is a culture of disregard for consent. There is a culture of possessiveness, and there is a culture of the fetishization of power imbalance with the power imbalance favoring the man, older men, and the power imbalance disfavoring young women, who are often the victims of these things. Is there anything that can be done about this on a communal level? Yes. There's a lot that can be done about this. First of all, sex education is incredibly, incredibly valuable. Teaching women and girls that they are their own independent person, that their body is theirs and not anyone else, not anyone else's, is incredibly, incredibly valuable to resisting this sort of thing. Which, by the way, that has two effects, because first of all, it is more likely to give young girls the ability to resist this type of shit, but also it means that there are likely to be less women who find themselves in these situations in the first place. Because keep in mind, in a lot of cases, there is a mother who has bought into this this worldview that is also assisting the father in encouraging this type of culture to perpetuate itself. There is another thing, of course, is propagating the idea that consent matters, which seems so obvious to a lot of you. A lot of you who listen to my content, who listen to my show, are going to be like, well, obviously consent matters. But in conservative spaces, I can tell you from firsthand experience, consent is not valued. Consent is not considered like, it's so hard for me to communicate this to people who didn't grow up conservative, because most people who grow up like as liberals understand that, hey, like, consent generally is important. Like, you shouldn't do things to other people that they don't want. But in conservative spaces, this is just never discussed. Consent is simply not a thing that people talk about. It's not, there's no stress put on it. It's not taught about outside of sex or inside of sex. They just don't believe that consent is a value. And I think that that's pretty horrible. And it is unfortunately very common, especially in evangelical spaces, where they actually will sometimes, we watched this actually once. We watched a clip of Rush Limbaugh, who is now dead, but at one point was the most popular right-wing radio show in the entire world. In fact, the most popular single radio show in the entire world was Rush Limbaugh. And Rush Limbaugh used to do a segment that he did multiple times where he mocked the idea of consent being valuable. He actually explicitly advocated against valuing consent, that consent just isn't something you should care about. It's very, very disgusting. It, again, leads to a dehumanization and objectification of mostly women and feminine people in these spaces. Oh yeah, another example, people are bringing up Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh and that infamous clip where he says, I violate my kids' consent all the time. He did an entire video mocking the idea that consent matters, specifically for kids, even though teaching kids consent is incredibly important. Kids should not be touched against their will. Kids should not be forced to do things that they're not comfortable with. And you'd think that would be an easy thing to understand, but that's not the way that a lot of these spaces operate. So it's a huge problem. There is a lot that can be done against it. It is a cultural issue that has to be tackled. It has to be tackled by encouraging consent, encouraging teaching people about consent, teaching the value of consent, teaching people good sex education, teaching people that they have a right to their own bodies. And it also involves pushing back very hard on institutions that encourage the opposite. Institutions that tell you that these things don't matter. Institutions that tell you that women don't have a right, or that or teach you that women should be objectified. These things should be pushed back on. And I mean this even for Christians, because obviously there are a lot of Christians who do value consent. There's a ton of them. But Christians are going to have to struggle within their own religious communities to discourage the type of Christianity that dehumanizes women, that puts women explicitly below men. It has to be pushed against even by other Christians. So, of course, Matt Walsh also defended child marriage. Well, yes, because if you follow what we've been talking about here, it's a logical conclusion for conservatives to believe in child marriage. They believe that it's okay for a father to give away their daughter whenever. I mean, child marriage is present in the Bible, and they will cite that gladly. They'll say, oh, this happened in the Bible. God approves of this sort of thing. And of course, there are Christian arguments even against that. Many people will acknowledge that, of course, culture itself has changed in great ways. It's not a matter that God, doesn't endorse child marriage, but that, that didn't, just because something happened at one point in the Bible doesn't mean that it was endorsed by God or that it was a good thing. And that as society has changed, people have realized that child marriage isn't a good thing. So see, there's arguments that can be made even within the framework of Christianity. But unfortunately, because of the way things are, there are a lot of manipulative ways that Christians will push this idea of child marriage. Yes, as Killjoy points out, it's also very important to push back on laws that protect under 18 marriage, which is a huge issue. There are still states in the United States that have laws that allow under 18 marriage and that allow the marriage of adults to children, because as long as it's a marriage. They don't even, there are states that would consider that statutory rape. But then if it's ordained by a church, then all of a sudden it's okay. These things have to be combated, and they have to be combated very hard. The conservative worldview, unfortunately, a worldview that asserts hierarchy, that asserts men over women, that asserts the ownership of women by men, is one that is naturally going to produce horrific outcomes. It is going to logically produce worldviews like this. So I believe, and that's part of the reason why I advocate the way that I do, and I have the beliefs that I hold, that we should reject this type of hierarchical worldview, that we should be highly critical of the hierarchies that exist in the world, that we should recognize that these things aren't natural or ordained by God, but they are often circumstance. They are exploited. They are circumstances that are exploited to gain power over others. We should be critical of those things, push back on them severely. Yeah, some people are pointing out that literally just yesterday, the Michigan governor signed a law that bans child marriage. The minimum age of marriage was raised to 18 in Michigan. Previously, 16 and 17-year-olds were allowed to get married as long as they had parental permission, which means that there was functionally still arranged underage child marriages going on in Michigan until literally yesterday that this law was signed. Yesterday meaning this was recorded on July 12th, 2023. So, yeah, it took until July 12th, 2023 for Michigan to get rid of an underage child marriage law. Pretty deranged. Anyway, that's all I have to say on this particular subject. If you found this interesting and valuable, I talk about these type of subjects a lot. I tend to have very real conversations about religion, about politics, about the heinous activities that are encouraged by the current American conservative movement. If you find that interesting, please press subscribe right below and make sure that you share your opinions down below. Let me know what you think on this subject. If you've had experiences about it, tell people down below, because a lot of people spend time in the comments and can learn a lot from it. So thank you very much. How was that? How was that for a segment? You guys think that was a valuable segment? I wanted to try and get my thoughts out in one place. I realized that just reacting to the Nick Fuentes clip alone didn't really do it for me. It didn't really it didn't feel right. So I wanted to make sure that I made a full segment that was more sensible. Ah, good. Okay, good. I'm getting good feedback on that. These videos are stuff, I want to do stuff like this more often. I want to do explanatory segments where I explain why certain ideas are popular on the right and why we have to oppose the basis of those ideas and not just the idea themselves. Because you can spend all day saying that Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit, but a lot of people just never understand what makes these ideas, what breeds these ideas, where these ideas like bubble up, like the swamps that they are formed in. Vontix with the $10 says, in Calvary Chapel, how do men reconcile cases where they encounter women that are clearly more talented and intelligent than they are? What is their cope out of it? I mean, they just prevent those women from advancing. Those women are very rarely allowed to advance within the church. You know, I grew up in a sect of Calvary Chapel, and this church is completely segregated. Like services aren't sex segregated, but the ministries are. There is a separate track for women's ministry, and the highest rank that a woman can be is like the lead women's minister, who is explicitly, and they are very explicit about it, below even the low-ranking male pastors and deacons and whatever. The women's minister has no functional power, and is usually, the lead women's minister is usually the wife of the lead pastor of the church. Almost always is the wife of the lead pastor of the church. It is a total, women are not allowed to flourish in their talents. They are systematically prevented from growing their talents unless they leave the church, at which point they will be ridiculed, mocked, shunned, all kinds of things like that. Women, I mean, I could talk. I'm preparing another spiritual deconstruction, a part 2, the second one, and I'm going to talk about this a lot because I've talked to a bunch of other women in my family about their experience in the church, and since my last spiritual deconstruction. And let me tell you, it's not good. It's not good at all. Werewolf Jester says, my church camp had no women team leaders. I always thought that was very fucked up. Yeah, it is very fucked up. Octavia with the tier 2 sub, thank you very, very much. Can you please give some brief thoughts on the boogie situation and or skibbity toilet? I don't know about either of these. I don't know about either of these. I don't know what skibbity toilet is, and I don't know about the boogie situation. Have you seen the Duggar documentary? No, but it's on my watch list. The Duggar family is one that I absolutely want to. Have you reconnected with any members of your family since the last spiritual deconstruction video? Yes, extensively. And it's been pretty rewarding to do so, Skull Muncher. Skibbity Toilet is an animated series of YouTube shorts. Okay. Boogie started dating a 20-year-old woman he trauma bonded with in Insta DMs. That sounds messed up. That sounds very, very messed up. You have to check out the Fundy Fridays channel. They talk about the Duggars and other families like them. Okay. Do you ever think you'd reach out to Telltale and discuss the cult with him? He goes over cults and bad theism. Yeah, I would totally be open to that. That sounds interesting as fuck. They met when she was 19 and she was a fan, and he's saying weird shit on Twitter about it. Okay, well, I mean, he's already talked about how he really prefers really young women in the past. And also he's talked about how he is fine dating fans. This might be a hot take, but I actually think it's more concerning that Boogie is dating a fan than the fact that Boogie is dating a 20-year-old. A 20-year-old is an adult. They're a young adult, and there are problems that arise from age gaps, but age gaps alone aren't the problem as long as somebody is over age, you know? As long as somebody is above the legal age of consent. But I actually think it's a bigger problem that there is a huge fan power imbalance from somebody who's been a internet celebrity who is fucking loaded, rich to the teeth, taking advantage of a fan over social media. I think that's more concerning than just the fact that she's 20. Yeah. The age gap thing is certainly weird and it's worth considering, but the like fan thing is actually worse in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to look into it, and I don't know because I don't know all the details. So we're not going to do a segment on that right now. Jessica Johnson says, Demon Mom is correct, and I am somebody who thinks age gaps are super problematic. I think age gaps can be problematic. I just think that between two adults, an age gap is not intrinsically wrong. There are some people who are like, who will get really mad that like a 20-year-old is dating like an older person. And I don't think that that's necessarily always a bad thing. I do think that it can be a problem and it's something that people need to be careful about. But I don't think it's always a bad thing, like intrinsically. I mean, like, I don't know. I can imagine myself dating somebody who's considerably older than me. I don't right now. I'm not, but I could imagine it. And I don't think that the age gap alone in and of itself is necessarily the problem. What usually tends to be the problem is somebody who has a tendency of targeting people the moment that they turn 18. Somebody who, you know, people taking advantage of the difference in experience to control somebody else. People using huge, I mean, wealth is one of the biggest power imbalances imaginable. Extremely, extremely rich people dating people who have no money, and slowly making them dependent on them. That's a huge problem. And I think that's something that doesn't get discussed at all because talking about people's income is often considered taboo, even though we live in a country where money is everything. In America, our whole culture is centered around money. And if you have a really, really, really high income and somebody you're dating has little to no income or they can't make an income and you use that against them, it can ruin their entire life. I've witnessed that firsthand. I've witnessed people ruin other people's lives with the income difference, even when there isn't much of an age difference. Yeah. So, sounds like your parents. Well, yeah, that is something that happened with my parents. Yep. Yeah. It was my dad had way more money than my mom, and he basically, he did everything in his power to try and keep my mom in poverty and keep her out of revenge, basically. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into that. That's really super personal, but yeah, it's something I've witnessed firsthand. There's definitely, sound judgment says there are definitely issues that can come up due to differences in experience, maturity, and dependency that can be built up in the relationship. But if someone has been living as an adult for multiple years, they can make their own decisions about things. We only want to be wary when the health and safety of the person is an issue. Yeah, I agree. That's why I say it's not like an age gap between two adults is not necessarily intrinsically bad. It's just something that has to be considered. There are all kinds of types of power imbalance that can exist. And like I said, income is one that I think is one that people don't talk about very often, even though they should. It's abused incredibly. Fame is another one, which is part of the reason why I think that like people who have fame like shouldn't date fans and things like that. I think like groupie culture and stuff like that is really fucked up. Age gaps can make existing power imbalances much worse. Yes, that's absolutely true. They can be they can have a magnifying effect. Absolutely true. Yep. Yep. What qualifies as fame? Well, that's a different question, right? Because I mean, that is a difficult question. But I mean, think of it like this. Here's an example, a perfect example. Rock star. You know, a rock star goes on tour and finds, you know, some 20-year-old who's a super fan, obsessed, and ropes them into a relationship, you know, dotes on them, shows them a ton of attention, and this rock star is like world famous, has millions of dollars or whatever, has a voice that can reach millions of people instantly. That person has no recourse. If they were getting abused, they might never have their voice heard. They might, in fact, this is something that occurred frequently. Fame or more like social status broadly, both of those. Fame is a part of social status. I mean, obviously, one of the most famous examples is Harvey Weinstein, right? Harvey Weinstein was a both famous, not famous as a celebrity, but an incredibly, like as like an actor, but a very, very famous person who was also incredibly well connected and had a lot of institutional power in an industry, the owner of a massive, one of the world's biggest production houses. And he used that to be able to abuse many, many young artists who were actresses who were coming into Hollywood and trying to get a start, trying to pursue their goals, and they were abused, and it took years upon years for anything to even get out because his voice and his ability to silence dissent was so great. Yeah. The Jonah Hill situation comes to mind. I don't know enough about the Jonah Hill situation. I don't know what's going on in the Jonah Hill situation. I saw like one video on it, but I don't know what's going on with Jonah Hill. But I do imagine, I mean, Jonah Hill's ridiculously famous. I imagine there could be some concerns with that. The casting couch is literally a trope that Harvey Weinstein himself helped build in Hollywood. Yep. Jonah Hill had like weird boundary setting issues, including telling his girlfriend that she couldn't post surfing pics despite she's a surfing model. That sounds like really, really weird control. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Jonah Hill situation, so I'm not going to make any I'm not going to do a segment on it or whatever. That does sound generally controlling and fucked up. Did I miss the debate drama? No, we're about to do that. That's straight up abuse. Yeah, it sounds like abuse. It sounds like I'm trying to find a way to control your life. I'm trying to find a way to take away things that are important to you for my own pleasure. Yeah, that does sound like abusive. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I thought I missed it too. No. My lovely, lovely imps. If you are here, now is the time to press like on the stream. And if you are not a subscriber to Demon Mama, you should become one today. We have all kinds of interesting subjects that we go over here. We talk about things funny. We talk about things serious. We are a proper, heavily political variety show, and you should be subscribed today. So smack that subscribe button, but also be so kind to tap the like button. The like button guarantees we get more viewers. We've gained 150 viewers since the last time I asked you all for likes. That's pretty impressive. And by the way, we got 200 likes when I asked for it before, and we gained 150 new viewers since I asked for likes. That just tells you the magic of the like button. So, yeah. I did see that. Not to immediately pivot to another subject. I did see people talking about him like abusing therapy speech. That's a thing. That's an issue. People do that. People do abuse therapy speak. People abuse all kinds of speak. Learning a lingo or people can disguise their intentions with all kinds of stuff. And yeah, therapy speak is one of those. As more and more people become familiarized with concepts of therapy, you know what's funny? Religious speak is one that is constantly used as a part of abuse. I don't think it's God's will that you do this. As the head of the house, God calls husbands to lead. I don't believe, in my position as the God-ordained leader of this house, I don't think it's God's will that you have friends that aren't my friends. People can use all kinds of language like that to control one another, absolutely. The way that the word grooming got co-opted makes me so fucking pissed. Oh yeah, people have completely co-opted the term grooming. It's been completely ruined. Of course, grooming refers to targeting children and exposing them to certain acts, behaviors, situations that make them an easier victim. Usually it's from a person in a position of power, a teacher, a gym coach, a priest is very common, using the exposure to say, hey, we're gonna play a little game. Here's this little game we're gonna play. And in this game, it involves making the kid do something sexual so that they become desensitized to it, so that they don't know that anything is going wrong, so that they are put into a position to be abused. Grooming is not you saw something on TV that you didn't like, or somebody that you don't like, a piece of history that you don't like is taught in schools and it makes you offended. Or a drag queen exists and you don't like that they exist. That's not grooming. Grooming isn't just people seeing things that they disagree with morally. Grooming is a targeted it's a targeted way of making a young person more likely to be a victim. Yep. What the fuck? Fig Fairy says, one of the local Catholic radio stations that I used to listen to used to tell the kids listening that their favorite storytime characters would die or go to hell if they didn't pray every night. That is really abusive. That's a horrible thing to do to kids. That is a horrible, horrible thing to do. I hate how right-wingers have diluted the meaning of the word grooming. They do it intentionally. They do it to whip up a moral panic. Simultaneously, they provide cover for the bad behavior that goes on in their organizations. They completely they distract from the actual abuse that goes on in churches, the facilitated abuse that is done in the name of God, by distracting you by saying that a drag show existing in your town is somehow grooming, or whatever. Yeah. Puerto Rican musician points out, conservatives often oppose sex ed because that's often where children will learn that they have been abused. Yes. Keeping children in the dark and only teaching them extremely basic abstinence-only education when they turn 16 is a absolute way to make sure that a kid does not know that they're being mistreated even when they're suffering. And it's terrible. Yep. All right, it's time, everybody. Enough of this topic. Enough of this heinous topic. It's really unfortunate that this is a topic that has to be discussed so often these days because of the popularization of a libel against queer people. It's also unfortunate that there are so many high-profile issues of absolutely heinous people getting away with heinous acts against very vulnerable people. What a sad state of affairs. However, it is time for us to talk about something much, much sillier, okay? Much sillier. So let's take a breath. Just take a breather. Drink some water if you haven't had any water. Stay hydrated. And without any further ado, let's begin. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are going to be talking about some drama. Now, many of you know that I do a series called Drama Mama. If you've never seen it, you should check it out. Go onto my channel, search Drama Mama, and you'll find it. This is not a Drama Mama, although I think you will enjoy my Drama Mamas. My Drama Mama videos are where I do a whole bunch of research and I do a deep dive investigation into usually some sort of internet or pop culture blow up, and I try to make sense for people who might not understand what the heck's going on. Recently, we've covered the Miranda Sings situation. We've covered the Illuminati situation. But this, again, is not a Drama Mama. Today, it's just a drama stream. I am not doing any research for today. However, I am still going to hopefully be able to say something valuable to all of you. And hopefully we'll have a good time while doing it. Today we are going to be talking about debate bros versus video essayists, which is a very strange topic. I haven't talked about this thing in a really long time. However, despite me not talking about it, it has nonetheless been an issue that continually crops up. In this bubbling swamp that we call the internet, there are various circles and cliques and spaces that people tend to gravitate towards. And a lot of them are very loosely defined. And in those subgroups, there are also groups of friends, and there are people who associate with one another, people who collaborate with one another, and little cliques and stuff like that. And recently, and by recently I mean like the last year mostly, it's been like a year and a half, there has been probably longer than that the conflict has been bubbling up, but it's gotten really bad in the last year and a half. There has been this weird schism between video essayists and debate bros. And a lot of times it centers around a few key figures. Two of those most commonly brought up are Vosh, who many of you may know. I am friends with Vosh in real life, but also I have also argued very, very publicly with Vosh. We have had a number of let's just say, very intense public disagreements. Many of you are probably already familiar with that. So while I am friends with Vosh in real life, we have never hesitated from criticizing one another when the time comes. And also, another person who has recently become a major fixation in this conflict is Keffels. Keffels is somebody I have known for a very long time. I have covered and supported Keffels in her struggle against a very severe campaign of online harassment that was mostly done by a deranged hate forum, which resulted in literal actual violence being done against Keffels. And likewise, in the situation with Vosh, I have also been critical of a lot of Keffels' positions while still being somebody who supports her against the deranged behavior of people who have doxed her, who have swatted her and attempted to swat her again, and all of that nonsense. And increasingly, there is a sort of small clique of people who call themselves video essayists. Sometimes they refer to themselves as breadtube, even though I don't actually think that's accurate at all. And there has just been this schism between people who are sort of labeled to be associated with Vosh and people who are labeled to be associated with breadtube, the self-identification, or the video essayists. And there's this weird thing, because breadtube in and of itself, some of you might not even know what breadtube is. Breadtube is a term that originated on Reddit, if I'm not mistaken, and it referred to a whole bunch of generally left-leaning video essayists, of which there are many. It was never a club. There was no organization. It was a consumer label. Basically, a bunch of people who watch video essayists said, hey, these people we like. And more and more people gained association with that consumer label via an incomprehensible internet process of association. Some people who are sort of famously associated with breadtube are ContraPoints, H Bomber Guy, Sean, formerly known as Sean and Jen. There's a ton. There's so many. There's some people consider me a part of breadtube. I've been referred to. I don't refer to myself as a part of breadtube. I never have. But people have actually said that I'm a part of breadtube, even though I don't even do video essays. I do stream content, and I do edited segments, but everything I do is live and very off the cuff. Wait, it wasn't always just Sean? No. There's a ton of people who have been considered as a part of breadtube, but the key thing to remember is that nobody gets to decide that they're a member of breadtube or not. And in fact, many of the creators who have been labeled as members of breadtube have expressed frustration with being sort of forcibly associated with a group that they didn't actually choose. And this actually has happened in another area as well, which is with the term debate bros. The term debate bro, and that one I have used for myself, ironically mostly, saying, yeah, I'm a debate bro, you know, because I used to do a lot of debates. When I first started streaming, I did a lot of debates. However, I've never really resented being called a debate bro all that much, even though we'll get into something a little weird about that when it comes to me specifically. Debate bros is another one where a lot of people get labeled as debate bros, whether or not they self-identify that way. It was used as an insult. Of course, it was used as an insult at first, but some people sort of ironically, absorbed it or wore it as armor or whatever. So people did that with breadtube as well. It's this weird thing where there isn't actually like a debate bro organization or a breadtube organization or a video essayist organization. And nonetheless, a schism is referenced frequently. And most of the people who are viewing this show, when I say the debate bro versus video essayist schism, you know what I'm talking about simply by observing it in action. Lately, there has been a number of videos, mostly, I will say predominantly from the video essayist side of this whole thing, that attempt to talk about the issue, that attempt to explain it. And we've watched a couple of them here on this stream, and I haven't had very good opinions about most of them. In fact, most of the videos that I've watched on this stream that talk about debate bros or that attempt to narrativize the history of this conflict, I feel are very, very bad. They're very biased. They're undercited. They're weak as video essays, not just as general content. I find them to be not actually very accurate and generally very slanted. And recently, there's been a new outcropping of this. There's been another series of videos that have come out. Some of them I have refused to engage with because I simply thought that they were too baity. They were so very obviously like designed to try and bait reactions and whatever, that I just didn't feel it was worthwhile to spend time on it. However, a video has recently dropped that, despite me literally being on a short hiatus, you could explain. I've been away for about a week, and after I did a really long stream that had nothing to do with any of this, I've been binging TV and not spending much time online. I have nonetheless seen so much about this latest video. It's wild. In fact, out of curiosity yesterday, I was thinking of streaming yesterday, but I actually decided not to stream yesterday in lieu of spending more time thinking about what I wanted to say on stream today. And yesterday, as an experiment, I decided to go hang out on Twitter again. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter anymore. I actively hate Twitter. I have deliberately made the decision to not spend much time on Twitter. I don't have it on my phone anymore, but I changed that for one day. And I decided to just watch what was going on in the spaces that I follow. And I have a pretty, and I know this is a bit of a long preamble, but I want you to bear with me here because there's a good reason for it, okay? I am in a weird place when it comes to associations on the internet. I was never welcomed in any way into any sort of debate bro sphere. I did debates, but as many of you who've been with me for a long time know, I was actually hated in these debate spheres pretty severely, and to the degree that it actually ended up turning into years of harassment from specific, very large figures that generally consider themselves in the debate sphere. And I deliberately left the debate sphere because I hated it, because it was so toxic and so pathetic and such a waste of time and only harmed my career. And I'll say, since I've left the debate sphere, my channel has done nothing but grow. My channel is growing at a really great pace. Thank you all who support me. This show has been growing and growing and growing, and it's doing fantastic. Annie says, you ended up basically being a heel for Hippy Dippy, which I was actually fine with. I was actually fine with being the far left heel character on Hippy Dippy, but it just got out of hand. Hippy Dippy, there's a lot I could talk about. I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time on the past, but the basic thing was the whole format changed and there was no dynamics going on. These weren't structured. It just became to the point where I was no longer just being perceived as a heel. There were enormous communities that was convinced that I was actually an evil person, and it got to the point where every aspect of my life was being invaded. My personal life was being invaded by freaks on the internet who were convinced that I was some kind of a villain, which is very, very weird, very strange. So, what was I gonna say? Yes, so, I find myself in a weird place online. I am mutuals with a lot of people in the, in BreadTube, generally, but I am also mutuals with a lot of people in the sort of video essayist space. Even some people who are directly involved in the video that we are going to be watching and reacting to today. And I am also like real life friends with a lot of people who are generally labeled as debate bros. I am real life friends with both Xanderhall and Vosh and Keffels. All of these are people that I know to some degree offline. Keffels I've never met in person, but we've known each other since before I was, or since, not before I was a streamer, but since before Keffels was like streaming. So I've known Keffels for a long time outside of these spaces. Which puts me in a very odd place when it comes to reacting and observing this stuff. And also, it also gives me a unique perspective. One of the things that I've talked about is how weird it is that despite the fact that I regularly defend the value of debate content and that I made a lot of debate content, that I got my start in this space doing debate content, that people never include me as a positive example. Even people who I am friends with don't include me as like a positive example of a debate streamer. They actually completely ignore my body of work. And I have found that somewhat offensive at times. It's annoyed the shit out of me, actually, that basically people will talk about the debate and they will be very broad about it, and they will basically delete me from existence as if I never did debates, as if I never did good debates, and as if I haven't made very, very popular videos discussing why I think that debate can be a valuable format. And I find that kind of weird. It's kind of odd, right? That a trans woman, you know, is sort of excluded from being included in the debate streamers. Now, some of them might just be uncomfortable using the term debate bro to label me, which I understand and I appreciate that to a certain degree. I don't want to be misgendered, but also I find it odd at how specific the label of debate bro is. It's a very specific, it's very specific, and yet in a lot of the videos that we've watched talking about this issue, they're very broad. Debate is bad because it does this. Debate streamers are bad because they do this. Debate is stupid. Why do you fucking care? Everyone who does debate is a grifter. And then they resort, when confronted, to sort of the debate bro. I was talking about the debate bro. I was talking about the debate bro. And then I'm like, well, hey, I did debates. I even confronted some of the debate bros, quote unquote, that you seem to have problems with. Why don't you ever mention me? I do remember when somebody included, we watched a video where Hassan Piker was included as a debate bro because it was convenient to a point, even though it's absurd to say that Hassan is a debate bro, and Hassan has actually mocked debate streaming in the past. Even though he's done debates, they've been far apart from one another. Anyway, it's a weird thing. I am also a big fan of video essays. I talk about this on my stream. Probably every single stream at some point do I mention that I'm a huge fan of video essays. My favorite video essayist is probably Jacob Geller, though I have huge appreciation for Jack Saint. I have huge appreciation for H Bomber Guy. I have huge appreciation for Sean's work. There's so many people whose work I can't even list everybody here because of course I'm on the spot now. But Folding Ideas, oh my God. Folding Ideas is amazing. Lindsay Ellis, amazing. ContraPoints, incredible. Big Joel, I think I've watched every single Jack Saint and every single Big Joel video. Olemi. There are so many, I love, video essays are one of my favorite things to dive into. So again, I find myself, I'll restate this again in this, whole windup. I find myself in a very, very weird position. And I also find myself getting angrier and angrier about all this. Yeah, sorry, Punk Corpse. It's picking up my roommate is getting picked up by the increased gain. I'll try dropping the gain a little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully the gain will still be strong enough to, I don't know. Normally the audio doesn't get through as much, but it's tedious seeing these videos every month. What was I gonna say? Now I've lost my train of thought. I'm sorry about that ADHD moment. Yes. Anyway, I found myself getting increasingly frustrated. And this sort of peaked yesterday when I decided to spend some time on Twitter, just seeing what all these people who are mutuals with me, a lot of these people are mutuals with me. I follow a lot of people on Twitter. It comes from a former era when I used to follow way less judiciously. Now I'm way more picky with my follow backs for a number of reasons. And the state of discourse was pathetic. It was, frankly, fucking stupid. And not only is it fucking stupid, it's also just really manipulative. And I've seen people that I otherwise respect beginning to engage in a level of spite and pettiness that makes me lose respect for them. I find it really tiring. And not only that, it just makes me feel checked out about the about any desire to collaborate with most of the people that most of the larger, not even larger figures, but a lot of figures in this space, not even larger. Some of the larger figures have sort of distanced themselves completely, wisely, might I note. It's just really fucking weird. And not only that, but I find it sad. I'm gonna give an example of one such thing. And this is probably gonna make some people really mad. It might even make some of my friends mad, but if it makes you mad, maybe you need to hear it. This extremely weird obsession with finding any reason to label Keffals as racist, specifically fixating on a game of telephone around a noodle cookbook, is one of the most odious, boring, pathetic, idiotic, and petty things I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, I was there for all of this. I've seen all of this. Basically, what happened is some white lady made a cookbook about noodles and dumplings. And some Asian lady on Twitter said that they felt like it was cultural appropriation. And at some point, Keffals said that she didn't think there was anything wrong with a white lady making a noodles and dumplings cookbook. And that has now, through a game of telephone, become a piece of evidence that is used to sort of broadly say that Keffals is racist. And I just think that's really fucking dumb. Okay? And I can't help but feel like it's below the intellect of all of the people who call themselves video essayists, all these people who otherwise tend to put a lot of effort into their stuff to continue perpetuating this, to basically keep hammering this shit forward out of spite and pride and ego. And also, it has another effect, okay? Listen, it has a secondary effect, all right? Which is that now there is a like counterculture, quote unquote, of people basically making memes about noodles to sort of ironically signal that they think it's stupid that somebody called Keffels racist over noodles, over a noodle tweet, which is also like, I get it. And I don't put these people on an equal playing field, but Jesus Christ, it does shit up your content feed, doesn't it? Don't you get fucking tired of it? Doesn't anybody get fucking tired of the back and forth about noodles? You're racist for a noodle tweet. And then somebody says, noodles. And it just goes back and forth like that forever in spaces that at the same time, all of the people are sitting around going, yes, we are politics appreciators. We appreciate politics. Yes, we like to think about politics, and we want the world to be better, and we're engaging in politics. It is. Man, it just, and you want to know what's worse? Hold on, one more time. One more thing. You want to know where it really offends me? It's not even, I'll be completely honest with you. It's not even the biggest offense. The part that offends me to the deepest part of my creative soul is not even the fact that it's stupid and it's a waste of time for people who claim to be politically serious and who claim to talk about politically serious things. The part that offends me is that it's boring. It's bad fucking content. It's a waste of everyone's talent and time. It is boring. And all that it does, literally, all that it does is reinforce extremely siloed off cults of personality on every side. It just discourages everybody from talking about anything else. Look, I'm fucking doing it right now. But in my defense, I'm attempting to address the problem as a whole, as opposed to, just jumping on board and making yet another video about this shit. It's an entertainment crime. It is a crime against you all. It's a crime against all of the viewers who deserve to be having more fun, who deserve to be laughing about things, or who deserve to at least be learning something or getting mad at a conservative or learning about how conservatives do things and how we can counter them or whatever. There's literally anything other than this fucking noodle back and forth. It's like, it's content slurry. It's content sludge. It's pathetic. It's dumb. It's been going on for months, and it's fucking stupid, and I never want to see anything about it again. And it's making me lose respect for people. And it reeks of desperation, doesn't it? It really does. It's not growing. None of this is growing anybody's channels. It's just sort of preaching to the choir in a really pathetic way. And the worst thing, again, is like, at the end of the day, it's making a bunch of people behave even more embarrassingly than they should. The fact that this has been a conflict that is roiled up for as long about fucking noodles, and it is about noodles. I don't care. Those of you who are watching this who think otherwise, I know that there's a bunch of people watching right now who are not in support of Keffels. I have 700 people watching right now. And I know some of you are people who are not fans of Keffels, and I'm not asking you to be a fan of Keffels, but can you guys just acknowledge this is a fucking game of telephone about the noodles crap, and you know it is. You know how much it's brought up. You know how much people use that as a justification. It's fucking, and even if you do mental gymnastics to try and say, oh, actually, it's actually, well, it's because she keeps, you know, joking about it. That's what proves that she's actually racist, because Keffel said noodles are tasty, which means she's mocking the people who have a serious, shut the fuck up. Do you hear yourselves? Do you fucking hear yourselves? For fuck's sake. It's pathetic. It's horrible. It's boring. And it's like I want to move to another neighborhood because of all this crap. It's like if, I don't know, it's like living next to fucking SpongeBob and Patrick. Except if all that SpongeBob and Patrick did was beat the shit out of each other every day over something that happened 2 years ago. But they were really loud about it all the time. And they kept putting it in your content feed. I don't want to, I like the people. I like a lot of these people. I like their stuff. I like their mainline stuff. I hate this fucking shit. Anyway, this is a very, very long preamble to us reacting to a video that everybody has told me to react to, which is a video by a YouTuber by the name of Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. And I have seen a very small bit of this video, but I actually haven't seen the whole thing. And I'm interested to see it because everybody has been talking about it. And I mean everybody's been fucking talking about it. Everybody in all of these spaces, the video essay spaces have all been talking about it. The debate spaces have all been talking about it. Obviously, the normies haven't been. I've been enjoying my fucking life. I haven't talked about it at all until now. I've been watching The Sopranos. I binge watched The Righteous Gemstones. I've been enjoying myself playing some Diablo 4, working out a banger-ass build that can shred enemies 10 levels above me. But everybody's been talking about this video. I mean, it went so far as I saw somebody make a like support thread that was like basically claiming that this video led to a harassment campaign, and it was like, in these hard times, write down what you appreciate about Foreign Man in a Foreign Land who created this video. So I don't know if there's been a harassment campaign. Maybe we'll find out. I haven't seen anything about that, but certainly everybody's been talking about this shit. Oh my God, so much. It's been going all over the place. And now I'm gonna be completely upfront with you. I have not watched Foreign Man in a Foreign Land's videos. Maybe that actually gives me an advantage here because I won't be biased by knowing what he's done in the past, and I'll just be reacting to this video that's, you know, that's addressing this schism. And it totally is addressing this schism. All I know for a fact, because I've seen it uploaded on my subscribe list, I've seen all the debate people who get labeled debate bros reacting to this video, and I've seen all of the video essayist people recommending this video, so clearly everybody's talking about this video. So I want to watch it, and I want to try and give it a fair shake from the position of somebody who is tired of this motherfucking stupid conflict. And I'm gonna try and give it a fair shake. And we're gonna see. Demon Mama says I won't be biased. I'm gonna do my best. My bias is being tired of this conflict. My bias is thinking that this conflict is incredibly stupid, and that and my one bias is thinking that boy oh boy have a lot of so-called video essayists spent a lot of time specifically sparking up this specific schism, and it seems to do very well in their circles. They seem to pitch it very well. Like you do a video and I mean look at this thing right here. It's got Vosh, it's got Keffels in the thumbnail, it's got ContraPoints in the thumbnail. It feels like there is a debate bro condemnation industry where basically in a very small circle, you make a video that condemns the debate bros broadly, and and everybody's gonna promote the video. Maybe this video won't be like that. That's my bias. I'm putting all my cards out on the table. Okay? I'm putting all my cards on the table. And I acknowledge, by the way, I acknowledge up front that clickbait happens. People do clickbait titles, people do clickbait thumbnails, and that's fine. This video could be totally different than that. I have only seen a very little bit of this video, and certainly not enough to judge the video. But I'm gonna react to it today. And then we're gonna talk more about everything that I just spent this first like 30 minutes winding up to. But I think that my first 30 minutes were relatively valuable. I think I have a lot to say about this and a lot to share from my experience of observing all this crap. JJ Candelabra says, how do you feel about Jessie Gender calling Shark the sea slur constantly? Well, see, I don't think that Jessie has called Shark the sea slur constantly. In fact, if I remember correctly, Jessie Gender liked a tweet that implied that Shark was a character from Django Unchained, a house slave character from Django Unchained. I don't believe that Jessie actually said anything like that. However, I do think that that was an incredibly poor taste tweet. I think it's a gross thing. And I also think it's ironic, given just how hard Jessie Gender has gone on other people. I mean, I remember that Jessie Gender was on the train that said, joined on to a pretty large degree in condemning people for using the say her name hashtag, saying that that was racially insensitive. So I think it's somewhat ironic to engage in that type of memeing while also policing people on racial insensitivity to that degree. I do think that that's a little bit, I think that's gauche. And it does make me feel icky. I'll put that much, okay? However, I also want to point out that the question that started this was completely inaccurate. To my knowledge, Jessie Gender has not constantly called Shark the sea slur. Do you see what I'm talking about here? Do you see the spite, the pettiness, the dishonesty that makes everybody look like a fucking ass? Can we just fucking cool it for a little bit? All right, let's do the video. She's reported 2 videos that do call that. The game of telephone goes from that to saying she calls Shark the sea slur constantly. Okay, let me talk about that then, because we're doing this. People have mentioned that Jessie Gender has promoted, if I'm not mistaken, 2 videos that are, let's say, very harsh to Shark. And I also think that's a really weird thing to do. Some of you know that I refrained from reacting to that drama because, one, I felt like it was particularly personal and weird, and it didn't involve me. And the only thing I commented on in that with that last video was the fact that I didn't like that that my face was used as if it supported the message against Shark. And I don't support what people said about Shark. I don't think it was fair. I don't think that it's fair. And I don't know enough about how the sea slur is used to know how problematic it is. I think to me, it seems from the outside like a pretty harsh thing to say to somebody. And I think it's undue on Shark. I don't think that it's a fair thing to say to Shark. And I don't think that most of the arguments made against Shark were fair or accurate. That was my opinion. But let's watch this video. Okay, everybody, no more ramp up. We've been ramping up forever. I just wanted to make sure that everything that I had to say was on the table, so you guys know where I'm coming from, okay? Annie says, this video should probably have an epilepsy warning. Never done that before. Epilepsy warning. Apparently the editing gets pretty intense. If you have epilepsy, I guess be careful. I guess we'll find out. All right, we'll see, I guess. All right. Let me put this up here. All right, you're gonna have to let me know how the audio is.
To you by Ground News. From bona fide celebrities like J.K. Rowling.
Whoa, hold on a second. Hold on. By the way, I should be clear and just say this up front. This is a video called When You're Racist But Rambo. Foreign man in a foreign land. All right. So, yeah. Okay, When You're Racist But Rainbow. That is definitely a provocative title. Yeah, obviously, racist but queer is what that means. Let's find out. Let's do it.
This video is brought to you by Ground News. From bona fide celebrities like J.K. Rowling.
From what I know about J.K. Rowling, she used to have an abusive husband, I believe, didn't she? And like for those reasons, I think she's kind of using that as an excuse to sort of project that same sort of danger that she had from her husband onto trans women.
And Dave Chappelle.
They've canceled people that are more powerful than me. They canceled J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself.
Man just said J.K. Rowling cancelled. Like that's supposed to mean any... Hold on. How much did J.K. Rowling make last year? I just want to know. How much did J.K. Rowling make last year? I wish I was cancelled, Dave.
She said gender was a fact. And then the trans community got mad. They started calling her a TERF. Trans people make up words to win arguments. TERF is an acronym. Stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminists. This is a real thing. This is a group of women that hate transgender. They don't hate transgender women, but they look at trans women the way we blacks might look at blackface. It offends them. Like, this is doing an impression of me.
You see, I knew the strong with him as soon as he said black.
Whoa.
You see, I knew the strong with him as soon as he said blacks. I'm not surprised that he said. I'm not surprised.
Dave Chappelle will often talk about the queer.
Okay. So, this is the kind of stuff that makes me lose respect for everyone involved in a project like this. You're talking about J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle, both people who have engaged in extreme anti-trans rhetoric while demonizing trans people and attempting to claim a victim status as having been persecuted by trans people while they themselves are enriching themselves making anti-trans content. And then he decides to insert an in joke that uses Shark 300, a smaller content creator, as a stand-in for the C slur. Is that a fair thing to do to somebody? Is that a reasonable? That is a, like, it's a level of I don't understand the stakes of what I'm talking about here that would look bad even if it came from like somebody like a streamer who was acting off the cuff, but this was edited. There was an edited effect, a sound effect, a picture of this guy, and a picture of a video of a raccoon, all to get a shitty dig and to associate actually to make it seem like Shark is worse than them because Shark is being used as a stand-in for an insult. That's pathetic. That's embarrassing. It's bad video making, and it just seems crazy. That's a crazy thing to do. It's a crazy thing to do to a smaller content creator, even one that you don't necessarily like. And it's especially weird to open the video on this. I don't understand this. I don't understand, and I don't understand why Jesse Gender, who is generally very, very, let's just say, very particular about racial sensitivity, would agree to have her to actually contribute to this video in a way where her face is on the screen as that joke is played. I don't understand this at all. I don't understand the rationale. I don't understand the sense. I don't understand how this is beneficial. And I don't understand how this is supposed to be perceived as fair to Shark. I really don't understand any of this behavior. And I think that's fucking shitty as fuck. I think that's a dirty joke. I think it's a condemnable joke. I think it's in poor taste in addition to being completely unfair. But more so than all of that, I just think it doesn't make any sense. You're talking about Dave Chappelle. You're talking about J.K. Rowling here. People whose wealth and fame are more than anybody in this space can possibly comprehend, and you decide to make to like throw a jab in that segment at a 100K subscriber YouTube channel that you have beef with. I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking dumb, if you ask me. All right, let's go.
Community, and then say, well, I'm a black man, I understand marginalization, but then
Soul Bunny is in chat and says, it doesn't make Shark look worse than JK and Dave. I disagree with you. I think if you're saying, if you're using Shark's face as a substitute for an insult that you're levying at Dave Chappelle and not the other way around, it implies that Shark is the pre-existing insult. I think that does actually. I do think that implies, I mean, literally, it's saying that Dave Chappelle is giving Shark energy. That's like literally the joke is if you don't read in to the slur that's being replaced, that's being censored, you're saying that Dave Chappelle is giving, excuse me, goodness, sudden sneeze. I think that's pretty weird. I just think that's really weird. Soul Bunny says it's just an inter-community joke and both Shark and Foreign have the same sub count. Do they? Foreign Man has 105. Okay. Hold on, let's take a look. Is Shark actually at 105? But by the way, when I said smaller, I meant smaller than Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling. You're leveraging anger about J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle, who absolutely deserve anger, and you're leveraging that at Shark, is the part that I wasn't talking about Shark being smaller than Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. Yeah, Okay, so yeah, they're about the same size as far as subscribers go. Good to know. I hope you stick around, Soul Bunny. I'd be open to talking with you after I react to this video. Anyway, let's continue.
Will like say some transphobic stuff and will say, well, I understand marginalization, I get it, but then these trans people are like, they're harming and attacking this white woman. Again, this like thing we were talking about in another video about like protect the white woman sort of thing. He will defend himself through his blackness. And then other people will also then bring that in too and be like, well, he's a black man. How dare you criticize a black man? You're a white woman. Like focusing on my whiteness rather than the fact that I'm trans in order to push me down and able to talk about him. It's used to stoke infighting between communities. And create these like disruptions between communities to try and sever off solidarity between them.
Now, I shouldn't speak on this because I am not a woman, nor am I trans. But as we've established, I am a feminist.
Look at him grin. He's so proud to be a... I won't give him a high five. Any face.
I digress. From that to internet icons like Vosh.
Just say
Ooh, wow.
And
Let's see what the tender queers are. I don't take it back. I don't take.
Okay. That is, in my opinion, a pretty, this is what we call being in a bubble. This is really, like, truly what we call being in a bubble. If you think that Vosh and Keffels are even remotely on the same scale of general relevance as Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling, you gotta wake up. You are existing, you have lost yourself. That is what we call terminally online. There is a direct comparison being made here. This is the first 3 minutes of the videos, and the people who've been brought up are, as the examples of this, are Dave Chappelle, J.K. Rowling, Shark, Keffels, and Vosh. And also, both of these clips, am I watching the Nebula video or the YouTube version? The Nebula version is 20 minutes longer. Oh, I should watch the Nebula version. I have a Nebula subscription. Okay, I'll watch the Nebula version. He's showing their similarities, but the similarities are just, they're not, those aren't comparable. Those aren't comparable. All right, here we go. Let's continue.
From bona fide celebrities like J.K. Rowling.
From what I know about J.K. Rowling, she's to have an abusive that she had from her husband onto trans women.
And Dave Chappelle.
I just want to know.
Hold on, let me get back to where we were.
Strong with him as soon as he said blocks. I'm not
All right, let's do
surprised that he
this.
said that shit. I'm not surprised.
Dave Chappelle
Sorry,
will
I already did
often
this part.
talk about the
Because I am not a woman, nor am I trans. But as we've established, I am a feminist.
Look at him grin. He's so proud to be an ass. I won't give him a high five. Any face.
I digress. From that.
Oh yeah. Oh, but the problem with this one is this gonna be uncensored in a way that's gonna damage? I mean, but most of the censors aren't. There's nothing in here that's TOS, is there? I'm sorry to pause this or anything like that, but is there? I don't think there's anything. Also, for people in chat who are talking back and forth about whether I will talk with Soul Bunny, I will gladly talk with Soul Bunny. I've had conversations with Soul Bunny in the past. I had a good conversation with Soul Bunny in the past. I I said what I had to say about the Soul Bunny video. I'm not invested in this weird drama. I'm more than happy to do that. It's just gonna have to be after this if that happens, and only if Soul Bunny is up to it. Vontuk says, Jessie Gender got criticized for using racist jokes against Shark, seemingly implying that because she has black friends that are fine with her use of that type of joke, that means it's okay for her to use it publicly. No. I don't know that that's 100% accurate characterization, but I completely understand that. This is paywalled content? Is it? Yeah, I mean, it is paywalled content, but also, all right, fine. Look, I'm just gonna react. I'm gonna react just to the YouTube one. Fuck it. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. We'll just watch this one. If there's a relevant clip in the extended one, then we'll watch that clip, but I'm not gonna do it. We're just gonna do this one, okay? Let's do it. Jesus, man, this has been complicated. Let's go.
Take it back. They are.
FBI, open up! There's a legion of case studies that demonstrate a pernicious principle, a privilege, if you will. But the best introduction to this comes in the form of a Jussie Smollett. Now, if you recall, the panorama was the perfect cloak for Jussie's grand opening.
Okay, this is a really petty point. Is Foreign Man like a TikTok content creator first and foremost? Saying the panorama and bleeping out almost every word that or saying saying the panorama, that's like a TikTok thing, right? Oh, people are saying I missed something while I was switching videos. Okay, let me go back real quick.
Wow.
And
careful. See what that tender queers are. I don't take it back. I don't take it back. They are.
FBI, open up! There's a lead.
Okay, people are pointing out that using the FBI open up thing there is, okay, first of all, really weird editing, but that is a little insensitive. Can we be completely honest? Like Keffels is kind of notoriously famous in these spaces for having been swatted like within the last year. And also that's a meme that's usually used about pedophiles. Like, I'm not gonna joke police everything here, but that comes across as kind of fucking mean-spirited. Can we just acknowledge that? Can we acknowledge like how mean-spirited that is? Like, I feel like if this was done in the reverse direction, it would be like a cancellation waiting to happen. Like if Keffels made a video that did a similar joke to Foreign Man or Jessie Gender, that I feel like there would be a lot of anger about that. Can we acknowledge that? And also, I'm gonna be completely honest here. I'm just gonna be straight up with you guys. Do we really think that either of those examples that were shown are actually on par or even comparable to J.K. Rowling, Dave Chappelle, and Jussie Smollett? Do we actually think that those are on par? For reference, the clip of Vosh saying the N-word was him in a debate with Nazis, and they were being insanely racist. And I'm not gonna say that what he did was right, because it's not what I would have done. You guys know that. I don't fucking do that shit. I don't even say the R slur. But do we really think that's a fair comparison? Like, do we really think these are even in the same ballpark, or that they're even emblematic of the same thing? Do we actually, just honest with yourself, people who are watching this, do you honestly think that? That's fine, Soul Bunny. We still got a while, so you can just watch, and if you want to talk about the connected issues after this, I'm more than happy to do that. More than happy. We got to get through the video first, and I'm admittedly I'm a pause Andrea, so yeah. That word used by white folk is hurtful, and he joked about it, but he didn't actually joke about it. The joke was, there wasn't a joke. He was just pointing out that the Nazis were trying to avoid getting in trouble while saying horribly racist things, and he just called them on it. And I will say, like, again, it's not a move that I would do, but is that really what people consider to be a racist act that's worthy of a comparison to Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling? J.K. Rowling, who like gives money to hate organizations and actively promotes people like Maya Forstater and Posey Parker? Really? Is that really the what we're doing here? And also, let's go one step further. Is Keffels calling tenderqueers retarded? Is that on the same degree? Is that even the same thing? And also, why is that being used as an example of racism? I've made fun of tenderqueers extensively. I have a problem with people who basically very hypocritically engage in abusive behavior in the name of progressive politics and over police other people and treat people like shit. Does that mean that I'm being racist for some reason? I feel very weird about all of these. I feel like there's a lot of well poisoning going on in this essay so far. And I guess I can understand why people are a little frustrated about it, because this feels like a very unfair thing to do. It'd be kind of like, I don't know. It's a very aggressive comparison to make. Let's continue.
Of case studies that demonstrate.
Laura Te'aho White says, "Uh-oh, Demon Mama is having a white woman moment." Oh yeah? What's that? What white woman moment am I having right now? You want to explain that to the chat? Let's continue.
A pernicious principle, a privilege, if you will. But the best introduction to this comes in the form of a Jussie Smollett. Now, if you recall, the panorama was the perfect cloak for Jussie's grand opening of the critically condemned play, The Boot is on My Face. The very boot being the metaphorical manifestation of racism and homophobia packaged into a one-act play, armed with enough bleach to make Vybz Kartel himself blush, and a noose bedizening the neck like a plantation-themed party. So whatever True Diddley was at when he took this picture.
Is there anything inside the apartment? Okay.
So I explained to them how you were going to get something in. And the reason I'm calling because... Okay.
Do you want to take it off or anything?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to see.
72 Reverend. Shows transport 41 female essential protection.
Bleach on me. If you bleach on me.
Okay.
Jussie clamored that he was accosted by two black men who called him homophobic slurs and topped it off with, "This is MAGA country."
This song's dedicated to my homies in that gangsta league.
The fact that this was so perfectly fulfilling the precipitous requirements for a hate crime made me dizzy. My head did bounce like ball and was swinging more than playground. Then celebrities proliferated the internet with responses of support for the Empire actor Jussie. And if you don't remember the show Empire, it brought you classics like this. But the very actor that played Jamal Lyon turned out to be lying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
I don't understand some of the jokes. I haven't seen Empire, so maybe that's why. But I also don't know what that's supposed to mean. Whatever, let's go.
But if you would stage a hate crime, right, then why besmirch the couple of them instead of the that swapped their hoods for hats?
Bench. This is where we waited for Jussie to come before we attacked them.
Anyway, the world dragged Jussie like a dead deer off to the side of the road, Because in an attempt to apprehend the attention Jussie believed he was entitled to, he got the type of attention nobody wants: infamy. So what did he do in order to ward off the warranted criticism he got? He did this.
I am not. That's what I was about to say. Okay. I am not. Okay? I am not. I am innocent, and I am not. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that.
Jussie dual-wielded the race card and the gay card, which in a white supremacist cishet society is somewhat of a draw for of performative people who brandish social justice warrior in their bio and bios alone.
Wait, is this an anti-id poll argument? Is he making an anti-id poll argument? I will say I did not expect this to be an anti-id poll video, so I would be surprised if that's the direction that it goes, like that, but the argument he's making here is saying that basically in our society, if you play the race card or the gay card, you can get away with anything. But that's not actually true though, because Jussie Smollett didn't get away with it. Jussie Smollett got a little bit of like a week of positive attention, and now for years has been used as the butt of a joke. Like, there was a Jussie Smollett joke in The Righteous Gemstones. Like in mainstream television now, there are jokes making fun of Jussie Smollett. I don't know. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Now, you would probably say a retort that those marginalized cards didn't save Jussie from jail.
Okay. Yeah,
nor did his lawyer, who is the current lawyer for the monospheric mogul, Andrew Tate, not Angel, Jesus wept. But it can be argued that the very card saved O.J. Simpson.
Did you do it?
No, I didn't.
Huh?
After we finished filming, OJ said to me that he had a surprise for me, and I genuinely was surprised. I think it was his idea of a joke, and this is it.
In any other scenario, a black man accused of wiping out a white woman will be thrown under the jail. But OJ's blackness was only rivaled by his wealth, as well as him being the closest possible to the pinnacle of patriarchy. A star-studded athlete adored by the entire world. That trumped racist white America's voracious desire to protect white womanhood and white femininity, which are pinnacles of white supremacy that if you haven't heard enough of, you could watch this video up here. But in short, white womanhood is so powerful that it can kill an Emmett Till. It can get the police called on you for simply existing, while simultaneously being a badge of marginalization as white women and white femmes are subjugated in the patriarchal societies as well.
Like you said, like J.K. Rowling uses her BuzzFeed feminism. That's what I like.
I am having a bit of a hard time following exactly what the point is. So we started, the video is when you're racist but rainbow. We started with a comparison, or the brackets were drawn of Keffels and Vosh and Shark and J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle. And now we have an argument that playing the queer card is a wild draw for, but also it didn't save Jussie Smollett, but it might have saved OJ. But then he says it wasn't the race card that saved OJ, it was money. So I feel maybe this will be resolved. But so far, I feel like I'm getting a lot of very conflicting vibes from this. And you want to know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of that last bit of the last ContraPoints video that we watched, where the end of the video contradicted what had just been said prior, because in that segment, ContraPoints was able to get a dig in at Vosh, even if it undermined the rest of the video. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Remember in the preamble, the long preamble I did to this, where I said that spite and pettiness is making people whose videos I would otherwise respect and like worse at their jobs, that it's making it less entertaining? I kind of feel like that's what's going on here. I kind of feel like this is an example of trying to find a way to condemn Vosh and Keffels while making a broader point, but that broader point being undermined by the need to go after Vosh and Keffels. Anyway, let's continue.
Like to also call it J.K. Rowling, Taylor Swift, like utilize that white feminism. Like they only care when the issues pertain to them, but they won't fight for other marginalized identities, which is actually like the core root of feminism. You fight for equality. Like sure, like intersectionality is a key part of feminism. And if you want to fight for equality, you should fight for it on all aspects.
God damn it. Sorry about that. Foreign from the Foreign Land Sweatshop. And you already know that I had to go and make a mention of Ellen DeGeneres, one of the prime examples of people who weaponize their white femininity and also, of course, the queerness, as well as the latest white woman of the week. We can make that a segment, white woman of the week.
Wait. There's no examples of this? Like, I am not a fan. I'm not like a super fan of Ellen DeGeneres. But like, Ellen DeGeneres' queerness was like, her entire career was overshadowed by the most deranged harassment you can possibly imagine. Just so that we're clear, Ellen DeGeneres was supposed to be in a JCPenney ad. I believe it was in the early 2000s. And there were nationwide protests that resulted in her no longer being in those ads. Nationwide protests happened because they dared to do a partnership with a queer woman. While I'm sure that there probably are examples of Ellen DeGeneres like misusing her marginalized status, it would be good to provide those. I think it would be valuable to provide that here. Especially if we're gonna pivot over to, I don't know, who are we gonna pivot over to? J.K. Rowling? Okay.
Colleen.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face.
Well, that's a really bad example to go to, because Colleen Ballinger has been obliterated online. I've never seen any YouTuber apology go as viral as Colleen Ballinger's. I don't know. I don't know if this is a good example to pivot to. I mean, maybe leading up to the point, like, cause people didn't think, like people didn't, but I mean, a lot of it didn't come out. Well, I mean, I guess it did. I don't know. All right, let's hear it out. Let's hear it out. Let's hear it out.
I've been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining.
They don't know what to do when they're in a situation where they have to be accountable, so they don't know what accountability looks like.
I think that Ellen and J.K. Rowling...
Huh? What? I actually don't know what that point was supposed to be. Colleen Ballinger, I mean, I would go so far. I saw a clip of Vosh reacting to this, and I think he said that he felt like like the white womanhood actually backfired on Colleen Ballinger because online misogyny meant ukulele woman funny to laugh at. And I think I kind of agree with that to a certain degree. Posting a ukulele video is like the most like stereotypical stupid white woman thing you could possibly do. I don't think that helped. I think that actually hurt. So I might agree with Vosh on that particular point. I don't know what's going on. Let's continue.
Share something here. And it's something that I have seen. It's going to surprise no one. At this point, I think it's the power of whiteness. It's existing in that proximity to all of the social things that whiteness grants you. So much power has been ceded to you as a white person throughout your entire life in all of these like small social interactions that you have, in turning on the news and seeing people like you, in turning on various TV programs and seeing people like you, in not having to actively look for people who look like you. You don't have to seek them out. They find you. You have some sense of power over the world around you. And I think that starts to dictate.
Trans Girl Lily says, the argument is that no innocent person would take such a serious unsubstantiated accusation so flippantly if they were innocent. I don't know if that was the argument. I think hold on, to try and steel man foreign man's argument here, I think the argument was supposed to be that only a white woman would ever think that a ukulele apology is like correct, but I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I don't know if that's like I don't know what that. I don't know. I don't know if that makes the point he's trying to make, because I think the point he was trying to make was that you can use your identity to shield you, and it didn't shield you. Maybe I feel like Colleen Ballinger, maybe, but I feel like it's more like a combination of factors, that Colleen Ballinger is terminally online, also a white woman, also ridiculously rich, also surrounded by yes men, also literally had group chats of children that she specifically targeted to boost her ego. Maybe the argument is that it's only possible for a white woman to achieve that, but I don't think that's an amazingly strong argument, personally. Yeah, I don't know if I'd go with that being the strongest argument to be made here. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's continue. We need to continue. Let's continue.
How you behave in positions where you feel like you're losing power. I think that people who are used to experiencing a certain amount of social control are more likely to react with intense negativity or in ways that are really lashing out when they start to lose that social control. So I think that both J.K. Rowling and Ellen DeGeneres, I think that they're both experiencing that.
Now, obviously, the word privilege in this context of marginalized folk is not the same as white privilege and the like, due to the infrastructural and historical violence that rends whatever privilege we have from our hands. But the paucity of privilege that marginalized folks have in progressive spaces is what we're discussing today.
Jesus, hold on a second. Windows, chill the fuck out. Holy shit, Windows. Holy shit. Sorry about that. EA attacks. My God.
It's marginalized privilege. And how do we address it as progressives? And I got a star-studded cast of guests that are local to the communities that are being critiqued, rather than me, the sisters of het black men, doing an inter-community criticism. But I can criticize this. My experience.
That kind of sits weird with me. I missed how Ellen is connected to J.K. Rowling, or did he not connect them? There was nothing substantiated to connect those two. It was sort of by inference, so I'm kind of confused. I'm kind of confused as to what the connection was there. I don't know if Ellen is on the same level as J.K. Rowling, even close, honestly. I don't know. They're white women, but I feel like there needs to be an argument that says like what they like specifically what's being. They're both white. Well, but that's obvious. You can look at them and see that, right? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Also arguing against idpol while doing idpol. Well, that's the thing that's weird to me. If it's about idpol, if the argument is that, if the core argument of this video is that identity only matters so far, you can still be an asshole or dishonest or you can misuse idpol, then I don't know that it helps all that much to bring in other people, to bring in, I'm sorry, but this is a little tokenizing. To be like, I brought in 3 of my friends from these communities to talk about them. And also, have we gotten to that part? The critiques have not even been established. I find this video very confusing so far. I'm gonna be honest. Let's continue. Let's just continue though.
Of weaponizing marginalization as a black man myself. Now, if you are familiar with this channel, I have called, I'm sorry, we need to talk about the white slander. I have called white people skeet-colored, sun-dodging, paper impersonating people. The list goes on. I've said things that will be read back to me in the court that decides.
Wait, does anybody have, wait, hold on. We should play my clip here. Does anybody have a link to the clip of me reading off the white people slurs? From my... Yes. Hold on. I have it here. We'll watch mine because I think I can do it good too. Okay? Hold on. Let me grab the timestamps. Where is it here? Is it right here? Is this it?
So, everybody, what do we want to talk? Do you want to take a second to talk about the culling?
I think it's here.
Like it. I appreciate that. Good. Condom supported its use. I honestly have never supported such heinous and disgusting language in my entire life. It is...
Oh, here it is. We got the direct clip. Oh, yeah, this is better. Here's the clip. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, Blablato, thank you. Here we go.
Speaking of slurs, everyone. Pasties, snow roaches, mayo sapiens, glue skin, caucasoids, powder rangers, vanilla gorillas, mayonnaise mafia, Neanderthal nation, cornstarch crusaders, mayo marauders, children of the chalk, albino skinwalkers, milk crickets, yin on the inside, yang on the outside, plantation barbies, ready whip rascals, blizzard maggots, colorless cardboard, evolution's biggest mistake, Christopher Columbus's sister's daughter, hueless hooligans, cave beasts, baking soda boys, the Ku Klux Kleenex, Parmesan parasites, the yeast beasts, recessive genes, people of no color, chalk demons, gentrification gorillas, ice rats, enemies of the sun, melanin deficient, cauliflower crustaceans, snow termites, living life on maximum brightness, vanilla villains, glue sticks, Wonder Bread women, sour cream citizens, blank Google Doc, children of the chalk, milk mode initiated, eggshell individuals, not good. Oh yes, and definitely never say cum skin.
So, just so that we can understand that we're on the same page. Me and Foreign Man are on the 100% same page when it comes to slurs. I have the fame of doing the, I was denouncing them. You guys can't say I'm anti-white because I was denouncing them, but I did say them all.
Whether I go to heaven or hell, and all that I could hope for is that my family gets a discount for my funeral, because I know ain't no way I go into heaven. And I would blush if I found out that they spend so much money just for me to go to hell. Even if God himself is up there smoking and getting ate, it don't matter. But there's there's one thing I did that truly demonstrates how.
Okay, this is again extremely petty, small thing. Can we all acknowledge that the TikTok form of censorship is not healthy? It's not good for any of us. That ruined the jokes. And also, crack and ass are not gonna demonetize you, okay? Saying the word pandemic doesn't demonetize you, okay? Like, on TikTok, TikTok does actually do some weird suppression stuff, and it's led to TikTokers being super paranoid about censorship to the degree that they speak, like, they say, like, for example, on TikTok, the word mascara is used as a euphemism for sexual assault, which to a certain degree, I understand why they might think the term sexual assault might be like banned. But I think that like the environment on TikTok has led to people engaging very unhealthily in a type of communication that is very annoying to me. It's riddles. Yeah, just say SA. I worried that Unalive will just stick around. Oh, they do that too. Unalive. All of these things. It's so weird. Roblox? Yeah, people do the Roblox one and Minecraft. Some of them make sense to me. Other ones, not so much. I can't help but feel like TikTok is bad for our brains generally. This isn't me really hating on him. Because I mean, you know, I understand it to a certain degree, but I think we should acknowledge that like TikTok's weird algorithmic censorship is damaging our brains. Algo speak? Yeah, it is. It's algorithm speak.
How marginalization could be weaponized. And that was my most popular video at the moment. Asiaphobia in the Black community. I vividly recall my heart dropping into my after I uploaded this video and I saw the sign that YouTubers fear the most. The limited monetization sign. Oh gosh. This meant that all my hard work would be for naught. So I started campaigning, claiming that YouTube is penalizing me for being a Black creator, discussing these racy issues, which is definitely something that happens, but not this time. Regardless of the commentary to be had on how the algorithm.
Whoa, bro, what? What? Huh?
Algorithm treats us, we people who are darker than blue, as opposed to our colorless creator counterparts. I knew that folks will rally behind me if I cried algorithmic racism rather than the fact that my video got limited monetization because I said something that I shouldn't have. Okay, I'm sorry.
Can't say I've ever weaponized.
My man, this is what we call a self-report. Holy fuck. I missed it. Can you say what he did? He said that he deliberately lied and created a campaign in which he claimed that YouTube was racially discriminating against him because he was mad that his video got demonetized. So instead of re-editing the video, he made a social media campaign claiming that he was being discriminated against for his race. Why would you do that? I actually prepared something because I heard that this was a segment in the video, and just in case, I wanted to talk about something in case this really was something that was confessed to in the video. I heard people talking that he admitted to this. And I have to say, that's a fucking terrible thing to do. Some of you may remember that back in like 2019, between like 2017 to 2019, there was a period in YouTube's history where YouTube actually got sued by multiple YouTubers because their algorithm would automatically suppress videos that had the word gay, LGBTQ, LGBT, queer, lesbian. These videos would be automatically demonetized. They would be automatically suppressed by the algorithm, and they would sometimes, even when there was no adult content by their own TOS, they would be marked as adult. And in fact, it got to the degree that there was they actually hid it from the public. There was hidden tags that would be applied to videos, even if you didn't put the word LGBT or gay in there. If that was the topic that you were talking about, there was a tag in the back end that would be applied to your video that would suppress the video in the algorithm and often lead to it being demonetized. This was a real thing that happened that YouTube actually admitted to. In fact, the lawsuits were reported on by Rolling Stone. Queer YouTubers claim the internet platforming is targeting videos not because of their content, but because of the sexual identity of the creators. In March of 2017, filmmaker Sal Bardo started noticing something strange. The views for his short film Sam, which tells the story of a transgender child, had started dipping. Confused, he looked at the other videos on his channel. All but one of them had been placed in restricted mode, an optional mode that screens potentially mature content without YouTube ever informing him. In July of that year, most of them also ended up being demonetized. One of the videos that had been restricted was a trailer for one of his short films. Another was an It's Get Better video aimed at encouraging LGBTQ youth. Sam had been shadow banned, meaning that users couldn't search for his content on YouTube. None of the videos were sexually explicit or profane. Bardo started digging further into the issue and speaking to other creators and realized that a lot of videos that were completely benign were LGBT or had been tagged as LGBT and were being targeted. Many of these videos were similar to his in that they were fairly anodyne. But when he saw a post on the YouTube creators blog stating that some LGBTQ content creators had been affected by changes in the algorithm and that the company was aware of the issue and working on it, he was reassured, particularly after he successfully appealed for restricted mode to be lifted off of his videos in early 2018. By 2019, however, most of the content was restricted again without any heads up or explanation from YouTube. So that gives you the gist of the story. This was a real thing that happened. I remember reading about it. I remember talking about it when it happened. And I remember that YouTube basically went underground with it. They acknowledged that it was happening publicly, and then they moved to an invisible tag system, which ended up being revealed because of tools that plug into the YouTube API, revealed that there were tags being placed on LGBTQ content. The point of this being, YouTube actually really has discriminated against and has admitted to discriminating against LGBTQ content, or rather, algorithmically affected them. They wouldn't acknowledge that as discrimination, but I think it's fair to call that discrimination. I think it's fair to call that what it is. So I think it's pretty shitty. I think it's pretty shitty to try to weaponize idpol in a situation where you knowingly know that you weren't discriminated against, where you know that your video was hit for something else because you want to make money. That does damage to people who are actually affected. That damages the credibility of people who have actual complaints. He didn't say that. We just watched it. Do I need to watch it again? He's bringing this up as an example of his own past bad behavior. That's a terrible thing to do. That's a terrible thing to do. And also, it's just a self-report. Like, I don't know, man. That's in my opinion, that's like, instead of making a video to make money off of this shit, you should do some introspection. You should have a come to Jesus moment on your own, not make a video that you're trying to make more money off of targeting other people. Like, that's literally, not to continue with the Among Us references, but that's like literally what the imposter does in Among Us. You do a self-report to throw off suspicion off yourself onto other people. He's making money off this video. That is like, it's just being like, yeah, I'm still grifting. That should destroy your credibility. What the fuck? And all of this to support what? Where is this video going? Except to be a public, oh God, don't get mad at me, even though I'm admitting to being the one using these things wrongly. It's like he's using his own, it's projection, using his own wrongdoing to try and implicate other people. Dude, deal with your own, fucking clean your room first. What the fuck? Sorry about that. My window bled over.
The transness, but have I done that thing where I have been guilty of reinforcing white supremacy?
You're coming off as intentionally obtuse? CL Crowley, I don't know how much more blunt I can be. You sound like you're a dick rider.
Or generally just shitty attitudes, and then been like, but like, no, you can't call me out on that because I've been through XYZ. Absolutely. And it's why I recently made a mistake. I completely misspoke about the concept of female privilege. We all know, like, that would be an example of me speaking about womanhood as a man. And I could have been like, okay, but I'm trans, but I didn't. I became an adult when I came out. I became a better person. Be an example. I completely misspoke about the concept of female privilege. We all know, like, that would be an example of me speaking about womanhood as a man, and I could have been like, okay, but I'm trans, but I didn't. I became an adult.
So this guy did the right thing, and now Foreign Man is using this guy to assuage his own guilt about falsely invoking, misleading people using race.
When I came out, I became a better person when I came out. I became a real person when I came out. Prior to coming out, I was more likely to fall back on having been oppressed as a woman than I ever have been as a trans person.
But I forgot you were ever a woman. I was just like,
I forget too. I lived as a woman, so
how is this not literal tokenism? I mean, it just is tokenism. When you say, I brought a bunch of people to launder my reputation to make me feel better about the fact that I misused identity politics while I'm making a video that is attacking other people for allegedly misusing identity politics, not actually providing evidence of those people abusing identity politics while also coyly admitting that you did. I think this is terrible. This is fucking terrible. Genuinely terrible. It's Not a Cookie, thank you so very much for the gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Deeply appreciate the support. Thank you.
thoroughly that I believed it myself for a long time. And the most obvious example would be like the white woman tears thing, right? Like, did I ever do it in such a way that I was harming someone directly? Not that I can remember. I certainly fucking hope not. However, did I speak as a white person and then respond as a woman? Yes, absolutely.
The sad part is that it worked. The limited monetization was lifted. I paid.
Your thing worked. What did I can't remember what the name of this person is. What's this guy's name? What's his name? Well, what did what he said have anything to do except for interceding to make it sound like you're less bad than you are?
My rent, and the video went on to be acclaimed by my critics and contemporaries. But
Swolesome, aka Finn. Okay, thank you. Finn, Swolesome. Okay.
I bit the hand that fed me to do this, to get this acclaim. And by admitting to it, I'm also robbing the next creator of color that claims the algorithm is biased against them. And because folks may doubt that now.
Yeah, you did, and you're also doing it now. This is a video that is monetized that you are using. You are clickbaiting off of Vosh and Keffels. You're clickbaiting off of this schism between video essayists and debate people in order to, what? Do a public, apology, like self-flagellation? What the fuck?
Due to my admission, much like they doubt Elliot Page when they call him the new Jussie Smollett without even knowing the veracity of his tears. But most of all, I robbed myself of the merit that this video had because I can never be sure if the video would have performed this well had it not been for the Black boost. In this current landscape of leftist communities,
No, dude, it's not the Black boost even. It's not even the Black boost. It's the fact that you made it out like you were victimized in a way that you weren't. You took advantage of other people. You took advantage of their genuine care. It's not a Black boost. You lied in a way that garnered sympathy for yourself in a space that is sympathetic to your struggles. It's not a Black boost. There's a lot of ways you can do that. You just happen to use one that pitches to your audience a little better because they're sensitive about these issues. Jesus Christ. To make money. Just for YouTube bucks. Again, I just want to take a moment of appreciation for myself here, okay? I'm gonna just toot my own horn so loud, just blasting my own horn for just a second, okay? Which is to say, aren't you all fucking glad that I'm up front with you all? That I just tell you straight the fuck up? I'm an edutainer. Don't expect me to be some kind of movement leader or savior. Don't expect me to be that. I'm here to make sure you have a good fucking time. Aren't you fucking glad? Isn't it refreshing to be watching somebody who fucking talks to you like you have a functioning brain, who doesn't fucking pander to your stupid, to whatever manipulative bullshit, that doesn't pander to everything I think that you want to hear? Isn't it fucking nice? I'm glad that you just showed us a video of you saying anti-white slurs. I was denouncing them. I was denouncing them. Didn't you pay attention to the video?
We weigh the perspective of marginalized folks a bit more than our racist white counterparts. And while there is discourse on whether we really listen to marginalized folks or not, rather than simply signaling that we do, there is discussion to be had on whether this affirmative action of opinion goes awry or not.
I guess it's quite similar to like, Blair White. Quite an easy way to like round up support for yourself and sort of grift in a way. Like, I think a lot of right-wing people like to think that they're not being transphobic while they're being transphobic. They're like, I think they like to say things like, well, I can't be transphobic because I'm listening to this trans person and agreeing with them.
Yeah, that's the purpose of a token. That's what, I'm sorry, but that's what Foreign Man is doing here. Foreign Man brought on trans people, brought on queer people to say, I'm not being harmful to these communities. I'm not being harmful or discriminatory to the people that I've compared to heinous figures. Because look, they agreed with me, but actually the trans people who've come on so far haven't actually said anything that supports Foreign Man's behavior or his arguments.
Even though that trans person is saying really transphobic stuff. The Candace Owens as well with like, black issues. And It's like it seems to be quite
People are
easy.
saying Municat here is correct, but it's just that foreign man is also doing it. Yeah, he is also doing it. And what's worse is he's using it to distract from the fact that he just did a massive self-report. He just admitted to explicitly being, to engaging in race grifting. He just admitted to taking advantage of the well-meaning beliefs of his audience to make personal money. And he also just sort of said flat at the camera, I know this is gonna hurt black people. Anyway, let me pivot to somebody else talking about something different. Jesus fucking Christ. He admitted a mistake, like, honesty him. You are a fucking moron. You are a dupe. CL Crowley, you are a fucking dupe. Can I just take a minute? How fucking dumb can you be? I'm calling you out specifically. How much of a dupe can you be? You are a mark. Literally. This is a video that we've been watching this whole fucking thing. This video started out as an attack against Vosh and Keffels, and fucking 20 minutes into it, he admits that he's actually the one he's talking about in this video. He didn't give any evidence of Keffels and Vosh doing anything so far. I'm sure he's gonna spend the rest of the video shitting on him, and he's using other queer people to help soften up his own fucking mistakes. Admitting that you lied to your audience is a big fucking deal. Admitting that you lied using their genuinely held political beliefs on an issue that he knowingly did it. He knew it at the time, he knew it now. This is not some mea culpa, he's making fucking money off this video. This video is on Nebula. The fucking fans paid for this video. This is not some kind of, I'm doing penitence for my bad actions. This is laughing in your face and saying, I got away with it, and if you stupid idiots don't unsubscribe, it'll just prove that I've successfully harvested an audience that is willing to be manipulated by me. That's a huge fucking admission. I've never fucking done that shit. And you wanna know why people believe me when I say something? Is because I don't fucking lie to your faces. I'm honest about what I am, I'm honest about the type of show that I run, and I say the truth. If I think I'm being discriminated against, I come with reasons. If I think I'm gonna levy a fucking accusation against another fucking content creator, I come with receipts. CL Crowley, I sure hope you don't come across a fucking con man one of these days, because you are gonna get ripped for everything you're worth. Have you considered investing in NFTs recently? Fuck. Let's go.
Easy to round up a lot of support because I think there's a lot of people not wanting to label themselves as racist or transphobic or whatever.
Users on Twitter have made the running joke that people have begun using labels to justify their terrible behavior and also poke fun at how excessive labels now border on the absurd. Writer and Nepo baby grifter Lena Dunham is probably one of the most chaotic, problematic celebrities America has. The
Unchained Mel, thank you so much for supporting the show. Wait until he talks about autism. No spoilers, no spoilers. Let's go.
Misfortune of giving birth to. Rather than her work, she has become infamous for her continuous white feminist antics. Like, casting women of color to only play the help on her shows, and people of color as random episodic plot devices rather than people themselves. Lest we forget Sydney Anderson being the Jamaican nanny and housekeeper, or even Mo Hindi as the Roosevelt hotel bellhop. What about Joe Yang, who played the Tibetan nanny? Or Jamel Howard, who acted as the young black guy? Literally just a young black guy. Naturally, when confronted by her consistently so on the nose you can smell it from here casting choices, Lena eloquently responded that she, really tried, this is me flipping my non-existent blonde curls, sorry, I can't be talking bad about white women like this, really tried to be aware and bring in characters whose job it was to go hashtag white people problems. Guys, I'm gonna get canceled for that. Go hashtag white people problems.
no one, okay, he's making a big show about this, but I'm gonna be completely honest. First of all, fuck Lena Dunham, obviously, but also, newsflash, Lena Dunham is basically the most excusable person you can ever make fun of. Lena Dunham is like a community chest. You bank error in your favor. You can make free jokes about Lena Dunham. Newsflash to anybody out there who hasn't paid attention, Lena Dunham has been like the iconic fucking person that you shit on if you want to make fun of women comedians. Lena Dunham is like hated by the entire conservasphere because they would literally, I've seen videos by conservative channels that are all about how Lena Dunham is proof that women aren't funny. She's like, and nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody would ever cancel you for making fun of Lena Dunham. Lena Dunham is like the gimme. You can always make fun. You know how people say you can, it's never racist to make fun of Italians. You can always make fun of Italians. You know that fucking joke that people make? It's like that, but with Lena Dunham. People make fun of Lena Dunham like crazy. Where the fuck have you been? What the fuck? Making jokes about Lena Dunham is a rite of passage.
Guys, I'm gonna get canceled for that, aren't I?
People will say something awful about another community that is not their own, but then will use their a marginalized identity to then sort of protect themselves as a shield from that. I often see this with folks who only have one identity of marginalization, where everything else is mainly dominant culture. So like Dave Chappelle is a black man for sure and faces a lot of shit for that. I do not want to downplay that, but he's also a man. And he's also rich, right? And so like he will like pull out his blackness to defend all the other horrific like classist shit that he does, homophobic, transphobic shit that he does, but he'll pull out his blackness. Same thing you see with J.K. Rowling. Well, often when she does transphobic, homophobic, she will say,
and like everyone in this video is doing right now, a video that opened by comparing Vosh and Keffels to J.K. Rowling and Dave Chappelle, who are both literally multi-millionaires who spend most of their time attacking trans people these days.
Like, well, I'm a woman. You're attacking me because this is TERFs always do this. Like, you can't attack me because I'm a woman. This is sexism, you see. This is they like pull on that because I think one, it allows them again to sort of remove themselves from responsibility for their actions and center their marginalization to do so. But then also, I think it's also just because an unconscious thing is because they understand what it is to face sexism in certain respects. They seem to think that all criticism of them is that thing.
Because, of course, solving white people's problems and acting as a foil is definitely the job of people of color, and certainly not the job of her extremely mayonnaise characters to look internally at their own flaws and, I don't know, maybe have some character development. Mind you, this the same director who onboarded Donald Glover to act, who is extremely problematic by his lonesome. He need no help. In the same show, during the very same time, she accused this character of fetishizing her whiteness. And she claimed that she don't see race and doesn't see him as a black man. I am not making this up. Erasure of others' identities and experiences while simultaneously using their own as a certified get-out-of-jail-free card.
Is that going to be what happens in the next part of this video? Because we're getting to the part that says the section you scoundrels are looking for, which let me just point out again, the section you scoundrels are looking for in a video that features Keffels and Vosh on the thumbnail and opens by playing the, I guess, infamous clips of Vosh and Keffels. I'm getting a pattern with Foreign Man in this video, which is that he does the I disavow. Just like the joke that I made about all the the white slurs. I read them all off, and then I disavow. I don't approve of these anti-white slurs that I just read off. This is just, it's just going, it's bad when others do it, now I'm gonna do it. It's dishonest. I hate this shit. This is exactly the type of stuff that I was talking about at the beginning of this. It's fucking odious. It's tiring. It's bad. It's fucking bad content, and it's fucking doesn't help anybody.
Is a huge tactic among Lena's ilk. Her antics, of course, don't end there though. They just keep on going. Because tell me why. This woman visited Japan and penned an Orientalist piece about how she had yellow fever and described a Japanese art dealer as being gorgeous like the strong, sexy, dreadlocked Mongol in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, Lena Dunham is a piece of shit. Everybody knows this, and she's been mocked for it. What's the point here? What's the point? I don't know what the point is. Is the point that like she hasn't been completely canceled, or that she's rich still? Because she started rich, right? I'm confused. I don't understand what's going on. She's not even, is she even gay? Is Lena Dunham even gay? No, she's not even gay. Lena Dunham says she's disappointed that she's not gay because she has such a strong connection to the LGBT community. Why is this even being brought up?
People of color aren't exempt from this phenomenon, however. As white-coded as the act of shielding oneself to join an oppressed, marginalized group may seem, the iconic Twitter account, Black Thought, disguised himself as a cis black woman for years, even going as far to tweet about her experiences while menstruating and excruciatingly—
Because she's white? Yeah, but this is the title of this video, and the recurring theme is when you're racist but queer. I'm
talking
so
about how painful her cramps are to her tens of thousands of followers who most likely were primarily comprised of black women. And after being unmasked, Isaiah Heckland attempted to rebrand with the assistance of platforms like Paper Magazine, which of course was to no avail. Isaiah had been masquerading as a black, dark-skinned, bisexual woman named Nicole for years. F's in the chat for black, dark-skinned women named Nicole. That's not something the people who stood by and eagerly supported would quickly forget. It's not just about being queer.
Well, but I also don't understand what the point is here. What did this person do? So they made a meme account and got popular while not being honest about their identity? What does that mean? What did they do? What is this? They were black and did it bad? Is he trying to say that because he disguised himself as a black bi woman, that's why he got a less than 200,000 subscribers on Twitter? I bet that's not it, because there's literally millions of black bisexual women who don't have 200,000 followers on Twitter. I bet it was because, I'm gonna make a guess here, I don't know. I'm gonna guess he probably reposted memes from Reddit and other Twitter accounts, and that's probably how he got 200,000, because that's how most 200,000 follower accounts get there. They steal memes from other accounts. I don't get it. Sure, is it bad to deceive people? Yeah, it is, but does that prove anything here? I just don't get it. I don't understand this point.
Some people speculate that the Maddie Taylor relationship was PR. But like, Taylor seems exactly like the type of person to fall for a guy like Maddie Healy.
She's the rapper that has Spice, Inuit Spice Girl. Just this chubby Chinese lady. Yeah, I rap and music. Do they talk like that? Do Inuits talk like that?
They don't talk with a Chinese accent.
They talk like a more Hawaiian style.
Like this, like grungy, weird, edgy, dude who still thinks he's like a 13-year-old edgelord, like
what does this
who's
have
like
to do with anything?
anti-woke. Yeah, like I'm gonna come for Taylor Swift. And
what the fuck is going on here? Taylor Swift is also not gay. What is this? What is going on? Nerodia, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for supporting the show.
not because I'm a misogynist, but
no, this is the same
video. She seems like the type of woman who says she's an ally to the gay community specifically, and she'll go to like all the parades. She'll like say yes queen when she sees a drag queen, but she won't correct her homophobic boyfriend. Someone tweeted a picture of Taylor in front of like a plate of cookies that said Biden 2020 on it, and was like, how can she be racist?
Okay.
Biden.
Okay, somebody on the internet, somebody somewhere on some social, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on?
Throw him in jail, Biden. Like, crime bill Biden. How are you black if you don't vote for me, Biden? Like, yep.
It's the same energy as Kendall Jenner with the Pepsi.
Blonde, bone straight wig, throw that shit, smudged lipstick, walking into the protest, panning to the pigs, token black and queer coded folks, product placement time, token Asian emo. Bow, I wanna be dapping me, damn the bacon hating. Watch me walk to him and end racism. He'll be taking pics as I swing my hips.
I am. Now we're talking about the Pepsi ad. This video so far, unironically feels like a shaking fist at cloud, things that I'm angry about stream of consciousness. I do not understand how any of these things connect to one another, but I'm sure we're going to find out how he tries to connect this to Vosh and Keffels at some point. Do you see what I mean? Do you guys understand what I'm talking about from the beginning of this video when I said that this like stupid feud, this stupid manufactured feud just makes everything worse? Like this video, there probably could be a good video out there about racism in the queer community. In fact, I know for a fact that there's videos out there, good videos out there about racism in the queer community. But this video had to be about Keffels and Vosh somehow, and now it just makes no fucking sense. Now it's just fucking nonsensical. Oh, and Shark. Don't forget that you had to throw in your dig at Shark. Oh, man.
Takes a sip and now racism over.
J.K. Rowling's like, I experienced sexism. I faced sexism as a woman. You know, I probably had to fight really hard to get my books out, to get them taken seriously. And you know what? I was right, because those books are amazing. They made billions of dollars, right? And so she's like, I know what sexism is, and I've seen it. And so when other people come to her and say, this is fucked up what you're saying about trans people, she then views that as sexism because it feels the same, because she doesn't like recognize the difference between the dominant culture and people in power attacking her because versus like people below her, because again, she only has one intersection of marginalization. And so she only views it on this axis of like, I'm being attacked or not.
There are a few case studies that hit close to home and near the bone because they belong to our very community. Yeah, it's time.
So people over here might occasionally say whatever. Okay, I'll take people saying and supporting class emancipation than I will taking them saying not supporting class emancipation.
Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on Tender Queers. I'm encouraging my followers to make pick crew accounts and infiltrate Tender Queer Twitter.
So I've said this before, this is not new. This shouldn't be surprising to anyone who watches my content. I say the N-word sometimes in private.
Once they catch wind of the plan, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of pit crews and they will eat each other alive.
If you're a white dude, listen over here, this is the circle for white dudes who really love saying Nick. They love saying, they're like, okay, this is where they are, okay?
Does it matter which pit crew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian.
The cornbread tube versus white bread. Whole wheat bread. Baguette bread tube saga has been played.
Harmsy with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. And also, I'll catch, actually, I'm just gonna be honest. I'll read out all of the donos at the end. I don't want to interrupt. But also, I just don't know what to say here. What? What? What?
With a few names, but none as incendiary as Vosh. What the devil? Y'all saw that? Easily one of the forerunners of the debate brosphere. And listen, it's
See, I told you. What did I tell you? Remember at the beginning I said that this video was definitely gonna end up being about the debate bro versus bread tube schism, even though it's not in the title? I fucking told you. I fucking told you. Also, I think it's really cringe to do weird, like, Voldemort, he who should not be named type shit. I think that's extremely fucking cringe. All right, let's go.
Possible to deny his indelible effect on the online left. That being said, he has employed many misogynies and tactical bigotries to make even the husk himself blush.
This isn't a tactical bigotry. This is just saying a word. I'm sorry, that's not a tactical bigotry. That's saying a word. If you go and watch this clip, I'm sorry, he's not engaging in a bigoted argument. He said a word. I guess that you can have, I'm not gonna be angry at people if they have the opinion that the word should literally never be said. I get it. But at the same time, I don't think that that's a tactical bigotry. I don't think that's what that is. I don't think that's a fair interpretation of what happened. If you want to criticize him for what actually happened. Say, hey, this guy is cavalier with using the N-word in analytical situations, which makes me feel like he's untrustworthy. But that doesn't come off as hard as saying tactical bigotries or saying that he's a racist just off the cuff, right? Like, this is the telephone game that I was just talking about. Like people who say that Jesse Gender goes around saying the C slur constantly when that's just not true. That's not what happened. Squigvig, you're very welcome and thank you very much. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Now there are far better break.
Hey, that's from my debate with Destiny. No, it isn't. Never mind. I thought that was a different clip. I thought this was the clip where he pushed away Melina. This is a different clip. Never mind.
My old friend.
I thought that was the clip where he pushed Melina away.
Now, there are far better breakdowns of the many transgressions that these folks have made that will be linked here. But I want to discuss very briefly how they seem to shield themselves with their marginalized status. If you create progressive content on this platform, you have had an overlapping audience with Vosh. Ergo, many folks will come in your comments clamoring about when will you talk to Vosh? Claiming that we have more in common than in contrast. Give him a chance. He's clipped out of context a lot. You know, all that horse and PDF file rumors, they're just rumors. Listen.
Whoa, okay. That's a major fucking allegation, my man. That's a fucking major allegation. If you're gonna allege that you think somebody is a pedophile, you better fucking come with the evidence. This is something that I fucking run by. Surely he will back it up. And not just by throwing up random, unverifiable, contextless, random
PDF
screenshots.
file. Rumors, they're just rumors. Listen, I don't care about that. You know what I care about? You know what foreign cares about? Big body foreign? I care about the racism. I care about...
This is the clip that you thought it was? Oh, yeah. I can't believe you guys... Hey, I'm hating on you. I can't believe people stole this for a Vosh video when this is from my debate with Destiny. I made him that mad. That was me, not Vosh, you fucks. Stolen motherfucking valor. Again. Stolen motherfucking valor. Whatever. All right, let's get back to it. All right. So, foreign man has just off the cuff alleged with a series of,
you know, all that horse and PDF file rumors, they're just rumors.
3 contextless screenshots of very low quality that were up on the screen for 3 seconds. Also, why is this up here as evidence of being a pedophile? Furry art is good? Does foreign man think that furries are pedophiles? Are you in highest res? Yeah. Oh no, I'm not. I'm at 720. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. There we go. Okay, it's still kind of grainy, but let's see.
And PDF file room.
This one is grainy even at top resolution. Here's a screenshot from 2018, which was, I believe, 2018 was that would have been like the year that February of 2013. Was Vosh even streaming in February of 2013? Or sorry, 2018? Maybe he thinks all furries are zoophiles. Pretty problematic, my man. And here's a 2018 one that says, after I kill the capitalist, I fuck their neglected spouse on top of their corpse, and then the neglected children. That's very obviously a joke. Are you fucking kidding me? That is very obviously a fucking joke, man. And this one doesn't even have Vosh in it. Is this one even from Vosh here? He started in 2019. That's what I thought. Maybe it was 2018. It was late 2018. This one doesn't even have any evidence that it's Vosh. It's just a screenshot. This is fucking shit, man.
They're just rumors. Listen, I don't care about that. You know what
Darumba says the top right screenshot is out of context. Lower down in the conversation, he specifies not sexually, that the age of consent he's referring to is for other things. I assume like medical stuff. I don't know. I'd have to talk to him about that. But also, none of this is evidence of him being a pedophile. None of these are evidence of him being a pedophile.
Yes, rumors. Listen, I don't care about that. You know what I care about? You know what foreign cares about? Big body foreign? I care about the racism. I care about the misogyny. You might be able to look past the bigotry, but one of the shields that are raised when criticizing Vosh is his queerness, of course. But the one I like the most is his autism.
I'm a different kind of autism.
Big body foreign, they say. Yes, they call me that.
Here's a video of Vosh going over the allegations. Oh yeah, I forgot he did a video of that. Let him speak for himself. All I'm pointing out is that this is like, I think that's, again, another dirty move to just be like, oh yeah, people say he's a pedophile, and then you throw up a bunch of things that look like you're providing evidence, but none of them are evidence of the thing that you claim. That's what we call fucking manipulative. This is something I've pointed out that video essayists do all the time. They literally throw up contextless screenshots or less than 10-second video clips that you have absolutely no idea what was being said, whether it was a joke, whether they were framing somebody else's argument, whether it's actually them. One of those screenshots that was on screen didn't even include a username. We don't even know as a viewer if it came from Vosh. It's so fucking stupid. It's literally just propagandistic. It's misleading. All right, let's hear about the autism.
Big body foreign. Give him a chance. He's on the spectrum. thus does not pick up on social cues. For one, how dare you? No, seriously, how dare you take me to be the that Jesus rode to Jerusalem on? And secondly, how dare you infantilize and dehumanize autistic folk them by putting them in a category impervious to criticism? But most importantly, we know this not to be the case, because we have a whole Jesse damn gender who is autistic.
I have so many thoughts about this. The excuse.
Wow. That is a big ass token moment. Here, I brought in the autist. Oh man. This video is not beating the terrible video allegations. Let me tell you that much.
Excuse being like, don't criticize this.
Fucking, oh no, autism Pokemon battles. Vosh summons autism horse. I summon Jesse Gender. Oh no. Oh no, Jesse, is this really the way you want to be used? If somebody did this to me in a video, I would be fucking insulted. I'm not gonna lie. Don't fucking ever do this shit. Jesus Christ.
Person because they can't communicate themselves as well because they're autistic. I used to work at a Boy Scout summer camp, and there was a gentleman who ran the rifle range and the shotgun range at our camp. There was this guy that he had issues with, and every at the end of every day we would do this, we'd march in formation, whatever, the paramilitary Boy Scout stuff, and we'd shoot off a shotgun, and this guy would shoot off the shotgun, and the one guy who was autistic, he would prepare the shotgun for him. And one day, because he was pissed off at the man, he put in the wrong shotgun powder that was just much louder. And that's dangerous when you have a weapon, even if the weapon doesn't have any bullets in it. And then we went and spoke to the guy, the autistic guy who ran the shotgun range, about this. And he's like, well, it was autistic. I didn't think it was like, I didn't think that it was a bad thing, and I didn't understand. I'm like, no, you run the shotgun range. You know about safety protocols. I know you do because you teach it.
What the fuck is going on here? Huh?
Range about this, and he's like, well, it was autistic. I didn't think it was like, I didn't think that it was a bad thing, and I didn't understand. I'm like, no, you run the shotgun range. You know about safety protocols. I know you do because you teach it. And so to put it off on that is just using your autism as a shield to escape responsibility for your behavior.
If that ain't enough for you.
Okay, guys, hold on a second. I have to tell you a story. Once upon a time, when I was a kid, long ago, at a different school that you've never been to, I was in a bank, and this guy came running in, and he started robbing the bank, and he was like, bam! He shot 2 shots up in the air with his revolver, and he had a cowboy hat on, and he had a little bandana. And he said, put the money in the bag, everybody get down, or the old lady gets it. He grabbed an old lady and was holding her hostage. And they start putting the money in the bag, and the alarms are all going off, and I was going, I was hiding in the corner. And then the police came in, and they were pointing their guns, they were like, get on the ground, drop the bag of money. And he said, you can't shoot me, I'm autistic and gay and I'm black. And he pulled off the map, and then he did a little dance. And he was like, look at how gay I am. I'm gay and autistic and black. I'm gay and autistic and black. And all of the police fell down and turned into dust, and he got away with all the money. I can't believe it. It's insane. Anyway, fuck Vosh.
We have Swolsome, who is literally autistic and bisexual. Like, literally the same thing as Vosh without the edginess, which is, of course, caucus speak for racism.
Vosh, him not saying it as much as his followers being like, okay, but he's autistic, he's autistic, he's autistic. It's like, you guys need to recognize what you're doing here.
Can we have just one example of Vosh using autism as a defense to any of the things that have been vaguely alleged? Can we have one fucking example? You're a fucking video essayist. This is supposed to be a fucking video essay. Where's the fucking, what did Vosh do? You haven't even said what he did. You've just vaguely said he did something, and you haven't even provided an example of him doing this. Did he even do this? I'm friends with Vosh in real life, and I've never actually heard him actually use at any point his autism to excuse anything. Ever. I think I've heard him make a joke about it on stream where it was like he's playing Elden Ring and he died and he said that was because I was autistic, and it's like a very obvious joke. I think that's literally the only time I've ever seen that. I think maybe once I've seen him talk about him saying that he thought that people were being mean to him because he was autistic, which is a very different thing. That's not using it as a shield. That's him suspecting somebody mistreated him because he's autistic and that he didn't catch up on the cues. I don't believe ever in the time that I've known Vosh that I've heard him say, oh, it's because I'm autistic. Does anybody have an example of it? I'm totally willing to be corrected. I don't know everything that he says. I don't watch all his shit. I don't see all his tweets, but I've never personally seen it, and nothing has been provided in this video so far. He had a tweet on screen earlier, but that was very clearly a joke. Let's see the joke real quick. Hold on, I want to see it.
Call me.
Here we go.
I'm a different kind.
Hold on, let me see.
One of the shields that are raised when criticizing Vosh
Let's see it.
is his queerness, of course. But the one I like the most.
I'm aware that Vosh has autism, by the way. It still doesn't mean his actions aren't able to be criticized. It does mean that, actually. Okay. This is the joke. Is this the example? This is the example? That is like the most obvious joke I've ever seen. That is like very obviously him saying, no, it does mean that actually. Is this for real? I'm sorry, but this is very obviously a joke. There's no possible way. I don't know how you could interpret this as anything but a joke. It's a Twitter post where somebody says, I'm aware Vosh has autism. It doesn't mean his actions aren't able to be criticized. And then he says, actually, it does mean that. What's this? Oh, is this it? Okay. This is it, isn't it? Long ago, at a different school that you've never been to, I was in a bank. And this guy came running in, and he started robbing the bank. And he was like, bam! He shot 2 shots up in the air with his revolver, and he had a cowboy hat on, and he had a little bandana. And he said, "Put the money in the bag! Put the money in the bag! Everybody get down, or the old lady gets it!" He grabbed an old lady and was holding her hostage. And they start putting the money in the bag, and the alarms are all going off. Thank you for making this into a clip. Can we just? I want to see. Did it? How bad do I look here? Autistic and gay and I'm black, and he pulled off the map, and then he did a little dance and he was like, look at how gay I am, I'm gay and autistic and black, I'm gay and autistic and black, and all of the police. Yeah, all right, there we go. Thank you Make sure you post this in the clip channel, you scoundrels.
Is his autism.
I'm a different kind of autist.
Big body foreign.
That's your other example? I'm a different kind of autist? That's not even like that's not even like joke level. It's just a comment. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, let's get back to where we were.
Racist that are genetic.
That ain't enough for you? We have Swolesome, who is literally autistic and bisexual. Like literally this.
Pokeball, play the autistic bisexual. He's got, oh man. I summon a steel ghost type Pokemon. I summon the autistic bisexual Pokemon.
Same thing as Vosh without the edginess, which is of course caucus speak for racism.
This is fucking, I think this is embarrassing. I'm just gonna be completely real. This segment of the video is fucking embarrassing. And if I was one of the people, who appeared in this video, I would feel ashamed of myself and embarrassed. Unironically, I would feel bad that I was used like a Pokemon.
him not saying it as much as his followers being like, okay, but he's autistic, he's autistic, he's autistic. It's like, you guys need to recognize what you're doing here. Like, this is not helpful to autistic people. This is really not helpful at all. A lot of white autistic folks, in particular, will have fallen into communities on the internet that are really misogynistic, that are really like racist, that are generally just have a lot of shitty attitudes. And they may have a basis that they're operating from where they think like that's kind of normal behavior. I've met autistic men in particular who think that, yeah, it's totally normal to say like scuzzy things to women. That's how men joke around, right? That's how it works. Here's where it starts to get more complicated in my mind.
But that's not even unique to autistic people. That's like we just had a segment talking about how that's like all of conservative America. Every man on the conservative side of America thinks it's okay to say scuzzy things to women. They actually think that's a good thing. Oh my God, this is so stupid.
If someone has told you that was inappropriate, I didn't like it, you now have enough information to correct the behavior. So
your boy Shamoy says they literally said that it's his fans, not Vosh, who said that. Is that true? At the beginning of this, he said, we just watched the segment where he said Vosh does it. Just a couple seconds ago, we just watched the segment where he said that. Maybe this part is talking about the fans, but the part we watched before, we just watched him say that it was Vosh that did it. So maybe that's true. No, back to the beginning of this person. Okay, yeah, for Finn, maybe. This speaker said that Vosh doesn't say it as much as Vosh's fans. That's fine. But what I was talking about was the part before, which is why I went back and played that again.
Even if you didn't have it before, now you do. Now you know. And so for me, the ableism comes into play there. When people are like, oh, but they're autistic. You're implying that we can't make those connections, and we absolutely can. To imply that an autistic person can't have that understanding, you are using ableism to enable behavior.
But let me ease up.
I mean, that's true, but people do that all the time. In fact, in this video, the person who made this video admitted to utilizing their race to make money, explicitly, knowingly. This rings hollow. This rings fucking hollow.
Off your boy Vosh for a second. And get to the gal limb. This one right here is for the gal limb. Geffels, probably one of the newest darlings of the left, due to what I like to call the effect, which is when something tragic happens to a person in a community, a marginalized community especially, and folks—
Don't you fucking dare, you bitch! Don't you fucking dare! You fucking bitch! You just had a segment 5 fucking minutes ago where you talked about taking advantage of people's sympathies to make yourself money. You fucking piece of shit. Holy fucking shit, man. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Fuck you.
Begin to rally behind them in order to ward off a
Dude, I
common
hate
enemy.
this shit. I hate this fucking shit so much. I told you, I did a huge ass preamble at the beginning of this whole segment. I did a huge, long-ass ramble about why all this shit bothers me, and now here we fucking go. The whole thing is a big-ass, it's all about the money. It's all about that Nebula bucks. It's all about that YouTube clicks. It's all about that fucking Patreon cash. But actually, no, it's about racism, guys. Even though I used a bunch of other people to downplay the fact that I admitted in this video to doing exactly what I'm accusing others of. And you want to know what's even worse? This motherfucker is getting mad at Keffels and claiming that Keffels played the victim for profit when Keffels got fucking swatted. And this bitch just got one video demonetized and he was willing to cynically play the race card by his own fucking admission. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Man, that's fucking shitty.
Which in this case was Kiwi Farms. And let me get serious. Well, let's take a moment. I can't believe I'm saying this, right? But we gotta commend Keffels. Because she went up against a system that is the taint of 4chan. Like, all of the sweat and the unctuous grease from the neckbeards them of Reddit and our poll alike, it settles into Kiwi Farms. There are forms.
Our poll? You mean poll? Our poll isn't a thing. That's fucking Reddit. Oh man, this guy, whatever.
Dedicated to doxing people. Threads that were literal nooses for some Sudokus. And the intrepid Keffels fought valiantly, endured some of the worst of Kiwi Farms, then emerged like a phoenix into a shiny career in leftist progressive punditing and also posturing, but we'll get to that. Then she pissed on it. I talking about like old yellow style, show the leg up, piss on it, right? She gone on to make some of the most egregious lies and bigotries we have seen in this space, to the point where
noodles are tasty. Noodle, noodles, noodles. Noodles. And a screenshot of this Jai person. Remember, you motherfuckers in chat, remember how I called out at the beginning of this fucking segment? I said, don't fucking lie, it's about the noodles. It's about the fucking noodles. This is pathetic. This shit is sad, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. How can you show yourselves in the light of day making shit-ass content like this? It's boring, it's lazy, it's pathetic. You're whining about noodles, you losers! And this is why people watch my channel. Because I don't fucking fraud you and say that I'm like some political savior while I bitch and moan and whine about fucking tweets like this. This is the evidence he's given us so far. Noodles, noodles. You have to do some fucking crazy mental gymnastics. And instead, you can come watch me fucking tell you the goddamn truth and actually be funny. Actually talk about shit. We talk about fucking fireworks. We talk about Nick Fuentes and his stupid bullshit. We talk about trans rights. We talk about video games. We talk about fucking movies. With no pretension. None of this fucking crap. None of this high and mighty bullshit. Noodles. Fucking noodles. Fucking noodles. Are you proud of this? Are you proud of this content? All of the people who boosted this crap. Is this really what you're proud of? You're proud of saying that Keffels had a 9/11 effect and faked victim points, but actually doesn't deserve any good attention and pissed it away, and then your citation is tweets about noodles that you have actually driven yourself crazy with. You know that? Oh my God. It's this. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just bring this up for you real quick. It's literally this fucking image right here. This fucking image right here. Hold on. Where is it? Give me it. Give me it. Give me this. Give me the Mrs. Puff in the padded room. In the SpongeBob padded room. Here it is. This is the one. Right here. This. This is it. This is the entire thing. You made a video. All this crap. All this hemming and hawing. And you're fucking Mrs. Puff surrounded by noodles tweets. By the way, this is exactly why I don't like do big ass collabs with all of these content creators. This is why I've decided to just make my own space, why I've continually been on my own grind and building my own show. And when I find cool ass people that I like, I bring them on the show or whatever, but I don't try to fucking pal around with all these stupid cliques. It's why I left the debate sphere, because this is the type of derangement. These people backclap each other, they circle the wagons, and they get to the point where they're fucking obsessing over noodle tweets that are incomprehensible to anyone outside of these spheres. This video can only preach to the choir. No one on the planet will understand half of these references. It can only preach to the choir. There's no end for this, there's no goal, there's no growth, there's not even a message. This video has fucking nothing but noodles.
It got so bad that she had to do this. She got help.
She went to rehab because of her drug problem, you fucking idiot. You manipulative fucking piece of shit. Keffals didn't go to rehab because for Twitter addiction. Keffals didn't go to rehab because of noodles. Keffals went to rehab because in the process of getting swatted and harassed for over a year by Kiwis Farms, she relapsed into drugs. You inhuman fucking ghoul. All of this for noodles. Do you really think you're winning? This is a message right here. This message right here, it goes out to the video essayists, whatever you fucking people want to call yourselves. Do you really think this is a win for you? Do you think this is accomplishing your goals? Are you changing the world in the way that you want? Are you even entertaining anybody? Because I don't think you're entertaining everybody. I think you're all fucking miserable. I think you've got little bowls of noodles circling around your head with little wigglers and you're freaking the fuck out about it and making videos like this while you fucking lie and use identity to your own advantage and you pull this tokenizing, embarrassing shit. This Pokemon ass shit. And then you go in here and you say that Keffals went to rehab because you think it was because of Noodles tweets, when in the tweet that you show, it's because she had an ongoing addiction to multiple things. Something that Keffals has been open about, by the way, okay? Keffals has a really easy to access video on this. We watched it. Keffals came fucking clean to the entire internet. And you wanna know what? Fuck the internet. Fuck all of you. Fuck every last one of you stupid motherfuckers. You idiots sit on your fucking ass and you watch all these content creators and you treat all of them like they're fucking objects. You pick everybody's lives apart. You demand that everybody cater to your stupid needs. You fucking fill your maw with all the crap. You ask for more, for accountability this, accountability that. And Keffals goes to the point of making videos where she's laying out every single drug that she was addicted to and how it affected her physically. And then fucking idiots like this guy come along and make a stupid ass video like this, where somehow the thesis of this video, the title of this video is when you're racist but queer, and then all it is completely misrepresenting what happened to a real person. Fuck you people. I hope this space fucking dies. There is fucking nothing of value. No, you know what? That's not true. There is stuff of value here, and that's what makes it even more sad, because what is of value is being put aside for this stupid shit, for this garbage, noodle fucking garbage. So you can make a few fucking free bucks. You can make $500 a month off your Patreon when you post a new video about the Debate Bro video essayist noodle feud. Pathetic. Fucking pathetic. Fucking pathetic.
Now, let me...
Oh, and if you're fucking tired of this shit, smack subscribe below. Seriously. At least I'm fucking upfront with you people. You ask my fans. I speak clearly to people. I tell you what I fucking am. I'm an entertainer. You're here to learn a little bit and have a whole bunch of fun. and get some catharsis in an era where entertainment sucks, TV fucking sucks, movies fucking suck, but you can watch Demon Mama and have a good time. And guess what? Just so happens I tend to have pretty based political takes as well, but I don't sell myself as some sort of fucking high priest of leftism.
Start by saying this, right? This is an arc that we need to encourage. We ought to encourage it. When folks are battling addictions and illnesses, then they get help. We ought commend this. That being said, getting help in itself is not atonement. And it is also not a pacifier of the pain.
And guess what? It's also not a fucking paycheck for you, you grifting piece of shit. It's also not a fucking paycheck for you. Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. You and your obsession about noodles. You don't even fucking know Keffals. You just see a fucking buck. You just see $1 and you're like, oh, let me get that. Let me get that free fucking paycheck for this month. I can put out a video where I imply that Vosh is a pedophile and I say that Keffals made it all up and went to rehab. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That the perpetrator inflicted. While you may be a victim of your own traumas and malignments, you cannot now claim victimhood status.
That's rich coming from you. In this video, you admitted that you claimed victimhood status knowingly and falsely to make a quick buck. You are not the one to talk on this. You are not the one. With all due respect, shut the fuck up.
After inflicting pain at scale.
Oh, pain! I was pained by the noodle tweets. Who's the pain? Fucking quantify the pain. If you're suffering from noodle tweets, you need to get a life. You need to wake up. It's time to get a new career. If the noodles are fucking hurting you, talk about something else. You can make videos. You got a channel with 105,000 subscribers. Make a video about Diablo 4 like I did. Make a video about Star Wars. Now you're fucking, oh, the pain from noodle tweets. And just keep in mind, just so we're clear, the only things that have been cited against Keffals in this was Keffals saying that Keffals calling tenderqueers retarded, which is a little mean, I'll admit. It's a little mean. You guys know, I made a whole video denouncing that I don't think it's good to use the R slur, but let's be real. The harm on that is pretty fucking limited, okay? It's pretty fucking limited. And then noodles. That's what you got. You got noodles. Those are the pains. Those are the pains. That's the harm that's been quantified in this video.
But many supporters of Keffals warded off criticism in the name of her rehab visit. And whether she's doing it intentionally or not, Keffals is not only using her status.
You decide, viewers. Were the pyramids actually built by aliens? You decide. Do your own research. Shut the fuck up.
As a trans woman that was attacked by one of the most vicious platforms on the internet, but also her status as a survivor of substance abuse. And she primped and preened the slithering coils of Medusa.
So,
what the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean? For noodle tweets? What did Keffals do? What did Keffals do?
I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm still like working through with like a therapist and psychiatrist to like work through certain things. But I would say as someone who has struggled with mental health for most of her life, one of my biggest pet peeves is when people use that as an excuse to justify behavior. I grew up with a lot of people around that. Like I remember I was in this like theater.
Keffals explicitly didn't do that, by the way. I just need to, I'm gonna actually defend Keffals on this one. Keffals didn't do that. In fact, Keffals said, most of you motherfuckers who I've been mad at aren't gonna get an apology. Keffals didn't do that. Nor did most of fucking Keffel's friends. Most of the people who knew Keffels were the one. Keffel's friends were encouraging her to go to rehab. Keffel's friends were supporting her. Keffels didn't fucking, at least to my knowledge. Maybe I'm wrong. Are you legit asking what Keffels did in regards to the noodle? No, I know what happened in the noodle situation. Just so we're clear, I explained this before, but for the viewers who are here, people who might have jumped into this video late, people who didn't catch the beginning of this video, the noodle saga. The noodle saga, Keffels makes jokes about noodles sometimes, and that joke is a reference to the fact that people got mad because Keffels at one point said that she didn't think it was racist for a white woman to make a noodle cookbook. And then that got telephoned into Keffels is making a racist dog whistle by referencing noodles. Because, let me tell you, because Keffels said, I don't think it's racist that a white lady made a noodle cookbook. Now you can disagree with Keffels. You can think maybe it is racist that a white lady made a noodle cookbook. I don't agree with you. I think that that's hyperbole. But if you think that Keffels has done some great harm to the world because she once tweeted that she didn't think that the noodle cookbook was racist and that makes Keffels a racist, you're fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy. I'm telling you right now, get help. I mean it. I'm genuinely serious. Log off. Your life will be better if you leave this fucking nightmare. This shit is horrible and it's stupid and you are all ruining this space. You're ruining all of our time. You're wasting all of our time. And you make yourselves look like fucking assholes. And the sad thing is, a lot of the people involved in this I know are good content creators. I know that Jesse Gender makes good videos. Why would you participate in something so stupid? Why would you go so hard for such a stupid fucking video?
Group once, and like one of my friends at the time was like really mean to this other girl, and she was like, I just have anxiety today. There was definitely a point where, like, especially during the pandemic, my mental health was affecting my parents, like the people I live with, because at a certain point I was in like a heavy depressive episode, and like I was just like, I essentially had a meltdown, and like my parents were going to take me to a hospital to like try to like sort that out. That's what really like, that was like the moment for me where I was like, I need to be on medication. And
okay. What does any of this have to do with Keffels? So you live with your parents and your parents thought you were depressed and they encouraged you to go to a mental hospital, and so you got on medication. Okay, that's very nice.
In a general sense, because treatment looks different for everyone, it just prevents incidents like that from happening.
Did you get fucking swatted? Did you get fucking swatted? Did you have people smearing your name all across the internet, stalking you across the web? Did you have people showing up at your place and threatening to kill you?
Happening in the future. Or like if some similar feelings like that pop up, you know how to handle it. But that doesn't justify or, you know, wash you of any consequences.
For what? Notice, for what? This entire video has sidestepped the question, what did Keffels actually do? What did Vosh even actually do? They got the clips of Vosh saying some shit. But what harm did either of these people actually do? What harm was done by Keffels specifically, especially in this segment? Did we ever get anything? Well, we didn't. Besides noodles, besides the fucking noodles! Oh no, the noodles!
Because you're preventing that.
Oh yeah, he said pain at scale, with the citation being tweets about noodles. My man, you need help. You need to log off. You need to consider doing something different for your work. If noodles tweets are causing you pain at scale, that is bad.
Going forward, like, you still have to take accountability for how you acted in the moment, even if it was out of your control. Like, there's like this saying that I really love that like your trauma's not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
White women in particular have been known for, and rightfully so, for their loyalty to whiteness above femininity when it serves them, only to return to the label of womanhood when it's time.
You're talking about Keffels and you compare it to just pearly things. A incel grifter, traditionalist, hyper freak who doesn't believe that women should have the right to vote. Are you insane? Are you insane? And no, you know what? To the viewers of content like this, are you insane? If you watch this and you found this compelling, are you crazy?
To don those I'm with her pins.
With just pearly things as well, I think the way that she's like directly contradicting the things that she says by having a YouTube channel and by having her own career and not marrying herself off and having children. I mean, that fact in itself just kind of proves that it's quite an easy grift. You know, you don't even have to live the values that you're putting out there. Like they don't.
Also, Just Pearly Things is explicitly straight. She's super straight. She's the most straightest of all the straights. This video is called When You're Racist But Rainbow, and 90% of the video has been about people who aren't queer, and the other amount has been fucking bullshit about noodles.
Care. Like as long as you're a woman who's agreeing with them, they don't care. So with our videos, you can kind of tell, like we put a lot of time into them. We consider the things we're going to say, and you know, it's a well sort of rounded video. Whereas if you look at Just Pearly Things' content, it's terrible. She just sits in front of a camera and she just talks crap. And sometimes she won't even edit out when she's just sat there like scrolling through her phone. She'll just sit there for a minute like.
While women of color, mostly black women and femmes as always, tirelessly labor to uplift their community's social position.
Yeah. Who is the audience for Just Pearly Things? Let's have a quick refresh here. It's not fucking leftists. It's not Keffels fans or Vosh fans. The audience for Just Pearly Things is fucking tradcaths, evangelicals, fundamentalists, conservatives, Nazis, fascists, incels. It's not the fucking, what are you fucking talking about? What is this video?
Getting back to Lena Dunham, once again proving herself to be one of the worst people of 2013, tweeted that she'd be the first openly straight woman to French kiss the first openly gay NBA player. Anyway, and again, keep in mind that this is the same white woman who harassed Odell Beckham because he refused to engage with someone so absolutely deranged. Well, let's start talking about language, its many forms, its meanings, and its evolution.
Yeah, more straights, notice. Fixation on the straights a bit much, huh? I'm gonna be completely honest. At this point in the video, I'm beginning to suspect a bias on Foreign Man's part. This is a video that clickbaits about queer people, that capitalizes on the negativity directed at queer people in this current environment, and then mostly obsesses about the behavior of straight people. This video uses queerness as a fucking spear, targets queer people, and blames queer people for the sins of cishet straight people. Wait, I already said het, so whatever. Cishet people. It's the reverse of queer baiting. It's like queer hating.
A Canadian paper, the Toronto Star,
actively pedo jackets with absolute crap evidence a queer person. This entire video has mostly accused. The only two queer people that are talked about to any length are both just slandered without very good evidence. Honestly, I think this is a fucking disgusting video.
Found itself in some internet drama over the concept of race and the verbiage they used. The Ontario Human Rights Commission had settled on a term in use to the reference of people of color, racialized people. Because they accepted that race is a social construct, they decided to use the phrase racialized person or racialized group instead of labels that they said were outdated, like racial minority, visible minority, people of color, and non-white. And so, in the feeble-minded attempt at being the Onion, a reporter at the Toronto Star headlined 5 other labels for people of color, non-whites, racialized people. I mean, surely the commission focused on human rights was being sensitive, just like the Gen Z weirdos. Always being such crybabies and snowflakes, right? Well, readers naturally complained to the news outlet about her tasteless remarks. People hated that she was making fun of it. Well, less she thought that the labels themselves were funny, but the idea that creating new terms that were more inclusive is an exhausting, silly process that seems reductive. After so much backlash, the story she wrote was removed from the website on the same day with a community note that the piece did not meet the company's standards.
What does this have to do about being racist and queer?
Coincidentally, at the same time, the United States Army was critiqued for not being an imperialist force that assisted in the global domination of the crumbling American empire, but for updating its code of conduct and regulations on preventing discrimination by saying that people who identified as African American or Black may also identify as a Negro. Personally, the term Negro exudes the I had a dream and well golly gee, better go grab me a soda pop after going to such a great party era. But, I digress. The story was widely reported. People were shocked. The U.S. Army? Negroes? The policy hoped to provide fair treatment for military personnel and family members without any regard to race, gender identity, religious beliefs, or nationality. By proposing...
I'm confused what the point is here. Have we forgotten that the U.S. military also just within the last few years had formally banned trans people from service?
To provide an environment free of unlawful discrimination and offensive behavior. It then lists and defines the racial and ethnic group it aims to protect, with the word Negro being the one synonym in a long list of various ways those who fit into the term Black may choose to identify. Regardless, they felt the need to publish an apology and recall the verbiage. So here we are in 2023. We've got minorities, non-whites, and people of color. Many of us hear the term diverse being thrown around to encompass organizations, coalitions, or corporate employees' racial makeup. As in, we're so excited to have a diverse voice speaking on this particular issue. But these are terms that have really come to the forefront of discourse and usage only recently, only to be replaced with never hipper alternatives. Yes, words mean things, but words have and will continue to be replaced with less offensive or less loaded identifiers.
I'm unironically completely lost as to how this connects to the when you're racist but rainbow. This feels like a completely different video. Words have meanings, okay? A word made people, the United States military made a decision that made some people mad, okay?
Their predecessors, which is a process known to linguists as pejoration. If a word that refers to something always appear in sentences where that thing is framed negatively, then that term will take on that negativity.
Of course.
Harvard psychology professor similarly...
Yeah, that's where that's tied to the term pejorative. Yeah, obviously. It's like how queer, technically not a negative word, but in American lexicon for a very long time was literally a slur, and it was embraced and has now been reclaimed.
opined in his book, The Blank Slate, that the euphemism treadmill is a recent drive to adopt the new terms for disadvantaged groups, and it often assumes that the words and attitudes are so inseparable that one can re-engineer people's attitudes by tinkering with the words. People invent new words for emotionally charged referents, but soon the euphemism becomes tainted by association, and a new word must be found, which soon acquires its own connotations, and so on. Even the word minority, the most neutral word label conceivable, referring only to relative numbers, was banned in 2001 by San Diego City Council because it was deemed disparaging to non-whites. The euphemism treadmill shows that concepts, not words, are primary in people's minds. Give a concept a new name, the concept does not become freshened by the new name, at least not for long. Names for minorities will continue to change as long as people have negative attitudes towards them. We will know that they have achieved mutual respect when the names stay put. Labels we use become moot with.
Well, I'm genuinely so confused as to what this. How did we get to here? From him accusing Keffels of grifting off of going to rehab, and also saying that Keffels went to rehab because of Twitter, while showing evidence to the contrary. How did we get to this?
Ever-evolving socioeconomic, social, and racial awareness, which is why some may find things like non-whites to be offensive, because it makes white people the default and classifies people of color as, once again, the other, or deviation from the perfect.
Yeah, which you've also done here using rainbow, which interestingly is a euphemisation of queer, which is a euphemisation of LGBTQ. You've engaged in this video towards queer people. You've engaged in the process that you're criticizing towards people of color. You've used that mechanism against queer people in this video. This whole video has been a characterization of this. Maybe that's the point. Maybe he's putting his cards on the table here. Maybe that's what it is.
Norm. On the other hand, some people may consider minority to be offensive as it implies that people of color, or the LGBTQIA+ community, or women are a shrinking group when we're anything but. The term Oriental has thankfully become Asian, which is now Asian and Pacific Islander. Colored transitioned to Negro, which transitioned into Black and African American. If you're from the land of bald eagles and hellish urban suburbia, but white people, that's something that's remained constant, with only those who fit in it qualifying as white being changed. But that's normal. And depending on where you're from, those meanings will change. Colored is a terribly outdated label in the USA, but still very applicable in South Africa. As Professor Hall Liu adeptly contextualized, the term people of color and colored have drastic meanings depending on who says it, what they're speaking on, and why they said it. Which brings us back to marginalized privileged. Things mean things. Words have power.
I don't know if that follows. I don't know if the term changing, like white, the term has stayed the same, but the meaning has changed. Like, for example, Italian people weren't considered white like as late as the 90s. That's an issue that comes up. Ironically, I've been watching The Sopranos, and that's an issue that comes up as a part of the storyline of The Sopranos, because it was still a huge issue. And now there are some, like, there's now a push for like, I mean, for example, look at somebody like Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes considers himself white. Fuentes, not a traditionally white last name. He's got Latin heritage, and yet he considers himself white. And there was that neo-Nazi shooter who was Hispanic, but he considered himself white. So yeah, white is in and of itself a fucked up construct. But just because that term has stayed the same, I don't know that that necessarily, I don't know how that ties like to variations in terminology from country to country. Like the fact that colored is still used in South Africa, how does that tie to America and the terms that are considered politically correct now? Fuentes is Afro-Cuban. Espen M says, colored doesn't mean the same thing in South Africa either. Yeah, of course, so I just don't get it. People are saying this part might have been written by ChatGPT. I'm not gonna lie, there are parts of this that have come off very, like the wording sounds like the dialogue that is produced by ChatGPT. Like ChatGPT produces sentences in a specific structure, but I don't know if that's actually accurate. It might just be by chance. It's definitely very odd.
By using that
label. I don't understand, like, maybe I'm missing something. And if you're in the audience and you understand this point, I don't actually understand what points are being made here. Like, there was a point about the term changing, but ultimately meaning an other, but I think that would also be true if we still used the same old words. Like, the function has always been the same to designate an other. We see this all the time. And also, like I said, there's an example of that on the screen right up here by the little left chain in the top left corner. There's an example of that being used for queer people here. You've used a rainbow instead of the word queer, instead of the word LGBT, because you wanted to get around the algorithms that discriminate against us, that are making us an other. But I don't know that the words changing are the source of the othering. The othering is the source of the words changing.
Well, people can wield power over anyone they're debating. I mean, after all, how can they be wrong, right? Don't you see that they're a queer person? They know what the hell they're talking about and can therefore be excused when they say something incredibly racist or transphobic.
But you did that in this video. You literally summoned in your chosen queer people to say that Vosh's autism was being used incorrectly. You did that. You did that in this video. So wait, how did this tie? Wait, how the fuck did this tie to what he was just saying? What?
Don't you see that they're a queer person? They know what the hell they're talking about and can therefore be excused when they...
Hold on, how does that tie to talking about a euphemism? Is he saying that queer people is a fake term, that these people aren't queer? Is that what he's trying to imply?
Say something incredibly racist or transphobic.
We also forget that the people behind those platforms are human beings who will fuck up and make mistakes. Sometimes very egregiously they need to be super held accountable for, but also sometimes in smaller ways. I don't want to say benign ways, but smaller ways. And what we will do to marginalized people is we will hold them even more accountable and extrapolate the harm, even like hyperbolicize the harm.
Like you did to Keffals? Like you're fucking doing to Keffals? You mean like you're fucking doing over the noodle tweets, you fucks? Man. The respect is in the fucking toilet. It's in the fucking toilet. There will never be a noodle emote. I would rather die than put a noodle emote in my goddamn chat. My respect has just gone down the toilet, through the sewer, into the ocean, to the bottom of the ocean, reborn from bottom feeders eating it and laying their eggs into a fish, swims back up to the surface, gets eaten by a larger fish, turns into a tuna, gets eaten by a tuna fish. The tuna fish gets caught, gets served as sushi, which I ate the other day, and then goes back into the toilet again.
In order to be more quick to tear them down in ways that cis white dude creators will not have to deal with as much. You know, they'll say something awful and they'll be given a little bit more forgiveness than a marginalized creator who will have more hyperbolicized harm. And so it's one of those.
Quick question. Do you guys remember a couple years ago, some of my OG fans, a lot of you are new fans. We have 760 people watching. Thanks for being here. Make sure you're subscribed to the goddamn channel. However, those of you who've been here for a while, do you guys remember when half of the internet in this space was convinced that I was like literally evil, that there were people saying that I was transphobic, that I needed to be taken down and shut down because I was doing harm? Do you guys remember when a particular other creator, RGR, made it a core point of her entire press tour that I was doing damage to trans people and I needed to be stopped? And that's why everybody needed to make videos about me and hassle the shit out of me and harass me and my partner? Do you guys remember that? I wonder where any of these people were then. Wonder where any of these people were then.
Those things like, I don't think anyone's owed a platform. I think everyone on a platform should be held accountable for if they fuck up. And it's not just like you should be allowed to continue to have it. But we also at the same time need to recognize that the standards that we hold for marginalized creators is much higher. And we are much more willing to tear down their platforms than we are for...
Like you're doing right now to Keffals. Like you guys are doing right fucking now to Keffals. You know, I can't even, you know what? They want to pick on Vosh. Vosh is a big creator. He's bigger than all these fucking losers. But Keffals is not, okay? Keffals' channel is smaller than all of these people, and they are all fucking ragging on Keffals, saying that she caused pain at scale. Pathetic. It's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. And yeah, that means you, Jesse Gender. This is fucking shameful. This is fucking shameful.
Non-marginalized creators.
It's the fact that we don't have the space to fuck up. We don't have the space to be shitty, selfish people who tell lies. We're not allowed. We can't. And that's frustrating. And I feel like we won't have, like, equality isn't going to be a thing until marginalized people are allowed to also be shitty.
But back to labels for a minute. The reason labels continue to fluctuate is because of the ever-evolving positions of those being referred to.
Sorry, I need to re-listen to that. I was stewing.
We won't allow. We don't
tear down their platforms than we are for non-marginalized creators.
It's the fact that we don't have the space to fuck up. We don't have the space to be shitty, selfish people who tell lies. We're not allowed. We can't. And
this undermines the entire previous argument of this video. This video is actually self-contradictory. You're saying that queer people don't have the ability to do this while trying to allege that Keffals used her queerness to get away with it. This video is fucking crazy. And this should be a wake-up call. For the love of God, this should be a wake-up call to this video essayist clique. I know it won't be, but this fucking video right here should be a fucking wake-up call. I mean, the one you're watching with me. Because I don't know how you can fucking eat this shit. How you can scoop this shit into your content maw and walk away and not have any conflicting thoughts in your mind. This video is deranged. when you're racist but rainbow, most of the video is about straight people, then it spends a third of the video shitting on Keffals, saying she does pain, she did damage, she caused pain at scale, lying about what actually happened, citing tweets about noodles, and then you end off the video by saying, oh, queer people can't get away with anything. Yeah. The takeaway from this video is actually, no, you are just the problem. You are the problem. You guys are participating in the thing that hurts queer people by faking, magnifying, exaggerating harm, by freaking the fuck out about noodles, by making stupid, dumb, infighting, wasting videos that are hurtful like this, by fucking being insanely cruel to people like Shark. Fucking ridiculous. And it's stupid too, because you know what? It would be easy for them to just fucking roll up and say, I think Shark's an idiot. I think Keffals is an idiot. I think Vosh is an idiot. And that would be it. But that's not it. It's got to be high and mighty. It's got to be virtue signaling. It's got to be this performative, oh, you've done a harm against the community. When the person who fucking published this video admits in the video to being the grifter that they are supposedly complaining about. Insane. Insane. This is insane.
And that's frustrating. And I feel like we won't have, like, equality isn't going to be a thing until marginalized people are allowed to also be shitty.
But back to labels for a minute. The reason labels continue to fluctuate is because of the ever-evolving positions of those being referred to. In many cases, those in the affected groups prefer to label themselves, which is a process called creating an autonym. As they become more socially visible, naturally, terms can also be debated within a group. Like if an American black person should use black or African American. The groups we choose to identify with and their associated identifiers also provide credibility and open the gates of access to that community. If you're black, you can reclaim the N-word. And if you're queer, you can reclaim the F slur. And if you're black and queer, well, you understand what I'm saying, right?
And if you're neurodivergent, can you reclaim the R slur? I think so. Now, I've also gone out of my way. President Sunday, thank you very much for the raid. All of you, please get in here. This has been a very heated stream. It's a shame you guys missed out the earlier part, but don't worry, I'm gonna give my summary here at the end. And then we might be actually having a conversation with Soul Bunny. We'll see. I don't know if Soul Bunny's still here and still up to it. I made a whole video talking about the R slur. I am neurodivergent. I have ADHD, possibly autism. I don't know. I'm not diagnosed with that, but I am diagnosed with ADHD. I have had clinical depression for most of my life. But ADHD has completely changed my entire life. I'm a neurodivergent person. And in my video, I talk about how I think you have the right to reclaim it, but reclaiming a word is a matter of using it in a way that is reclamatory, that isn't just used to further marginalize or hurt people. And just so you know, this is a conversation that's been had for all of the words that he has listed here. There were many black people who did not agree with using the N-word because they believed it to be further marginalizing. That is a valid opinion. That's how I feel. That's why I don't think that you should call other people a slur unless they're okay with it. Like, I don't call other people the F slur or the T slur. I don't call other people the R slur. Even though I do believe I have the right to reclaim those words, I want to use them in a way that's self-referential. I want to use them in a way that's funny, that builds people up, if possible, that reclaims those words for our own. It's interesting how that's sidestepped.
Depending upon the context, reclaimed slurs are terms of endearment or used to poke fun at themselves, while in other cases not used by those within that group, they're absolutely derogatory. What makes someone marginalized to fit into the identified group is what sociology calls being in the out group. Those not in the in group, which is whiteness, in the case of Western racial identity, which white people made, are othered and pushed to the fringes of society, where they're treated as lesser than or as a means of economic and social fodder. And of course, being marginalized doesn't exempt anyone from having biases, whether internalized against their own group or externalized through tangible actions upon others. You know, and I get it. We all have flaws. It's totally natural to get...
Oh, thank you, 852 Derek. I already shouted out the President Sunday raid. But, again, welcome. Thank you for the raid, President Sunday, and welcome to all of the squids. Please get comfortable. We got a lot more to talk about.
Offensive. But the use of a shield damage our ability to progress as empathetic human beings in collaborations, community organizations, activism, and on our own personal journeys. Shields create rifts where there should be solidarity. We need to encourage dialogue, self-reflection, and less virtue signaling anger for the tiniest details.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you for real, my man? Are you fucking for real?
Organizations, activism, and on our own personal journeys. Shields create rifts where there should be solidarity.
So why was it okay for you to, and self-admitted by your own admission in this video, why was it okay for you to lie to people, to utilize people's sympathy and use the race card, in your own words, to get money for yourself, but somehow you need to take the time out of this video to list Vosh, Shark 300, and Keffels alongside J.K. Rowling and fucking Dave Chappelle, and then also go on to talk about how they're pieces of shit for some reason. How the fuck does that square? Square that shit! Oh man, this video sucks. This video fucking sucks.
We need to encourage dialogue, self-reflection, and less virtue.
Hypocrisy, virtue signaling in a nutshell. This whole fucking video is a virtue signal. This is projection. This is straight up. I'm not even kidding you. This is like Darvo shit, okay? It's like reaching that level. The segment on Keffels was so fucking bullshit. It was all vague, no receipts whatsoever. And then you spin into this shit where you go at the end, I believe in no virtue signaling, that we should let marginalized people make mistakes, when a third of your fucking video was devoted to trying to make Keffels look as bad as possible, to try and say, and I quote, that Keffels did pain at scale. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. There is one thing I can't stand more than fucking almost anything else on the planet. And that is when somebody fucking lies to your face with a straight face and tries to tell you that they're not doing something. They're slapping you in the face and saying, I'm not doing it. I'm not slapping you in the face. I'm not slapping you in the face. I'm not. This high and mighty, holier than thou, in this video that we all just fucking sat here and watched. You guys listen to it right here, right now, and this is how he chooses to wrap it up? That's crazy. That is messed up. And it's insulting. It's insulting to, it should be an insult to everybody who watched this video. It should be an insult to Foreign Man's audience. It should be an insult to Jesse Gender's audience. You in the audience should be insulted by this shit. Yeah, the video directly segues from Keffels into just pearly things, implying that they're engaging in similar levels of harm. Notice that they took time to say that Keffels did pain at large, but didn't even say that about pearly things. This video is the summation of terminally online, lost in the sauce. And honestly, I'm gonna go one step further, and I'm gonna say this video is emblematic of the rot that has ruined these spaces. The reason why the online left fails so hard, sucks so hard, why there's no bridges, why the growth is so slow, why it's not just because of outside forces. There are definitely, there's definitely a lot slanted against making lefty content, don't get me wrong. But the reason why it sucks so much to be in these spaces is because of shit like this. The reason why everybody fucking hates each other is because of this fucking crap right here. This is summarized in a nutshell. This is, Redcon says this is DJ Mule. This is as bad as the DJ Mule video, in my opinion. I think this video might actually be as bad as the DJ Mule video. It's got higher production quality, kind of. I don't really like the style. But I do think that this is on par, at least, with the DJ Mule video. I think this is a pathetic video essay. And I think it's manipulative, and I think it's disgusting. I think it's an attempt to save face, in case you get called out for your own shit, while trying to make yourself look like a saint, while doing a fake mea culpa, while shitting on somebody else, and then you wrap up the video by trying to say, oh, we should be chiller. We should chill out and not be so harsh to queer people. Maybe we should try and be more understanding, when you do the exact opposite the entire video.
Signaling anger for the tiniest of details. Semantics,
like noodles, man,
are famous tactics used by those on the far right and center to antagonize the left, making virtual identities that seem legitimate to derail progressive discourse, because they know that people are huge on identity politics and labels.
You did that. Keffels hasn't done that. Keffels has never lied about her identity. Keffels has never lied about her struggles. Keffels has been honest about those things. You might not like Keffels, but you are the one. You are the one who did that. You admitted to it. Keffels just tried to fucking live her life and got swatted. You didn't fucking get swatted. You didn't fucking have to run. You didn't have people showing up in person to fucking mess with you. You didn't have people stalking you across the globe, digging into every single picture. Keffels did. You're projecting, my man. You and Jesse Gender and Fantastic Mr. Fox and fucking Mooneycat and all these people who appeared in this video. Now, maybe some of them were taken out of context. To be fair, Mooneycat seems to only have commented on totally unrelated things. So maybe I shouldn't include Mooneycat in that. But that's what you're doing.
And it's something that people have been calling other leftists out for doing online as well. So, while we hold ourselves and each other accountable, we should understand how marginalized identities have historically interacted and how people are unique and multifaceted, which sometimes means taking a step back. Not every marginalized person in their community.
Which you didn't do. You chose to make this shitty video. You could have just not made this video. You have a successful channel. You could have made a video on any other topic, but instead you chose to do this one. Instead, you chose to fucking kick at Keffels more. Why? Why? Is it because it would make you money? Is it because this video has 200,000 views? Is this even better than his other videos? Was this even a wise financial decision? Oh, it is. It's blowing out his other videos. Here, look at his other videos. This one has 200,000 views. It took his other video 4 months to get there. So there you have it. He chose to go against the message of this video, spit in your fucking face right now. He's spitting in your face because this video is going to make him some money. This video is going to make him some fucking money.
Is fit to represent the entire group or speak on its behalf, because people aren't monoliths. And people shouldn't use their labels as a means of deflection. After all, a platform is not a right, it's a privilege. And it comes with a responsibility that not everybody can handle.
And you know what else people can't handle? The truth. Which, as a political...
Bro. Come the fuck on, man. Come the fuck on.
Political scientist is of the utmost importance to me. So...
All right, now it's an ad read. Fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. I'm ending it. I didn't know it was an ad read. He didn't say it was an ad read yet, you fuckers. Some of you have watched this already, you assholes. I haven't. Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking test me. I'm pissed off at this video. Man, this video was bad. So the video is called When You're Racist But Rainbow. It plays equivalences between Vosh and Keffels and Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling. Two people. Let's be clear here. Dave Chappelle uses his comedy specials to do explicit apologia for TERFs, to shit on trans people and spread misinformation about trans people. Even if you fucking hate Vosh, those two people aren't even in the same fucking boat. This video goes out of its way to try and frame Keffels and Vosh as some kind of debate bros. Don't forget that, he brought that up too. Debate bros as some kind of special harm. And yet most of this video is incoherent rambling about fucking cishet people doing fucking bullshit. All of these shitty cishet people doing crap. And then also, he slips in there himself admitting to fucking grifting his own audience using race. Manipulating the actually genuinely held political views of his audience, only to twist that into a fake mea culpa that can be projected onto Keffels and made it seem as if Keffels did something wrong. I hate this video. This video is emblematic of the rot that's in these spaces, and I have lost respect for literally everyone involved in this video. I think it's pathetic. I think it's blatant grifting. It's incredibly clear. Let's just take a moment here so I can verify that. This video alone was published, what, 9 days ago. And in 9 days, it's gotten almost 200,000 views. That's more than any other video that he's had. Okay? It took a month for his last video to reach that many views. It took over a month for his previous video to that, and it didn't even get that many views. Most of his videos do not have this many views. This one did. From a guy who admits gleefully to having grifted his own audience to make a buck. Man, that is sad. This is the standards, and then the message at the end to be a virtue signal about how we should maybe spend less time attacking marginalized people, when the entire video is going out of its way to attack a marginalized person based on deranged fantasies about noodles. There are all kinds of reasons to be angry about certain things that Keffels has said and done. There are definitely all kinds of reasons to be angry and frustrated about Vosh. I know, God knows I've criticized Vosh and argued with Vosh. But this was trash. This didn't even begin. And this is a video essay. Somebody edited this shit. Somebody fucking edited this shit and decided, and then at the end said, we should spend less time hyperfixating on the mistakes of marginalized people and instead talk about more serious issues. You mean like you fucking didn't? You mean like you fucking didn't do? Man, this is sad. It's been a long time since the last time I talked about a drama like this. It's been a while. I believe the last major time that I weighed in on a drama, like an actual intercommunity drama, was my Sky burial for the online left. Do you guys remember that? Which was, once again, an absolutely deranged dogpiling of Keffels was one of the main parts about it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. Has there been another time? Regardless, it's been a very long time. Despite the fact that I do Drama Mama videos, which aren't about intercommunity drama, mind you. My Drama Mama videos are not about that. Oh wait, no wait, I did cover the not so erudite President Sunday beef. Though that's a little bit of a different community, because like not so erudite is like a centrist liberal. I don't know, whatever. I guess I did do that. I can cop to that. I did do that. Oh, did I talk about the Hogwarts shit? No, that was the Sky Burial was about the Hogwarts shit. Which was also fucking crap. I went hard on foreign. I think I was fair to go hard on foreign. If this is the showing of his videos, I don't have any reason to trust his other videos. Why would I trust somebody who did a fake out mea culpa, admits to grifting his own audience based on manipulating their political views, and then tries to make a video that insults other people about that when they didn't do that thing? Vosh didn't do that thing, and Keffels didn't do that thing. He did that thing, and he tried to spin it by framing his admission as like a, look, see, I admit it. Now you see Keffels isn't admitting it. It's literally projection. It's making the implication that Keffels did something. He's going, everybody does this, you know? Why won't Keffels admit to it? But of course, not everybody does that. No, actually, not everybody fucking grifts. And he even admitted that. He even said that his grift was explicitly going to hurt other people in the future, and then without even a moment's hesitation, jumped into attack on Keffels. Maybe this video should have been exactly the same, but remove everything about Shark and Vosh and Keffels and just have it be a video where he admits that he did things wrong, and don't fucking monetize the video. Say, I grifted you guys. I misled you guys. Here, let me talk about how it's possible for people to mislead using idpoll. Then I would have had some respect. But I don't trust this person. I don't trust Foreign Man. Of course I'm gonna go hard on him. Even he admits he hurt the likelihood of other marginalized people getting their genuine complaints heard. That segment on Keffels was so mean-spirited. It was beyond mean-spirited. It was misleading. This whole video was a giant manipulation to get in a personal attack at Keffels. And all he had was fucking noodles and a tweet of Keffels saying that she thinks tender queers are retarded. Rarely have I seen Demon Mama this mad. This shit really makes me mad. It makes me mad because it's like the opposite of everything that I do. And it makes me feel like a fucking idiot for ever getting involved in these stupid spaces. I go out of my way. You guys know I fucking spend way too much time preambling in every video, explaining myself. I've spent all this time, I spend so much time going out of the way to be like, I'm an entertainer. Keep that in mind. You know, I'm not an educator. I'm not a doctor. I don't cite any bullshit degrees. I don't fucking do any of that shit. I'm just a streamer. And then this shit happens. And this is like the space that I share with people. Soul Bunny, if you're still listening, I would very, very, very much, like to talk to you about this. If anybody is a part of, hey, Soul Bunny, I'll talk to you about it. If you wanna, if any of my mods can help Soul Bunny get in the Discord, I would love to have a conversation with Soul Bunny about this. But I gotta finish talking about this. Puerto Rican musician says, I'm pretty sure you burned the bridge with the black YouTube community. Really? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Is that your genuine belief? Because I thought this video was bad? I think this video is bad. I know for a fact, at least I believe that the black YouTube community, which I don't believe this is representative of. This is one This video is one video from one 100,000 subscriber channel. I don't think this guy is representative. But I like to believe that the black YouTube community will also see the problems with this video. Maybe I'm wrong. But if that's the case, there's no hope for these spaces. If me criticizing this shit-ass, manipulative, hypocritical video is enough to burn the bridge with the black YouTube community, there's no hope for this space whatsoever. There's no hope for any of us. This space is done, and I'm fucking, there's no reason. There's no fucking reason to even bother. I think that's an unreasonable take. I don't think that's true. Too clever by half. Yeah, absolutely. Soul Bunny, it's discord.gg/demon mama. Just make sure you respond to the alt-identifier bot and we'll get this, stop chat, stop being like enter the arena. It's not gonna be that type of conversation. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for fucking blood here. Or at least I'm not intending for that type of conversation. She got real mad, worse than I've seen in a long time. Foreign is well respected in cornbread. But isn't cornbread tube mostly a bunch of very small creators? And also, with all due respect, I don't care, okay? Blair White is well respected in the conservative trans community. But people who are willing to excuse that behavior, I'm not interested in winning the respect of. And also, I don't think you're correct. I think this is your bias and your bubble speaking. I don't believe that. And honestly, I feel like you're being a little bit racist. Like you're trying to say that like every black person on YouTube is gonna disagree with me because I got angry at this fucking shit show of a video, and that I'm gonna burn every bridge with every black person on YouTube. That's ridiculous. That's insane. I think that's racist. Unironically, I think you're being racist, dude. I just don't think this is correct. And if that's the case, well, I don't think that whatever group you're talking about and I were going to get along in the first place. That's one of the problems I have. One of the problems I've always had is that that cliques don't like me. Cliques that are looking to like boost each other up and back pat and circle the wagons don't like me because I will be honest if I think something's bullshit. Because I live a life outside of YouTube, and my channel is successful independently. I've been fucked over and over again by narcissistic power mongers in these spaces, and I've managed to thrive nonetheless. So yeah. A lot of cliques are just never going to get along with me because I'm not going to just swallow the cum of any person that calls themselves the leader of that clique. I'm not going to just sit there and take anything that they say in the face because that's not how I am. I don't fucking kiss the ring. That's not how I do things. And if that pisses you off, well then unsubscribe. If that shit fucking pisses you off, then unsubscribe. I don't give a shit. I got birds to feed. I got critters to love. I got the world to explore. If the only way for me to make it in YouTube is to pretend that I don't think a video like this is crap, then I don't want to make it in YouTube. But the fortunate thing is, that's not true. Actually, as it turns out, being an honest person and actually making entertaining content and speaking my mind truthfully has been wildly successful for me, despite the fact that a bunch of loser cliques who basically just boost each other's fucking shitty videos and make it a short buck but never actually go anywhere beyond their sphere. Even though a whole lot of them want to say that oh, if you don't kiss the ring, you're not gonna make it. Well, I've made it just fine. I've made it just fine. My channel's doing just great. We gained 1,000 subscribers last month. So yeah, I just don't care, I guess. The guy who could says, "You spoken like a true punk. Love that that's a fundamental part of your art and stream persona. No parasocial arena." No worries. It's always how I'm gonna be. I don't tolerate bullshit. Don't you get tired of it? Doesn't it fucking tire you out? Doesn't it tire you out to carry a bunch of bullshit everywhere? To have to keep taking shit on the face? Doesn't it fucking make you tired? Fuck that. Look at me, I'm fucking trans, okay? I transitioned despite growing up in a fucking fundamentalist cult. Most of my family hates my fucking guts. Do you really think I'm gonna fucking kneel down and kiss the ring of a bunch of weird internet fucking losers? Not gonna happen. It's not gonna fucking happen. No. I don't think you're being honest. I don't think people saying that the bridge is gonna be burnt with black YouTubers, I think that's insane and racist. I'm just gonna be completely honest. I think you're being condescending. I think you're not being accurate about how many black YouTubers there are. And also I think I think that there are plenty of black YouTubers who will watch this video and go, what the fuck is going on in this video? Totally fine. It just sucks that the only interaction we have is in this negative circumstances. What do you mean? What are you talking about? That's not true at all, Puerto Rican musician. Puerto Rican musician, that's not true at all. Do you know how many amazing conversations I've had on my stream with black creators? I'm on good terms with a lot of black creators. I'm on really good terms with Olay, for example, just off the cuff. Soul Bunny, before Soul Bunny was even a content creator, Soul Bunny came on my stream and we had a really fucking fantastic conversation. I'm about to have a good conversation with Soul Bunny. I'm hoping. Joe Lewis, A Pillow. Not that I'm trying to list off people, but the idea that I have only had negative interactions, it's actually not true. The negative interactions I have are with weird paranoid white people who say, oh, you didn't like this one guy's video where he was a total piece of shit to Keffals. And so that means that you're gonna be outcast by capital B black YouTube TM, which I've determined based on my viewing preferences. Sorry. Yeah, Star Panda. You guys, but I'm not gonna do this. I don't wanna fucking do this shit anymore because I don't even like doing this. I don't even like listing off the relationships because it sounds like I'm doing fucking black friend shit. I have always done my best to be open to anybody who wants to discuss my beliefs. But I have had very little beef with any quote unquote black YouTube community. I have been mad at this video. A random Twitter person got really mad at me because of the Kanye video I did. I think this is silly. Don't have a false sense of security with Soul Bunny. I know a lot of you don't like Soul Bunny, and that's totally fine. But I have had good conversations with Soul Bunny. Okay. I feel like I was very, very measured in my response to the Soul Bunny video. I didn't do some sort of stupid react because I felt like I didn't really feel like the content of that video was something that was important to me to talk about. It didn't feel like my place. I stated what I thought, which is I think that people are too harsh. Vosh was calmer than you? Yeah, but well, Vosh has a different situation, okay? Vosh's situation is different, all right? My channel's been fucking brigaded to shit, all right? Because I'm trans. You know how many fucking hate comments I get because I'm trans? So sorry, but everything about this video hits close to home for me. I don't care, Blablato redo. I don't care. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't care about that. Marinara says, claiming that not liking a political YouTube's video is not, not liking a political YouTube's video is not burning a bridge with an entire marginalized community, and it makes me suspicious when the dichotomy is framed that way. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel like someone is trying to be the monolith to their own personal benefit? Like, it sounds to me like, you know, like people who are trying to do that are trying to become the monolith for their own personal, or for the benefit of, I guess, foreign man in a foreign land in this case. Soul Bunny's waiting for me. All right, everybody, that's all I got to say about the video. We are now going to move into a conversation with Soul Bunny. So this will hopefully be, you know, beneficial and valuable, and we'll go from there. We'll go from there. Let me get in here and figure this out real quick. Hold on a second. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, we might have to give you the role. Hold on a second. Oh, can you hear me, or can you speak?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Can you just give me a test real quick so I can check audio levels?
Test.
All right, that should be hopefully just right. I'm sure chat will let me know. Let me just get some welcome guest text. Just out of curiosity, pronouns?
She, they.
She, they. Okay. All right. Let me bring on the guest text. Oh, why did I have to change my guest text? Oh, it makes it a little bit harder to see. Here we go. Put it down there. There we go. That's a lot easier to read. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay there. If you want to be on video, I can probably put you on video. I don't know if you prefer. It makes no difference to me. I can bring you on video if you'd like to.
I would literally have to so when I do video, I have to flip my table because of the lighting in my room. So.
Then don't worry about it. It's totally fine. That's totally fine. Okay, slightly louder on Soul Bunny's end. Okay. Hopefully that I just adjusted it, so it should be nice and even now, I think. All right. So sorry about the technical stuff. We've been having some gain issues with my audio that I'm trying to hammer out and even out. So I apologize about that. Welcome to the show, Soul Bunny. It's been a while since we last talked. But it's good to talk with you again. I assume you saw most of my react.
Yeah, I saw most of it. I actually, I'll say this. I was watching your Joe Lewis video this morning when I was making breakfast. So.
Oh, yeah, I had a really.
I had no idea. Yeah, it was a really good conversation, actually. Yeah.
Joe and I go way back. Joe and I used to do the debate circuit together, way back.
The hippy dippy.
Hippy dippy and all that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was. I really like Joe, and I was really happy that I got to sit down and talk with him about a lot of stuff, and also, give him a chance to. I think his GoFundMe succeeded, which is awesome to hear. I like Joe a lot.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Joe's. I think it's because I'm younger than Joe, but I feel like he's at that mature age where he's gonna have a different perspective. I feel, or a take, approach. I'd say approach.
Yeah.
Maybe, hopefully. And I'm not saying everyone his age takes the same approach, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Joe's always been, in my opinion, he's always been fairly level-headed. And I don't know. He's made some people mad at times, but haven't we all? So
yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
So yeah, I guess I know you expressed in chat that you didn't really want to defend the whole video. I honestly I felt pretty poorly about this video.
Oh yeah, I saw, and I said you have every right to have your opinion, and yeah.
I get a little tired, you know, of you know, it's not just like people sometimes euphemize it as like leftist infighting, but it honestly it goes more than that. It's the stuff that goes beyond. Like, infighting is going to happen. People have differing opinions on all kinds of topics, you know, even within like the same ideological quadrants or whatever, you know, like anarchists disagree with about all kinds of stuff. God knows the MLs can't agree with each other. They purge each other all the time. Like, so it's normal to have a certain amount of infighting. And I think that that's like actually healthy when, you know, people have ideological differences. But I really think that sometimes this shit goes way too far. And not just that, but that a lot of stuff just gets, I have a huge problem with people like overstating harm. And I feel like that's something that happens all the time, especially with keffals. Like, I get it. Like, people have a lot of reasons to like dislike keffals, and that's one thing. But I feel like, I don't know, it's tiring. It's exhausting. It's exhausting to see, especially when I see like people that I otherwise respect or that I have some level of respect for, or I respect the stuff that they do, engaging in like, I don't know, like putting blinders on, it seems, in order to like, to find a reason to justify being really, really harsh to somebody when they could just say, I think X person is a fucking idiot. Like, I don't know. I guess I don't understand the need to turn so many struggles into like a political, not even a political struggle, that's not even right, but to like try and find like some sort of moral failing that has to go above and beyond and like speaks to somebody on like a deep level, instead of just being like, I think that Keffals is abrasive and inconsiderate, which I obviously have no problem with people saying something like that. Obviously, I don't care. I'm not like the
I would
Keffals.
say, like, even for example, like I saw someone today, like people defending this black guy saying he wishes death on Keffals, and they were defending it, and they were defending him because of how Keffals responded to that. And I'm like, that is not the hill I would die on. That's actually so cringe. It was so cringe to see that, because obviously, like, even though, like, obviously, like, even though I'm, you know, I'm pretty sure you saw on Twitter, but I am sort of involved in the current discourse.
I know there was a video you made, you know, about Shark, which, I mean, I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you saw my.
I saw your
probably
response,
did,
and I will say, and I'll say this. I did not. So I see why you and other folks would see it as like when using your clip as you endorsing that statement, but that's not what was like the goal, or even the way I intentionally did. So I won't deny that I can see how it would come off that way for like other folks, but it was more like me showcasing that like you were calling out that behavior in the space, not necessarily. I personally just like was showing an example, like lining up your audio of calling it out, and I could see how like I'm saying, like, so it wasn't like me trying to say, well, Demon Mama is calling out Shark. No, because you never named names in that entire thing in that moment. Like you just said that this is misinfo, and that's not cool.
Yeah, and I mean,
well, yeah,
I didn't assume that you had done it intentionally or anything like that. I think in my first response, I hope that came out clear. That I felt the need to clarify because so many people messaged me that I was in that video, and I wanted to be clear that I'm like, because I'm gonna be completely honest. Like I've been open about this. I don't think the way that most people talk about Shark is particularly cool. But I'm also like, I'm not like the police of content. If there's something that sticks out to me, like this video, I've been seeing it talked about for the last week or whatever. It's been 9 days since the video came out, and it's been on every timeline. It's been all over Discords. It's been everywhere. And so I'm like, all right, I guess I got to look into this because it's been everybody talking about it. But, you know, I try not to like police everybody's interactions with one another, especially when it's like
yeah. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off. Sorry.
I was just going to say, especially when like it's a topic that's like, you know, talking about the C slur, like, and the way that that's used, like in between, you know, black people, like that's not like, what am I supposed to say about that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say about that outside of me saying like on a comparative level, I don't think like I think that sounds harsh to me. Like, but
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do? I don't have a commentary on the inter-community discourse. Like, I mean, fuck, like, there's all kinds of things I could talk about that are, you know, relevant to groups that I belong to. Like how, I mean, I did a video on the R slur and why I think that some people claim that they're reclaiming it when they're not actually. They're just using it to be an asshole to somebody else. And I do think that those generally apply, and I guess I apply that to most things. Like, I don't go around calling, I am definitely, you know, I'm definitely a faggot. You know what I mean? But I don't go around calling other people that.
No,
And,
no. Yeah, I get that. I'll say this. So there's this like with the shark thing. I feel on both sides. People, I'm gonna say this. I made my video. I made a tiny segment because it was a very short part on shark. It was a very short part.
Yeah, well, it's
On
pretty
both
harsh.
sides, people, and I can stand on my own words. But what I will say is on both sides, because I at the time it was only like a 3K sub channel. Both sides escalated the situation extremely, and it just got really intense. And it was just like,
Do you
like they like this is like me saying this like myself right now, but like it like I mean on both. I'm literally saying on both sides. So like it was literally like.
I mean, don't you think people went pretty hard on Shark? Like, even if you dislike
Well, that's
him,
what
don't
I'm
you
trying
feel
to
like people are a
say,
little like
well, that's
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
trying to say, that on both sides, like there was things that like I don't even personally endorse that people were doing the most. Some people were really doing the most, and I had to tell like people personally, like a creator, and I won't say their name, but it was like I'm like, hey, like that was kind of intense, and I'm also getting blamed for that, and it's like I'm not over here sending my goons after folks. I'm not like, but also the way people were talking about it, as if like I was telling people to go to do the most that like I don't personally like like I said, like some people, like I said, it's on both sides, but even just for me, it's like for people in the MySpace, like I do feel like some folks just like really took it to the next level, and I didn't expect that. Like I had my own personal critique, and even with me saying whether you guys, you know, non-black people, how they feel about that segment, it wasn't meant for it to explode into these things. But also, like, on the other half, it's like, I would say this, like, I don't think my video would have ever blown up to the degree that it did. Like, it wouldn't have even got the numbers that it did if it wasn't for a 15-second clip circulating.
Well, I mean,
there's that.
Yeah, I mean, that'll happen. Like, that's
Well, yeah,
just
that'll
something
happen.
as a content creator, you know, especially, you know, like you've gotten a lot of attention from this stuff, so I imagine your you know, platform's growing a bit. It's definitely something you have to be conscientious about. I mean, I know I think about it. I think about it so much that like fuck, it can mess with you sometimes. Like, I mean, I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I know how everything that I say can be taken and so, but also there is a certain amount that you have to go, okay, well, if I say something super harsh and super inflammatory, that people might run with that. And yeah, so I mean, certainly I imagine you probably didn't think it was going to go as far as it did with you know, your current subscriber count and everything. But I don't know. I feel like, at least personally, when I look at that situation, I don't know everything about it. I don't know if there's like things. I mean, I haven't seen Shark respond in the same tone to the people who've been criticizing him lately. I mean, the amount of stuff I've seen, and I'm like most people would at least perceive me as being like closer to the Vosh sphere because I'm personal friends with Vosh. But in truth, as far as following goes, I have a pretty even keel, and I've seen a lot of comparisons between like Shark and Candace Owens, and when I hear that, I'm just like, man, that is like, I feel like that's just so overstating the case. Like, and I mean, like, I say that as somebody who's been fucking torn into by people on really unjust things. Like, I mean, God, like, again, there was an entire period of history of my channel where people were accusing me of being a transphobe, and the reason why was because I made an argument in favor of self-identification. And that was then taken, well, if you believe in self-identification, and this is the telephone game that's played, if you believe that self-identification, you know, for trans people, that like a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman as a basic rule for how you treat other people, that means that you don't think that trans people are women before they come out of the closet, which is kind of a huge jump in logic. But then that was justified to call me a transphobe and then compare me to, most commonly I was compared to the sex criminal Jessica Yaniv, which is insane. And that was something that was all over the place. People were just, because I have a self-identity thing, of course. But that's like, it's hurtful and it's dishonest. And people on the internet are going to say all kinds of things, but this was not just this wasn't just random people on the internet. This was being pushed by fucking by content creators and people with some level of platform, and it just builds into this atmosphere where I feel like everybody's brains end up turning off because nobody is like reining anything in anymore. That it's all just everything, it's like an all-out war where no holds are barred and you can compare anybody to anyone and say whatever the fuck you want, and you know, they pissed me off, so it's okay for me to fuck them over or whatever. And I don't know, I oppose that so strongly, especially because like most of the people that we're talking about here have had a modicum of success. Like this is especially true among like all marginalized creators. Like God, the amount of success I've had, or Shark has had, or even Vosh. Like I remember just yesterday I was looking at a video and I was watching a video, and in the sidebar it had, in the recommended tab, it had one of my videos that I was reviewing for a clip. And it was like, finish this video. And then below it has the recommended videos. And it was a my video, Vosh's video, and an H3H3 video. And my video had like, at the time, like 1.7 thousand, you know, views. Not a whole lot of views. It was a less popular video. Then we have Vosh's video, which had 65,000 views. And then we had the H3H3 video, which had 1.3 million views in 2 hours. And I'm just like, the scale of, you know, the scale that we're dealing with in these spaces, I think sometimes gets forgotten. Not that things should be looked the other way, but that when people are like comparing, you know, random small creators to like in the video we watched today, comparing, you know, Keffels and Vosh to Dave Chappelle and J.K. Rowling is like, it's like comparing a firecracker to an atom bomb in terms of like effect and in terms of advocacy. In basic, it's almost incomparable. And I feel like when we get to that level of hyperbole, it just starts to break everything down, and it just makes the space nothing but toxic, right?
Well, I'll say this. I like to just like speak on like even my own video, because my own video is also like the it has its own intensity to it already.
Yeah.
So like
Sure.
I feel like, for example, when it comes to Shark, I even like tweeted at him to kind of make my statement clear, since before so like I personally, and again, this is how I personally feel, I'm not like reining in folks. I'm not going to like people they can feel what they want, people, and also because they want to say, before I even say this, like I probably me and Shark agree on 95, maybe 96, maybe even a higher percentage of that of things. And I know he makes great content, so like I'm gonna like make that known. But I do feel personally that there's similar tactics that he uses as Candace Owens. He's not a literal Candace Owens, he's not, but the tactics, and I need to go into the tactics since like I didn't really lay that out in my video, but the tactics to me that I observed as a Black person, I feel that because Candace Owens is a smart woman. She's dumb sometimes, virtually dumb sometimes, but she knows that she has a brand and what she's doing and how she's going to climb up her social ladder by making specific moves. And that's how I felt. And maybe, and even let's say this, maybe I can even be wrong about what I perceived as those tactics. So I can give him that charitability that maybe potentially I was wrong on my examples that made me feel that he's using these tactics. But that is essentially where I'm at with that. But also just like after seeing like even his response video, I do stand in where I feel on things, but I'm still like, I don't wish bad upon him. I don't like, I never expected like things to get to like, again, like people were talking to me as, because like I'll say this, like when it was everything was going down after my video uploaded and whatnot, stuff like I didn't like outside like the clip that went viral, semi-viral in our space, and I responded to that directly. But like I had a bunch of creators, some other people in my comments, and I didn't respond to them. You know, I had certain people come back day after day, like relitigating things. I didn't respond to them. I didn't respond to their comments. So that's why for me, I felt like everyone else was escalating it, and I was like not like responding to like folks directly. And the only person I did respond directly to was Shark, because like I saw his response to the clips circulating, and I responded to him in my own tweet, so that I stand on. So
do you think like do you I'm sure you can understand like why somebody would, and I think at least you might be able to understand why somebody might be in the right to feel like a comparison to Candace Owens is like extra hurtful.
I can see why it's hurtful,
right? And also like, but can you also acknowledge that like so here's something I've talked about on my stream a lot. You've probably even heard me talk about this. These are spaces of reputation. Because of the way that the internet operates, your reputation is a lot. My channel got severely choked by the fact that I had some pretty huge, I mean enormous, we're talking way bigger than anybody who's been talked about today. You know, bigger even than Vosh at the time. You know, content creators who were just obsessed with me, and I mean manifesto
I know what
level
you're talking
obsessed.
about.
You know what I'm talking about.
We won't say this name, but I know what you're talking about. Yes. I know what.
But like that hurt my channel growth, because there was thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands, arguably, of people who were told by a source of some sort that they had some trust in, that I was this, that, and the other thing, that I was harmful in this way, that I was dangerous. That was literally the thing that, some of the things that was said about me explicitly was that I was dangerous, a harm, dangerous to the trans community was one of the things that was used. That was broadcast to hundreds of thousands of viewers, with what I would consider to be actually fraudulent evidence. So in these spaces of reputation, you can probably understand where, or at least I hope you can, understand why like making a comparison to someone as infamous and, in my opinion, very malignant as Candace Owens might do some serious damage, or if nothing else, let's say that the damage doesn't happen, at least cause a very genuine fear of reputational damage, right?
Well, yeah, of course. The thing is like I felt so that's like a given. That's like a given in this space. So like my goal was, because like for me, like I said, like the tactics of Candace Owens is the way like he strategically had certain takes that to me as a Black person came off very mask off. And my final straw was the Cat Black situation.
Sure.
And I'm gonna say this: no one has to agree with me. That's where I'm at. Like I'm not, like I know how I feel as a Black person is where I'm at, and where I feel crossed, and that's what I spoke on. And when I saw his response video, it kind of further confirmed how I feel, for different reasons this time though. For certain things that were said that I wouldn't move that way. So. Yeah, that's basically where I stand. Because like, if I felt like something I couldn't stand on, I wouldn't put in a video. That's how I personally feel. So because I don't just throw things out there lightly, because it's not a joke.
I guess all I'm saying is like when I think of Candace Owens, like I mean Candace Owens is.
I remember I said tactics.
Yeah,
like,
but even tactics.
and
Let's
I'm-
just say on the tactics
yeah.
of Candace Owens. When I think of the tactics of Candace Owens, I mean, Candace Owens is she helped found a right-wing propaganda outlet known as the Daily Wire, you know, and where she has sort of assembled a crew and uses her own identity as a shield for people like Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh. You know, these like.
Oh yeah, I saw
and
Candace
that's
Owens
not
come
even
up.
to say like her own arguments. And when I look at her tactics, like I mean, her tactics have been like outright manipulation. She has like stomped down other creators. You know. On a great level, like I mean, down to the degree of like it doesn't matter. She doesn't care about what their race is. She doesn't give a shit. She will just choke out anybody and use basically any tactic to be able to do that. I feel like that, like even if you say the tactics of Candace Owens, the tactics of Candace Owens
Point out like
are
which tactic that I'm referring to. So like the tactics, like some of the things that Candace Owens saying, she knows is bullshit.
well, sure, but I mean, but there's
And
lots
she
of
knows
people who
that
do that who aren't Candace Owens, right?
1 second. Candace Owens, for example. Because Candace is not a new phenomenon, but she is the most successful. She is the most successful. So, she's taking the whole paid Black Republican route, where you know what they want to hear, you know how to like brand yourself and to get into certain spaces by strategically making decisions whether you believe in it or not.
Yeah.
So, where it comes for me is I feel when it came to two specific situations, and I'm purposely not saying the names because you can see folks can see the video, and I don't want to like relitigate those people that I use.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not super interested in like drilling down on every issue you have. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you know,
see where I'm coming from too, though. Like, why?
I mean, to a certain degree, like I do understand where you're coming from. Like, I mean, God knows, like there are things. I mean, I can use a very specific example. There are rhetorical tactics and arguments that that Vosh uses and positions that Vosh holds that drive me fucking batty.
I know you're the one person that would like actually like as a friend that you've never felt like you couldn't have a criticism of them. Hence, like the video I used your clip from because you.
Yeah.
But I only stuck to where I felt was the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I
that's
guess
why I didn't include all the other stuff because that was just like I don't want other people speaking for me.
Yeah. I guess
so I know
all I'm trying to say is like even with the stuff that drives me and again my history having like at great personal cost, let's just say the times that I've disagreed with Vosh, I have lost subscribers. In fact, one of the biggest loss of subscribers ever happened with my last public debate with Vosh. I lost 1,000 subscribers in the course of like 2 days. It severely damaged my channel. My channel was not very big at the time. That was devastating. And I still published the video. I still put the video up. I still, you know, stood by that, even though it made his fans, you know, a lot of his fans very angry at me. But even still, like I can't imagine comparing Vosh to like, I don't know, Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh or something, just because even if he has like an argument that I think that like a tactic that like is borrowed from those people, the comparison to such a major figure is so severe and so like hyperbolic that it comes with implications that you can't control. Like even if you were being spicy or whatever, which, you know, people fucking talk mad shit.
Candace was an example as like an archetype is what's the point. So it wasn't that I was trying to say he's using the tactics of a right winger. That's not was ever what that means. And I can get how you
but
see
you
that,
gotta admit, Candace Owens is a pretty spicy archetype to pick. Like, especially,
it's
you know.
specifically a Black archetype, but I'm pointing out that Black people are well aware of within our community. But Candace Owens is the one example that people in politics is well aware of that utilize these specific tactics as a Black person. So
I mean,
again, like that
sure.
segment was meant for Black folks. It wasn't really like that was me speaking as a Black person on how
Mhm.
I genuinely feel and where I
Yeah.
stand, but also like I said, when I go back to the response video, like there's a conflation that he did with the C word. And again, I'm mixed. I'm Afro Latina. My dad's Hispanic, mestizo. My mom's Black. So he conflated C word to, because it's a conflation to two N words, one in English, meant for one Black woman, and one the N word in Spanish. And that I took very personal because those are the C word, the usage of the C word, and those N words have two completely purposes, usage, and meanings that are not equivalent at all. And I can get why he felt the way he did. So let me put it this way. I can get why at that point, especially when he like filmed it and like he had went through people that I already felt that escalated the situation that I wouldn't co-sign, that I was getting blamed for, as if like I had them like my goons, like a mafia leader, to go like sick my pit bulls on
Well,
him.
I'm not
that
trying to
was
say anything about
No,
being a
I'm not
mafia
saying you
leader. I'm
are,
just
but
trying to say like
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying
your
you
video
are, but
has
that was how
has
people
had a
were
lot of
moving.
reach, and like so there's a
Yeah.
couple things here. Like your video ended up having a lot of reach, which is always something a video can do, even intentional or not. That's definitely something that a video can go well beyond your
I had lost control of what that was doing. Like I didn't expect the clip to even like explode so fast, like within the same day of it being uploaded. So
Yeah.
it like blew up, like, and again, like this, it would have never blown up to the degree that it did if that clip didn't circulate, because as we all know,
But,
whether
like-
you like or not, you like a
Yeah.
video or dislike it, like that pushes it. If you
Well,
argue
sure,
in the
but
comments,
also like you
that's gonna
gotta
push
admit,
it,
like
so-
that clip was almost like designed. Like that's an eye
It wasn't-
catcher.
it
That's
wasn't
a zinger,
designed
right?
that was like a very candid moment that.
But that's real. Even you can acknowledge it was
It's
harsh,
candid.
right? Like it was really harsh, right? Like
It's
you were slamming him pretty hard, and that's
I
definitely
was
going to
being
get
very
some eyes,
candid
right?
with myself, and it wasn't about getting eyes. It was just me standing on how I felt, and because again, the video is a purging. That video was designed as the end of me ever discussing in any video format about, like, even like on my YouTube, on my content I make, like about that was like me getting out all how I felt and what I observed over this time, and I laid it out, whether good editing or not, or some parts that I probably would have done differently. That's what the video was for. It wasn't I didn't like that. So that's where it goes. Like I said, like that was really a canon moment for me in there, and because I was contemplating, do I even include that part, because I know that in my content I don't even like, I usually have like this ASMR approach, and I usually don't like break character and like have like a very like super stern tone.
Mhm.
So it wasn't already like really with the way I was like designing my channel, the way to be like kind of like this art ASMR approach to me discussing how my perspectives on racism, etc. whatnot.
That's fair. But
So
I
yeah.
guess what I'm trying to say is like the video to me, like, just going to be 100% real. You had Keffels, Vosh, Shark. I think that was all three. Let me see. Maybe in the thumbnail.
And Merrick.
And Merrick. So, you know, a lot of people who, let's just say, are hot buttons on Twitter specifically. It seems to me like, if we're being honest here, like you were definitely trying to reach outside of your circle with that one. I feel like you gotta be honest about that, right? Like if you're putting the face of like 4 controversial people on the cover of a video, like that's what we call in the business, you know, you're making a thumbnail, you're making a catchy thumbnail, arguably even clickbait. Like that's. Like,
I wouldn't say clickbait, but I know that it would definitely potentially reach folks.
But you're reaching for an audience still, right? Like I can admit that I do that in all my videos. Like
We'll
all
say
of my
this,
videos.
like,
I'm an entertainer. So you know.
But I'll say this. Like I thought when they would have seen it, it'd have been like 3 months later because of how small my channel was. I had no idea it would ever do anything. I thought it'd never get anywhere to Twitter discourse. Like that's because again, like
It was all mostly pertaining to Twitter discourse, right? So
let me see.
Most of the topics on there were tied to Twitter discourse in some way or another.
Some parts was tied to stuff. There was still like YouTube segments. There was at least a handful of YouTube stuff. So there was probably 60% of Twitter and 40% YouTube because it's definitely a mixture because I know my own video for sure the way I even approached it because it was very much like even the way I went about like things like I explain the traits and the behaviors and then I used examples and that's kind of how each chapter was structured. So when it comes to the figures in the thumbnail, that wasn't just like obviously I knew me even criticizing or even like using them as examples was going to obviously get reach and people are going to see it and watch that and probably potential people from those spaces. That's a given. But you know, I
mean, it sounds like the answer is like yeah, you did know that it was going to reach beyond your space. That it wasn't
that's
intended. Like, well, yeah,
of course, it wasn't like a tea party.
You were kind of backing off. You were kind of. I'm not trying to grill you or pin you or anything. It was just. It kind of sounded like you weren't.
I misinterpreted what you were like implying, but now I get what you mean now.
It's you know like.
Party for friends video at all. Like I knew that. Like,
I feel like if you were gonna do that type of thing, like you could post a rant that you put in a group chat or something, which would be a totally different thing. If this was like you ranted in a video to a group chat, but this was a public-facing video. You made a thumbnail that was super eye-catching. It definitely went well beyond just like, you know, a rant
anything
to your
that
friends.
Well, again, like, and also like how I'm going back to like I was extra small, so I had never thought it had ever reached outside of fans that would engage with it on both sides of things. So like again, like I was coming from a space where no one was ever playing my video that was from that space or either space. Like it wasn't. I was just like it. Twitter is what blew up the video. Like Twitter, again, like that
happened. That'll happen too.
Yeah. So that's
Twitter
100%.
tends to like. You know, Twitter always has a magnifying effect for anything dramatic and also anything that's snappy. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is like, yeah, your channel was small. You're, you know, fairly new to content creation. I'm not trying to like, I don't know, slam you for anything like that.
No, I do.
Not to change not to even change the topic, but on this, like, do you ever feel like it's this whole thing has just become an interpersonal, hurtful war of personalities? Because that's what I like when I opened this video before I even watched the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video. At the beginning of the stream, you know, one of the things I was talking about, I did this big long preamble talking about how exhausting it is as a creator and as somebody who spends time in these spaces. Like, I get tired of the telephone game with everybody. I get tired of feeling like my brain just shuts off whenever I read something because I don't believe anybody anymore because they all just say bullshit. And I worry that like, I mean, there's so much stuff. Like right now it's like this Keffels thing. And again, the way I feel about it is like, I think that most of the shit that gets said about Keffels is completely insane. Like it's so far from the truth. It's so much of a game of telephone. And that's not to say that there aren't things to criticize Keffels on. I have done so. I have done videos, multiple, criticizing Keffels. Even some of my videos where I was positively agreeing with Keffels, I ended up working in a lot of critiques. You know, I'm not exactly like a Keffels super fan or anything like that. But I've known Keffels for a while. And I just feel like, I don't know, it sometimes feels like there's this, I don't know how to describe it. Like there's just this, there's an incentive to turn all these interpersonal disagreements, things that are like, may or may not be political in nature, but to turn them into something so much more. Do you ever worry that that's like something that you're getting pulled into? Because it's something that I've had to like actively push back against. And I also recognize that I don't make a lot of friends by being like, when I tell people like, hey, I think you're fucking losing it over this and you probably need to cool down a little bit. You ever feel like it's like going out of control?
Sorry. With me, like, even looking with my own video, like I made my own critiques that I felt very valid in, and I wouldn't put in a video if I didn't feel like this wasn't like a personality, and this was actually genuine, and like things I have genuine critiques on. But as someone that when I made that video, I even just saw like how some people just like, I had to tell a couple folks like, hey, can you please stop replying? I see every time you reply to this person, I get the notification, and it's honestly annoying me. So I do see like kind of like there's some people that follow me. I wish I had the courage just to go and block them. But if I did, I feel like they'd go and like rant about me blocking them because it's just like, I made the video, but it was supposed to be a purging. So it's just kind of.
When you say purging, you mean just kind of like getting it out of your system?
Yes, it's the whole point of why like my video was structured the way it was. I'm sorry. Do you hear like? I need to grab my phone. That's my hormone.
Yeah, if you need a break, if you need a moment, just go right ahead.
I just took my hormones right now, but I was looking for my phone. I took care of that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. Sorry.
So yeah.
It was when you moved away from the mic. It was like I'm getting a little bit of back and forth. If you move away from the mic, I lose audio on you, so I couldn't hear everything you said there. But that's fine. It's no big deal.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So you hear what I'm trying to say? Like that's me saying like I agree with you that in some cases. I'm gonna say, because I'm not gonna write them all like that, but there's definitely a space on Twitter that operates like that. That I don't like their stuff. I don't retweet their stuff. I just skip by it on Twitter because it's just like.
I mean, I get again in this video, even in this foreign man in a foreign land video, I saw what I would consider to be a pretty out of the ordinary level of like what I would call like back patting and wagon circling. Like, I mean, I think Jesse Gender, not to like name names, but I think Jesse Gender like did a big thread, which was like, this is a foreign man in a foreign land appreciation thread. Let's like shout him out right after like retweeting the video, promoting this video. And honestly, I think this video was really bad. I think this video is like that if anyone was being honest with themselves, they would acknowledge that like his conclusion that like marginalized people aren't given any wiggle room, that they're not allowed to make mistakes, and that they're torn apart limb from limb, which is the conclusion of the video. But the rest of the video is basically making out Keffals to be an incredibly harmful person with very little evidence played. Like, I think that that's like repugnant. And I think that even people in your friend group should be willing to go, man, that's fucking bullshit. But I didn't see that happening. In fact, I saw the opposite. I saw an abnormal amount of like going out of their way to promote this video, to be like, hey, let's build up, you know, let's gas this the fuck up. And I go, man, like, doesn't it when this is all combined with all of the big statements about politics and the caring about marginalized people, but then a video that's just so self-contradictory and also, in my opinion, very manipulative in the way that it talks about Keffals, and also way overstates harm. Like, I mean, he described, and I quote, like, Keffals did cause pain at scale. But that's just not true. It's just false. Some of them don't. Like, when are we going to draw the line and say, hey, dude, you're fucking lying now. You're just not telling the truth anymore.
So I'll say this.
And also, it's hypocritical, right? So, like, where is this? Why is there so much... It almost seems to me like there's a bunch of people who really don't like Keffals, and they're basically willing to promote whatever hurts Keffals, even if it's something that's like blatantly contradictory. And do you ever get worried that that's like a toxic space, and that like there's problematic behaviors in that type of...
1 second.
Yeah.
Because you said a lot there.
Sure. Sorry, I know. I'm 6 hours in, I can get a little rambly, and I apologize.
Yeah, because I'm trying to like keep up with every point.
Sure.
Like, so like pretty much, I will say my examples that I use I actually explained them to a degree. So people, because I can't just throw something out and expect people, unless like people just have their own personal lives. But I explain my personal, like I'd show a clip and I'd go into the problem with that. Because even like mine was, my personal critique is the say your name situation, the hashtag say your name discourse that I as a Black person was very not like, I didn't appreciate how that was handled as a it wasn't just a Keffels thing, but it was just like how a whole community of folks, and it's not even just in that, it was just like there was people that were just like whole orgs that were using hashtag say your name that are not like connected to anyone on any leftist online spaces. So yeah, I have, because I only want to speak for myself, and as far as with this video, you know, like there's because I saw your whole most like 90% of your reaction to the video, and there's some things that I don't have the same opinion as you, but that's why I'm always gonna say like you can have your opinion,
but you can understand where my frustration comes from, right?
I can understand where you're
Like,
coming from.
I feel like I
100%.
laid out my arguments pretty well, and to me that like, again, I don't mean to interrupt you here or anything, but like,
I get
to
your
me,
logic,
this,
though.
This
Like,
video
I'm not
is
saying I
pretty
don't get it.
emblematic of the type of behavior I'm talking about, which is basically it's this Machiavellian approach of being willing to basically lob any accusation while out of one side of your mouth saying, marginalized people don't catch any breaks, and every mistake they make gets jumped on by the right and the left, and nobody gives marginalized people of any stripes any room to grow or to exist as a person. You fail once and sometimes your entire life ends. And then at the same time, make a video that's basically taking a giant spear and aiming it at Keffels on what I would consider to be pretty, it doesn't live up to that statement, does it? Doesn't that seem like, I don't know. Do you see where I'm coming from? It seems emblematic of what I'm talking about in these spaces, where there's like this overstatement of harm. There is this exaggeration in the way people are talking, hurtfulness.
I can say there's parts that he probably should have went in more detail, like more length and explanations on. I can say that, but you know, like you have your opinion. I see where you're coming from. I get your logic completely. I get it completely.
Do you really think, like just on a personal level, totally personal, do you really think that it's accurate to say that like Keffels has caused pain at scale? Do you really think that's an accurate thing to say?
Let me be honest. When I heard him say that, I didn't actually get what it implied 100%. Like I didn't get with it. So if you can break that down to me right now,
I mean,
I can give
at least the way I understood it. Now I can't be in his mind, but usually when somebody says pain at scale, that means caused an incredible amount of pain. Like pain at scale is a turn of phrase that generally means like a huge amount of damage. It's saying like pain at scale is like you've done a lot of, you've caused a lot of pain. And even if I think about all the things, and trust me, there have been some moments, I've literally spoken to Keffels about shit that, fights that Keffels has gotten in person to person. I said, what the fuck are you doing? But I don't think anything that any of the fights Keffels has been in would, in my mind, qualify as pain at scale, especially with like images of 9/11, and especially in the context of everything that happened to Keffels. I feel like this is like just, I don't know. Do you really agree with that type of statement?
Not 100%. I can say that, not 100%, because I don't think
that's fair.
It's to the extreme. Yeah, I don't think it's to the point where I could say Keffels divisive, and I have my own reasons why. But I wouldn't say that I agree to 100% that she's like this boogie woman that like, it's just, there's just things that I guess to us in the Black community and certain folks that and again, like I'm not the one saying like she's the worst person ever. Like this is me speaking personally. Like I know she's pretty divisive. Like the say your name thing was very divisive. Like that definitely like pissed off a lot of people that they're not even in the leftist space on Twitter. Like
I'm going to be completely honest. I may have missed her statement on the say your name thing. I remember, I mean, I talked about that, but I talked about it with regard to, I think a thread that Jesse Gender wrote, and I kind of, what did Keffel say about say her name?
So in my own video, because that's where I focus on, that's why I will, like, I have, like, I don't know, like, I don't fully care about the zodiacs, but like I'm a Taurus, but I say
Sure,
like
sure.
we're very I guess like if I'm gonna like put like something out, I want to have all my T's lined up so like nothing can get misconstrued. Like so with my own critiques, like I said with the say your name thing, like she essentially was fine with co-opting it and had her reasons of something along, and like if you can go to my own video to like see exactly, because I included the screenshots of what she actually said.
Sure.
So that's all I'm gonna say in a vague way, because I don't want to like I don't want to like say anything incorrectly, but it essentially was her, like her and other, and it wasn't just her, but also other folks, basically like mad that, no, I want to say mad's not the right word, but they were definitely wanting to co-opt and the say your name hashtag, and being insensitive when folks were explaining, like that took their time to explain why it's not okay to co-opt this movement that Black women, because again, like for those that don't know, say your name thing, like it's because of the Black Lives Matter movement was solely focusing on men, or 90% of the time, you know, there was a lack of representation for the harm that Black women and Black femmes experience, because they also use say your name for Black trans women as well.
Well, true, but I mean,
so it was 100% the whole aspect of the type of attitude and tone of being so okay with co-opting something that, like, as outsiders have no dictation of who gets to use what when it wasn't a space that was made for them or where it was made for them. This was completely for a whole movement for Black and femmes that were underrepresented. And
do you think
it's like just like kind of like how the Black squares in 2020 when people were sharing those with hashtag Black Lives Matter, it was clogging up and missing, it was covering a lot of things that Black folks were posting at that time, and it was just completely counterproductive to what
I mean, I do think that's a little bit of a different thing. I mean, the black squares
that's essentially what we're trying to prevent as what the meant of hashtags of Black Lives Matter.
I guess here's what I'll ask you on this particular subject.
You see the point I'm trying to make as far as even you
well,
don't.
No, I should be clear. I completely understand the concern of co-opting. I mean, God, every single year that I've streamed, I've had to have conversations about, cops at Pride, the attempt to purge kink from Pride, the attempt to clean up Pride for corporate advertisers. I think that's a real concern. But do you think it's possible that, like, the say her name thing came from a actual genuine place of severe grief about a young trans person who was killed? Because I mean, to me, like,
I don't deny that at all. But
it seems
problem lies,
using the word co-opt is, and I'm not. I just want to get this out here real quick. It's like using the term co-opt. Generally, when that's termed, like the term co-opt generally implies, and this is just the way that it's used, that's what the term means, is generally it implies somebody intentionally going out of their way to take something over to use it for their own ends. Like, for example, Burger King, putting their profile to a black square as basically a free advertisement riding off the back of a social movement that clogs up the actual thing. But
co-opting could also be as simple as co-opting AVE. That's like one of the biggest and easy examples for people in the Black community, is people don't even realize the origin of some of these words and they just casually use them. And
sure.
So that's
I would say that's a little bit of a different type of co-opting, right? Like that's like we're talking about a very different phenomenon.
There's degrees
in terms
to co-opting. There's degrees.
Well, but it's a different type, right? Like people co-opting language like that is a little bit different than what we're talking about, like a hashtag movement.
Well, isn't like hashtag part of like the language because they have meaning
to a certain degree, but also like the like say her name is fairly intuitive. Like
I'm not
it's a
saying
fairly
people
intuitive
use
thing,
it
right?
in spite.
What
But it's when you
my
get
point is I
correct-
don't want to like I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this like hard to talk
No,
about
it's
or
not
to
hard,
go
no,
off onto other
'cause
things.
we're-
What I'm trying to say is, do you think it's possible that like that there was absolutely no ill intent whatsoever, like not even, and that perhaps it wasn't even a co-opting at all, it was just people using the same 3 words for another thing that they cared about? Because if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong about this, but I believe
Initially, that's how
I
it was
believe
at
that
first.
initially that say her name was for missing Indigenous women, if I'm not mistaken. So, and I
They
don't
have
think
their own word. They have their own hashtag. They have their own hashtag, and that's like a given thing. And that's also when people that run with that talking point, they're speaking for Indigenous people.
I'm not trying to
because-
speak for Indigenous people. What I'm trying to say is
I'm
that
not saying you
I
are,
wouldn't, at
but
least
I'm saying,
myself,
like,
what I would say is, from my
people that
perspective,
were using that type of argument were a lot of non-Indigenous people running and saying that, because at the end of the day, like, co-opting goes way back, even way before the co-opting. Sorry, say your name goes way back, way before even Sandra Bland.
okay,
This
right.
is like this
Yeah,
goes
that's what I was talking
years
about.
back, even before, like, because I saw the type of articles they were trying to release. I'm like, there were many Black women's years before those articles with these hashtags were used for.
I agree with you. What I'm trying to say is that I don't, at least from my perspective, I would not call
Indigenous
it
people have
co-op.
MMIW, missing, murdered, MMIW. I'm trying to.
Missing and murdered Indigenous women, MMIW.
Women, yeah.
But that's true. But that's not. But I mean, those things aren't exclusive to one another. Like there's all kinds of
Indigenous people
overlaps.
do not use say
What
their
I'm trying to
name.
say is
Indigenous
that I
women.
would not describe. You know,
To me, that's like a straw man, because
well,
it's
hold on
like,
a second.
you
Hold
don't-
on. We're
you don't
getting
see
ahead of
Indigenous
ourselves now. Hold on a second. What I'm trying to say here is, and I got to get my point out because I want to make sure that this is going in like a direction that's productive, which is to say, I wouldn't call it you know, co-opting if Black women.
Initially.
I wouldn't call it
Initially.
co-opting. Hold on. I wouldn't call it co-opting if Black women also used say her name. And also Indigenous people used say her name at various points in history. I would consider that an evolution or the using of a similar phrase. I wouldn't consider that co-opting. And I think that's the position that a lot of people are coming from, which is to say that it feels, I think a lot of people feel like there is an unnecessary policing that's happening when a tragedy happens and people come up with a hashtag. And then we're trying to say this is co-option or something, when I don't think that it's co-option. I think it's just a hashtag that's being used for a perhaps similar, perhaps different purpose, but ultimately to deal with a severe tragedy. You see what I mean? Like I wouldn't like. It wouldn't occur to my mind to ever criticize, like if a Black trans woman was killed and then people were using say her name. I think it would be, I wouldn't imagine it would be productive, empathetic, or useful to go, hey, you're co-opting this from missing Indigenous women. You see what I mean? So I think a lot of people interpreted
I see what your point
like
you're
people
trying to
going
make,
after
but that was
as-
never my argument. So that was never my argument. The problem lies is because no one, we get why people did it and whatnot. It's how they moved afterwards when Black people took the time to explain. So, because at the end of the day, you don't see Indigenous people use say their name, her name. That's just not the case.
Well,
They're
I
not
actually,
bringing
I mean,
down-
I disagree with that. I actually,
But,
I mean, people are sending
but
links
also-
to this right now in
but
chat. I mean,
also- and
I
they can
looked into
send
that
them,
too.
but-
yeah, I'm just saying that I don't know that claim is
But at
accurate.
the end of the day, it's not a thing that like Indigenous women are using at a high number, if they even are. And it's not something I don't see Black people policing from Indigenous people even using.
Well,
But it is a
right,
Black
I know, but
slogan. So
I
that's
wouldn't
what-
even say that people were using
my stance and Black people's problem was when we did explain, because we got why. We get why, and we get it was from an innocent place. We get that, because even like orgs apologized.
Well, sure, but I mean,
not
orgs will
understanding,
apologize for all
but-
kinds of things, right? They apologize for.
But rightfully
yeah.
so. But rightfully so. As a Black person, we see, especially a Black femme, but it's how people responded to that.
Do you
and
think
other
that that's like
folks.
a productive
'Cause
use of people's time?
This is where I'm standing. Is it wasn't never initially how it was used and where it's placed. It's how they moved after they were explained, and that's the core problem that Black people have. That's the core problem Black femmes have. That's the problem even when I shared it on Instagram with just folks locally, just Black people locally in my orgs and whatnot. They definitely all got in instantly how that is problematic. So again, like for those that were like being like intense when people are being, they have a genuine place where they came from when initially, but when you get corrected on things and you just dig your heels in,
well,
that's some like colonizer type of behavior.
I don't
and
know.
that was the language I used in my video.
I
used
hear
that.
you, but at
that's
the
the
same
language
time-
I used in my actual video that I stand on.
I hear you, but
you
also
don't
at
have
the
to
same
agree
time,
with
like,
it, but
I mean, I don't 100% agree. I think
you
that
don't,
like,
and I don't 100% agree with you either.
I
But again,
know
like
that.
I'm
What-
Black and I'm with them, and
Yeah, and I-
when
and
it
I-
comes to
and I'm
like
trans,
again,
yeah.
like it becomes because I'm sorry, because like I'm not. I need to like kind of. I'm almost finished with my thought because you said a lot before.
Sure, that's fine.
I got to speak. So
we both said a lot.
Yeah. This is where things where it's like because it's like essentially like a boundary or like that Black femmes and we set and whether like how non-Black people feel, it's really not your place. It's not your place. When we educate y'all about it, that was the moment we get it. But for the Pacific people, for those that chose to dig their heels in and start talking back and started having, entitlement, because that's what I talk essentially. When people that feel entitled to say your name, that's where, you got to twist it. That's where,
okay,
and
but
that's exactly how Black people felt. Even just like I said, even
I feel like
outside from
I
Twitter,
feel
'cause
like we're getting.
I brought it to Instagram to just local Black folks, and they all like a lot of them responded, and like
Well, that's
people from
fine.
org.
That's
So
great. That's fine.
where I'm at. So
The problem
even
that I'm
because again,
having.
like the arguments, I'm almost
Okay.
done. Because
Sure.
like the only people that I'm seeing that are immediately their response to use indigenous people indigenous people used it essentially, whether that's true or not, was just on Twitter.
Well, it is
That
true. I
not.
mean, that's just a simple matter of
So-
truth. Like that hashtag has
but
been
in the
used,
way
and
that
phrase
they
has been
used it was in a malicious intent to go be entitled to go essentially, like I said in my own video, colonize, say your name. And that was the stuff that we saw, and that's why we responded.
This is
the way
where
we
I
did.
start to
And-
disagree with you, and this is
And I was
where I
disagreeing
start
with you earlier, but it's
That's
okay.
fine. Well,
'cause
wait,
at the
but
end
hold
of
on.
the day-
But you had your turn to talk, so I want to say my thing now too. There's a couple of portions here where I feel like we're leaving the realm of productive political conversation, where we leave the realm of reasonable political discussion. So, like, for example, when you say things like colonize...
I don't know, I brought it to Instagram to just
hold on a
people that are
second,
not
hold
even
on a
on
second, hold on a
Twitter.
second, hold on a second, hold on a second. You gotta let me speak. When you say something like colonizing a hashtag, we've moved beyond... we've moved out of the realm of you sort of doing an analysis and saying, hey, this is kind of, we got to be careful about these hashtags. First of all, there are some basic facts about hashtags. Obviously, hashtags are, anybody can slap them on any post that you want. It's a problem with hashtags generally. And obviously, with a three-word phrase, there is no ownership that can be had. No org can do that. I don't even think you'd want an org to do that. In the same way you wouldn't want a single org to own the rights to Black Lives Matter or any, social media thing. Ownership of something like that, to me, it's not a simple thing. You can't just say somebody owns it or who gets to say. Like, I think a case can be made that people misuse it or whatever, but that's a little bit different than claiming ownership. And of course, when you start to say something like white people were colonized and they had been educated, there is I don't know if that's like, the language starts to reach to the point where I feel like we're talking about different things now, where now you're alleging things that I don't think are accurate to what actually happened. Like when you saying that somebody colonized a hashtag, that's very strong language to use, but I just don't think that's accurate. And also, if you take just a moment and step back to just look at what you're talking about people expressing grief at a dead child. I feel like calling that colonization is actually like it's not just insensitive, it also just shoots your own point in the foot because it's not productive. Like, calling that colonization is like, to me, it's unproductive. It's like, it's not even making your own point well. Like,
well, I am, but you can have your stance. But I'm gonna say this because I feel like you're splitting hairs.
I mean, we're talking about the subject. This is the subject.
This surpasses Twitter because, like I said initially, yeah, but the colonization, because that's the right language. It's exactly what it is. It's the fact that when we
earlier you said that you could understand that people were
initially,
using it out of,
specifically initially. That's what I've said multiple
well, I mean, that
times
hashtag
initially.
never even got that big, to be fair, this time around. It was a grand total of like 1 week.
These aren't. That's not the point we're making. The problem started when they got educated, when they were informed, when black people took the time to let them know that what this means to us.
Do you think all black people
femmes,
agreed on that particular point? Because I mean, I don't.
This is, for those that were even arguing it, it was a very terminally online thing because everyday, like I said, everyday black folks.
Well, I feel like that goes both ways, right?
Instagram.
That goes both ways, right? Like, arguing
not
over
when
this,
it comes to this is
arguing over the hashtag being used is like almost intrinsically terminally online, right? Like, nobody
the talking points that people were running with was a very terminally online thing with people that were feeling entitled to, and that's why I said the colonized mentality, because it's the whole thing when like we let white people know like, hey, like this is what it means to us, and folks were like, well, I don't care. I desire this. So you're going to, too bad how you feel. I have my own bigger purpose. That's because again, that's when it came, like I said, when we already had educate them. So like, I'm not attacking or mad at anyone that used it initially. That's what most black folks don't feel that way. And I think anyone that did feel that way initially, like that's more like a Twitter thing. But when it comes to when we go out our way to educate and let you know why, we're very sensitive about our own movements that we made, and this has been like way before Sandra Bland, years before Sandra Bland, and a lot of people don't even know who Sandra Bland is.
Yeah,
there was a very specific reason why this was even created initially. This is not like a hashtag like Me Too. Because no one's over here arguing that just because that was made initially by a black woman, that no one else should be using it. This is a very specific, different case.
Well,
this
right,
is not a Me Too thing. Because that's why I feel like people were trying to talk about it as if like it was a Me Too hashtag. Because when I saw some certain people using that came from a black woman, and I thought that was
that's why
not the right argument.
From my position, that's why I kind of think that the ownership argument about hashtags to me seems, somewhat silly. Again,
that's why I'm saying this is a different case. This isn't a Me Too hashtag. This is very specific to a very, like, when it comes to just like the movement that black women specifically are underrepresented and all that stuff, like everything that, like, again, even of our own movements, that's the whole, Say Our Name would never exist if Black Lives Matter was actually inclusive to women and trans folks. When the same week as George Floyd, when he was murdered, Iana Dior, a black trans woman, in the same city, was dogpiled, jumped by almost upwards to 30 people for getting in a car accident, simply just because she was trans.
Yeah,
These
I mean,
hashtags
I
exist
agree
exactly
with you that,
for
like,
that. So that's why, like, I get where you're coming from, but like I said, like, everyday black people are not gonna have the Twitter response that a lot of these people that felt very entitled, which isn't a colonizer mentality when it comes to white folks that
I feel like that's,
despite us, and
I
you
just
can
feel like it's very
but
hard to
this is how
judge
black
that.
people talk. This is how black people talk about these type of mentalities. We're not afraid to use that word, and if. You can feel how you
I'm
want,
not
but
afraid
as a black,
I'm not afraid. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's being said here that's like, I don't know exactly.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me as a black person, because I know where we stand. I know when I brought it to, like I said, Instagram to just everyday black folks, they were very baffled.
Sure, but you always know, like, you have to know that, like,
and again,
there's always
going
to be like a selection sample. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to say that like
very specific. This is about entitled people when they got informed.
well,
that
see,
they
that's
felt,
just why I just
anyway,
the reason
that's what
why I
focus
contest the
on.
language is because like
And that's
at least for
why
me,
it's colonizer language. It's the right thing. It's the right word to describe that kind of entitlement mentality. That's exactly how we're talking. That's how we're talking in colleges right now. That's how that is exactly what when it comes to even the way like Gen Z Black folks are talking, and even just other folks.
I just don't know. I don't know if I don't know if I can. I can't agree with the idea that like people are being entitled by using the hashtag or by wanting to be able to have.
They showed it when
sort
they
of
got
like,
educated, and that's what Keffels did.
But I
It
mean,
was the kind of
couldn't pretty much. I mean, that language always. That type of language always raises my hackles just a little bit, because I think that anybody can frame themselves as just educating. I could say right now, if I wanted to, that I'm just educating you. And whether or not people would say that's true, this
is just a common knowledge within the Black community, though. Like this isn't like some like big brain.
I don't know if I agree that like I don't know if I buy the idea that like
you don't have to agree with that, but this why I said
maybe
like when I
maybe it is.
I can literally.
I don't know that either of us. Well, hold on. I don't know that either of us really have the ability to poll at large the Black community as a whole and come to a conclusion as to. Maybe.
This wasn't the Black community was not split on this.
I have a hard time believing that the average Black person
this is like your own bias showing, because I'm literally just saying like right now, like I took it to outside of Twitter where everyday Black women, people that run orgs, people that are just
and they said that they
responded.
I just want to be clear. They said that they felt like white women
100%.
were colonizing
no, you don't. Let's be specific about our wording.
Well, I'm trying to be. That's why I asked specifically, like what you're saying that they did, because there's been some back and forth as far as what's
we're saying
going
white people in general. We didn't say white. We said white people.
Yeah. So you think that white people were colonizing it with a dead trans teenager
mentality? It wasn't. That's the problem. Is you can like.
And the thing is that we get lost in some of the vague language, and I just want us to remember.
Wait,
no. I want to be completely clear. Hold on.
That's a straw man.
Hold on. Please hold on a second. I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm just trying to be clear, because again, what we're talking about.
Sensitive though, because like I'm gonna I don't want to keep repeating myself. Like I said, the problem lied is once they were educated, because we all get why they used it. We know it's for a noble cause. Okay,
let me ask you.
We gave them alternatives. Wait, 1 second. We gave them alternatives, and they said no. We want to use "Say Your Name," and that's why I and other folks that entitlement the proper descriptor is. That's some colonized behavior shit right there. And that's how everyday Black people will see that. We're not over here afraid to use the word colonizer, because then it's gonna hurt the feelings of non-Black people when our shit is being colonized. That's literally how we talk about when a lot of even just play AAVE when it gets co-opted. So this is a very similar sense, and we get it, like I said, a noble cause. But once you get educated and you say, fuck that, I don't care how you feel, how I feel it goes above how you feel. That's some colonized behavior shit, and that's exactly how everyday
that mentality right there, like I don't fuck you, I don't care how you feel. When we're talking about, and I need to be specific about this. This is not any straw man. When we're talking about a hashtag being used,
this is documented. I have it documented in my video.
Hold on. When we're talking about a hashtag that's being used for a dead trans woman, a child, like, do you understand how that might be not productive? Do you understand how that might actually
I think it's not productive for white people to dig their heels in on something that was very simple when we gave them
you're being very broad by saying white people, but I mean I feel like there's probably
a lot of white people.
I feel like there's probably a diversity of opinions on this particular issue.
It wasn't a lot of Black people running and saying this.
Well, I don't think either of us have the numbers for how many Black people agreed with this one hashtag that popped up for a week on Twitter. All I'm trying to say is that we got onto this because it was something that you said was like an example of why you think that Keffels. Well, hold on. Hold on a second. Why you said that you felt like it was at least partially accurate to say that Keffels had done damage or caused pain writ large.
This one's divisive. I said be divisive, and this is an example of
why this was divisive. But like, can you understand how people might interpret it another way, and not without us jumping into saying people are colonizers, or without jumping into any sort of other things like that? Can you understand how people could feel like trying to make an argument over hashtag ownership in the midst of a tragedy of a child who is trans might come across as other people as divisive in and of itself? And they might be, can you at least acknowledge that they might have some genuine reason to feel frustrated by that, or feel like that was being used in bad faith?
I think you're setting the field that I'm supposed to respond by how you're setting the field for me on this, because
no, I'm just
there's
asking
a lot
you a very
of
genuine question.
No,
I
see the question you're making, but it's a question that you're basically setting, like, this is basically, if I say no to that it's because the way you worded it, how you built up to that, and this just in this moment of when you pause after you responded, because and when you said that there's a lot of your bias that you were putting in that, because at the end of the day, like, it was a very harmful, terminally online thing for the people that reacted negatively after they got educated and entitled.
Do you think that every person who responded to
it's like white fragility, like when we sat there and we explain, and your response is to still say, I don't care,
I just feel like you're being very broad. Like, okay, here's the problem that I'm having.
I think I'm very clear and candid.
The problem I'm having here is that I feel like there's a sort of, we have a fluctuating focus. There's a statement.
I'll say this, so Lemmy Olermo agree with me on this. I'll say that 100%, because she, like I said, like, Black folks, we get this. This is like a very given. That's what's like. This was a very terminally online thing, a moment that should have never had gotten even to the point that it did. It should have.
I mean, I agree. My video on it was that I felt like there's a time and a place, and that when we're dealing with tragedies, that like we should be strategic to a certain degree.
I don't think Black people were bad for educating folks on the importance.
I mean, I never said that, so I didn't say that at all.
Why they can use this, because that's like the point. Because that's what happened. That's what Black people did. They educated, and it's the way.
Do you think every single? I mean, let's be honest here. Do you think
they responded with a straw man? Because when they.
Do you think every single Black person educated, and that there was nobody who was like there was no Twitter fights happening? There was none of that? Because like, I mean, to me, I look at this whole thing, this whole situation to me, and what I see.
That's like similar to you saying if I can say if every Asian American person agrees with affirmative action, there's going to be a small tiny portion.
Well, I know, but I'm not the one who's. In this conversation, I have not invoked any. I have not invoked any group monolithically. I have basically. I just want to be clear.
You literally said every though.
Because you're saying that, like, because okay, this is what I'm talking about with the vagueness and the specificity is sometimes going back and forth here.
I'm very clear though. I don't think I'm vague, because this is a very common sense thing within the Black community as far as how we feel about say our name. So like I said, like I think this is the last time I'll say this, because I think we can move on to the topic, because you're not going to get me to concede on this as a Black person that brought it to regular Black people outside of Twitter that don't even use no Twitter, that over here with kids and stuff that just check their Instagram like is basically their Facebook.
Sure.
We all saw the entitlement, and which is traits of a colonizer mentality. When we educate you about it, and folks' first thing is to go use a straw man on, well, my cause matters more, or you go pull up that indigenous folks use it as a straw man to go shoehorn yourself into using it.
No,
right there, because that's what people were doing.
I think that's a very bad. I'm sorry, I got to stop you right there. I think that's a very bad faith interpretation of what I said.
I think it's bad.
What I said is that what I said. Excuse me. I gotta be able to say my piece on this particular part. But on this particular issue, what I was saying is that from my perspective, I would never have called it co-opting if black women started using a 3-word hashtag that also happened to be previously used by, you know, missing Indigenous women, which it is, and it is. You can verify this. It's just a matter of fact.
I did use
was.
the example of Me Too,
So,
that like it started off with someone black, but no one's gonna sit here and be mad
Sure,
that
but-
non-black people used it.
but
But
you
that's
can-
what I
you
said,
can
that
surely-
Me Too and Say Your Name are not to the same things. You can't. That's because your example is equivalent to Me Too. When it comes to Say Your Name,
is that? I don't think so. I'm
Oh,
literally using the Say Her Name, and I'm saying that like missing and murdered Indigenous women is a movement that used that hashtag. By chance or by inspiration, I don't know. Like, it's hard to track the inspiration of a hashtag or of a phrase
you'll
or a
have
chant.
to give me numbers onto the degree of the amount, because you said like about
That's
the
what I'm
numbers
saying,
and how
though.
black.
But the numbers.
No,
now you want numbers.
But they're not.
I just
no, I'm using the same example of how. So you're asking for numbers on how many black people agree on the common sense thing.
No,
of the Say Your
I'm
Name.
just saying
But
that
when I
I don't
ask you
know if
numbers
we
for
can
how many
make an-
Indigenous people actually use Say Your Name to the degree that it could be used as an argument against black people that are saying, please respect us on this boundary that we're setting. Here are literal hashtags that you can use for hashtag her name is Brianna and these other things that we did offer. And folks said no, they were entitled to. So that's exactly why we use the language of colonized
I
behavior.
think
And
all of this
there's
is kind
no
of
way getting
aside
around
from
that.
the point of what I was
And I
saying,
think
which
it's
is
a
that
bias
like
to just
I
to
would
not
never
acknowledge that.
call it colonizer behavior, or I would
You
never
don't
say
have
that it was
to.
colonization.
And you're not black, so you
but
don't
I don't
have
think
to.
you would
This
agree
is
with
how
that
black people
either.
move.
Well, I just don't think you would. I don't think you would call black women colonizers for using a hashtag that was initially used, Say Her Name, which was initially used by murdered and missing Indigenous women. What I'm saying is, I don't think this is.
But
how
we're not. We have our
hold
own
on, hold on.
hashtag, so
What I'm
we
trying
don't
to
even
say
have
is,
to go
I don't
there.
think that these that's exactly how hashtags work. And because of that, because nobody can actually own a hashtag, you or I right now, you could
I
go
don't
on-
think black
you-
people
wait,
have
hold
to
on,
go
hold on,
copyright a
hold-
hashtag
hold on,
for
hold
us
on, hold on.
to
I'm
have
not
our
saying
space
you got to. In
respected.
fact, that's the opposite. I'm saying the opposite of that. You could right now go tweet anything you want. You could literally type anything you want with with a hashtag of any type. You could take Say Her Name, you could take Me Too, you could take any hashtag. That's just how hashtags work. They are tags that you can
Yeah, I
tag
could get
anything.
that.
And so as a result,
No one's going to use Black Lives Matter for a non-black cause. And that's equivalent to what Say Your Name is, because it was exactly directly to the Black Lives Matter movement that it wasn't inclusive to black and femme trans women. So that's exactly why we are very protective of it, because it's essentially the femme version of Black Lives Matter, because of because they're not using his name is they're not doing that literally. So that's why we're very
well, I mean, I
protective
have
about
seen
it.
like say his name used multiple times. I mean, I've seen that around even in posters and stickers that have been put up
But
around
even
town.
with that conversation, that's like a co-op of Say Her Name. So, because Say Her Name all exists because of Black Lives Matter was not inclusive to us, and that's already a conversation that Black folks had years ago. So, this is the other thing. So, it's like what Black people were saying, like if and Me Too and other folks, like white folks would know this is for exclusively for Black folks if they paid attention when people were using it for Breonna Taylor, and so even just 2020, that's like the most recent time that collectively. It showed us that they weren't paying attention. That if they were saying it, they weren't really taking that in and really understanding that, this is an exclusive. This is a movement that we've created because of our own lack of representation. And if people don't respect that, that is some colonizer behavior. And there's no getting around that for at least Black folks. That's how Black folks feel, and we have every right to feel that way. And we're not trying to be palatable for non-Black folks. They could feel however they want to feel, but at the end of the day, when we took the time after we educated and folks dug their heels in, that's on them on how they feel, because we don't care how anyone feels when it comes to after we took the time to let them know, like, hey, like I get it, but can you please and use these instead. We literally give you an option, and you smack it down. You're like, no. So at the end of the day,
now you're saying
we were glad and clear.
Now you're saying you. This is one of the things that I don't understand.
No, this wasn't a me thing. This was a collective thing, because like Black Twitter got involved in this. This wasn't just like a leftist based thing. Like this got into because
I'm not gonna lie.
That was it was trending.
know.
Like orgs were using it. Like this got outside of just any insular like leftist space, like orgs had to apologize for using it.
When
And
you
that
say in
wasn't
orgs,
just
I know what you're talking
people.
about. It was actually it was one small protest group in the UK that did do an apology. But I mean, when we're talking orgs that apologized, this was a small org that
I
did
think
the
you're
apology.
splitting hairs.
Well,
I
no,
think it's
see, that's
because
what
I made
I'm.
myself clear.
What?
I made
I
myself
don't know
very
what you mean by
clear.
that.
I made
Okay.
myself clear to try to express the perspective of Black folks and how we feel
I
about
hear
this,
what you're
especially
saying.
Black femmes.
What I'm trying to
Because I'm
say
just
is,
passing
don't you
along when
think?
I share things to Instagram and just regular day Black folks that don't know nothing about no bread tube, don't know nothing about no debate pros, that know nothing about even how Twitter spaces go. Some of them don't even engage ever with Black Twitter.
Mhm.
So, like I
Well,
said, like
I mean, I don't know. I didn't say anything about any of that, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I think we're going in circles on this.
We are going in
because I
circles a
think-
little bit.
Because,
The
like I
point
said,
is,
like
the point is, what I'm trying to say here is, I think that there is especially, I mean, we can go back onto the topic of quote unquote bread tube, of quote unquote video essayists, these consumer groups, which is what they are. They are consumer created categories that people can sort of pitch their content to, and sometimes they'll be accepted, and sometimes they won't. You know, nobody really knows who actually belongs in BreadTube and who doesn't, because it's created by viewers. Viewers decide who they call BreadTube. Nobody actually, but on all of these groups and in these sort of broad spaces that we exist in, I think that there is an active tendency, and I think that this is on a lot of sides, to overstate harm, to pick issues that are one, you know, there might be some sort of nugget of truth or analysis that's there, but then turn it into like a major social what's the word I'm looking for? Schism, or like a point there where you have to declare a side. And I think a lot of it is kind of unproductive. And we kind of got off on a tangent on this particular topic because I was asking, you know, your opinion and trying to share some of mine as far as the way I look at it. And I don't know. When I see a lot of people claiming that they care, maybe it's just the whole space is just shot. Maybe all of this just doesn't matter, and this conversation doesn't matter, and none of the videos we've been talking about matter, and your videos don't matter, and my videos don't matter. That's also a possibility. I'm totally open to that. I mean, I you know, am very honest with my audience and tell people I'm an entertainer at the end of the day. I've never been anything other than that. I've never represented myself as some kind of, you know, political thought leader or activist or whatever. But I guess I just feel like a lot of times there is a weaponization of serious topics or topics that are serious at their core, and they turn into like really hurtful interpersonal fights that just make everybody miserable and everybody bored too. That's the worst. That's like almost the worst part, is that everybody in here is a streamer and a YouTuber. We're all entertainers at the end of the day, no matter how, you know, much we self-delude about it, which I don't. Maybe other people do. I know there are a lot of people who try to sell themselves as you know, saviors or as a movement leader or something, when ultimately you're making YouTube videos at the end of the day. And that, I think YouTube videos are cool, but they are YouTube videos. And I guess there's just a lot of, it seems like there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of hyperbole. There's a lot of statements of harm that I don't feel are often backed up with evidence. I worry about that. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it makes the space miserable, and it actually defeats our ability to do cool stuff. It floods the space with people slandering each other in games of telephone instead of like actually cool and interesting things. Does that make sense? That was
I
like
can agree with
the kind of
slandering
broader
each
point.
other thing. And even just when it hits Twitter, like the way when it hits Twitter, the Discord hits Twitter, it definitely gets. That's when it really becomes unproductive. I can say that. Like when it hits Twitter, the type of like on both sides, how takes can get where it can potentially get and has gotten. And not everyone, obviously, that are engaging on the Twitter discourse, but there's spaces where, you know, even if whatever the intention was for the videos, the cause was lost. Like even for example, my video, I never wanted the type of like the way how on both sides escalated and did the most on both sides, and it just a whole discussion on my video got overshadowed by all these entities that were turning up the volume on things on Twitter. Again, this is Twitter.
Yeah.
Like it became its life of its own once it hit Twitter.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I think now there's like
I
also.
was just some.
Yeah, there's
Sorry,
like
I'm almost done.
there's also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off. or anything.
I as a small creator at that moment, I had like no control over how that was gonna. Because there was even days where when I'll see them having a discussion about this user discourse, and I was able to like, oh, you're talking about me just without not saying me, and I'm like, oh, this has become a thing of its own, like, and that shocked me. Like, I never anticipated to even get more than at the time what my usual views were just like about like 10K, because like my most viewed video was my transphobia and trans misogynoir video. That's what I was like, I got discovered off of that video. So like I was very I was not prepared for how that went down. Like I had no idea. Like I remember like when I had the call with like who's now my editor, about like saying like, oh, like you'll think like the people from the States will find it in like 3 months. They're like, oh no, honey, they probably already found it. And I'm like, no, like you're joking. Like, nah, like maybe in a couple weeks. But within 2 hours after that call, when I went to like a housewarming party, I was wondering why my phone was blowing up. And that's when I saw the 15-second clip circulate. And from that point, like I lost all agency of like how that was like running. And some people were taking it really far. Like there was like an account that was like just like being just very, what's the word, casual, with just like wishing, not I would say wishing, but just like being careless and not caring of like, I guess essentially
I
wishing
would
the
say
death
people
of Bosch.
people
I
definitely
would say
get
it's
like
equivalent.
cavalier with that. Yeah, like
Yeah,
people,
cavalier. That's
get-
the word I was
yeah.
thinking of. Cavalier is that. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll
Cavalier,
throw
they were
around.
very
I mean,
cavalierly.
they'll throw around pedophilia allegations. They'll throw around, you know, hope you die. That kind of shit. That's really fucking hurtful. That,
Yeah,
in my
I saw
opinion,
that,
goes
like-
way above and beyond. You know.
And I've seen that today on Twitter, and I'm seeing people defend that just because it's Keffels, and I'm cringing like, you guys are goofy. Like all you guys that are liking this and commenting and like, you guys look silly. Like you're not gonna find me ever liking anything like that on my Twitter. You'll never, because that's like, I cringe at that, and it's just like they don't even see. They're so caught up in the personality, so they don't even see how optically wrong that is. So I can agree with you on things like this. I do see where you're coming from, and I do agree because on a lot of it, I wouldn't say all of it is that, but I do see that side, and that side I like. I won't lie, like I'll get people like they'll cluster it up to our videos and the discourse on that, and usually like those people end up running and controlling the discourse because like they're part of the people that make it its own life, a life of its own, because that's what happened with my own, with the way things would happen in Shark. Because like I said, like people was talking to me like as like, because people like, you were wishing the death on Vosh. Is like I wasn't replying to, like Vosh had left a comment and then the next day came back and left another comment, and I didn't reply to either one, and I didn't block him. He's still not blocked. But I didn't engage, but I'm saying like both sides was doing the most, and this is me as someone that saw it go down. Like, so I see what you mean, because that's from my own situation. I can literally use an example. So like I 100% get what you're saying. I didn't see everyone do, but there was a lot of people that was doing stuff. But just like right now, there's a lot of people that are becoming very unproductive on both sides with how just like it's gone. It's really just boiled down to personalities, and just even some of the original critiques, like the source where the conflict that people have is like lost, because now it's just like tweeting screenshots of folks back and forth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, so not to like, you know, try and close this out or anything, but I am pushing 7 hours on my stream. I just wanted to say, do you think you would agree with me with this? I'm going to make a statement, and I want to see if you agree with it. Do you think that this space could seriously benefit from people taking it down a few notches and from being willing to like tell one another to like, hey, like especially friends, to be like, hey, like tone it down a little bit. Like, cause I think that would make these spaces actually start to resemble spaces. I think that we could actually start to have some community, actual forms of community where people are making stuff together and not just fucking firing back and forth at each other all the time. But I think that's gonna require people being willing to sort of forego the drama bucks or forego these sort of tempting, easy clicks. Like, I mean, I've done that in my content. I know.
Honestly, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, I wanted my videos to be the last one discussing this. Like, I was hoping the way I structured my video as a purging thing, I wanted it to be a purging for the space, like the way I laid it out to be just the it all.
Yeah.
So like that's always been my stance. Like I went into making my video as it. I don't, especially as far as on my side, as far as like the space that I operate, that to be the last. I didn't feel like there was anything else I needed to be chimed in on. So like I would rather, because I always say like this, like I was not advised to even make the video, but by multiple creators in my own space. But like I said, like this was like a personal purging for me that I felt the need to get out.
Yeah. But
yeah,
obviously,
so like
you never, no content creator ever gets to have the final say on anything. Something I have learned myself. None of us, no matter how big our egos get, should ever fool ourselves with the idea that you get to have the last word on anything, because that's not how it works. You put out a video, it's always going to be comments, it's always going to be reply videos. So yeah, I mean, again, I agree with you. Yeah, I feel like there would be a lot of benefit if people would stop it with the fucking baseless allegations. Stop it with the, overstating of harm. Stop it with the exaggerations. These are all things like that pissed me off. I mean, again, you quoted me talking about something I was frustrated about, which was the way that some people were, in my opinion, misrepresenting and exaggerating what actually went down in the Cat Black situation between Cat Black and Vosh, which that whole thing I thought was a phenomenally stupid fight. But I also understand why both Cat Black and Vosh found themselves feeling defensive and hurt. I went over that whole thing on stream. So you know my opinion on that. I fucking hate this shit. But I also think it's a problem, and I don't think it's just people I don't think it's just like viewers, you know? Viewers are bad at it. I mean, but also, like, no offense to all of you in chat, love you all, but chatters are fucking stupid. Okay? Everybody's chatters are fucking stupid. That's just how the chats work. They're big masses of people just typing shit on a moment's notice. People who don't have any, they don't got any stakes. There's not, we put our faces to all of this stuff. We put our names to these things. Chatters don't. But it's not just chatters. There's video makers. I mean, I feel like the video I reacted to today did a whole lot of what we've been talking about. And, I feel like it does a disservice to the actual topics, but more than that, it does a disservice to the space, and it does generate clicks. It's true. It can make you a quick buck. Foreign Man's video got a lot of clicks. It definitely did, but those clicks don't last, and the cost is what we're talking about now. This never-ending gnashing of teeth. This like cycle of people lying about each other, right? I don't know.
Definitely where you ended off. Yeah, it has become on both sides. Like, just it didn't need to get up to this point. It really didn't have to be this Twitter war. That's something like I really want to say that, like, on my own side of things. Like, you have your opinion on certain things about the video, and you have every right. I'm not gonna ever police you on that. I'm not gonna argue or debate you or anything on your
appreciate
opinion.
that.
I allow, like, that's where I'm
totally
when I say
it,
that. That's where I stand. Like, I'm not gonna, like, you have every right to feel how you feel and share your audience like how you feel about things. But as far as the end result of things, we can both agree. I don't like how things are being drawn out. Something that could have just ended maybe 2 days of Twitter. Why are we going on day 4? Why are we going on day 4? Like that's where it's just like on both sides, like, hey, let's just because both people engage because everyone got each other blocked. So people are snooping on each other that are blocked and just sharing each other's screenshots. Like, y'all stop engaging. Like, stop. Like, I see stuff said about me all day. I'm not after I said I was
welcome
done.
to
I'm
being
not going back.
welcome to being a creator in this space that's like this. You know, that's part of the problem. I mean, that's part of the reason
No,
why I
yeah.
get so fucking mad. The reason why I got so fucking mad at this video is because, I mean, I'm just like, I look at this shit and I'm just like, man, this is what makes these spaces, this is the type of behavior that makes these spaces so miserable. And I've seen it be different. You know, I was making content before most of these rifts existed, and it's in a bad place, but it's got to start, you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to us. And I know that I'm like a larger creator overall than you, so I'm not trying to like put undue burden on you or anything like that. But I mean us as the creators, we are the voices in the space, and it does come down to us in a lot of ways. You know, whether these things get perpetuated or whether we just say, you know what, this isn't fucking productive. Fuck it. I mean, I can tell you
At this point, 100%.
how many times.
It wasn't productive once it was even the end of day one. It was already very clear that this wasn't. Again, like I'm seeing. I want to say this before I go. Also, like
sure.
I think it's personally wrong to try to think like people could hold Keffels accountable. Like that's something like no one has the power really truly to do, and folks like running to try to like do that, it's just like, one, I personally feel like you're wasting your time, but two, it's just like that shouldn't even be your goal. Like you can have your criticisms, but after you say your piece, people like trying to just like now so that's like, at least I can like, if I'm being good faith, like that's something that I feel like, because this isn't like, again, these are just like things that are happening within like online, like, and again, like I said, I have my own criticisms about the divisiveness, but like,
Sure.
you know, I kept it that, and I'm not over here tweeting at Keffels after I make my video how I feel. Like, no, like I made my critique and I moved on, but there's people that they don't stop at critique and they're thinking they have this power to hold folks accountable, and this is like, and they're on both sides, and this is why things are drawn out for days on some things that just like, I just feel like it doesn't need to get to this place. And honestly, that's why we're probably going to go on a day 5, and I don't know how long this is going to last.
I mean, people are pointing out in chat, you did put a comment on Keffels' video that I would consider kind of mean. But
I know
that was like a day
what I
ago or
said.
what, right? Yeah, but I mean, come on, right? Like that's the engaging, right? Like,
Look,
it falls down to us to choose not to
not
engage, or how we choose to engage, right? Right?
I was very intentional with that. I'm standing what I said.
When you said on her video,
and I deleted it, it too, and
Oh,
not because
good
I
to
don't
know,
stand
at
with it. I deleted it because I saw that it was pinned, and I
Yeah.
took it as,
you felt like that
this
was
is gonna be...
like unproductive or whatever, right?
I no, it's not about that. That's not, because I like I said, I stand with it. It's that I knew it just stirred engagement of a bunch of comments, so I just removed it for just the engagement factor. It was just very simple, just like, oh, I saw the email and I just removed it when I was like, I didn't even realize it was pinned until I saw my email. So like I said, like I stand with that, and you can look at my tweets.
You
I've
stand
been
by the
white woman tears, if that's what you are referring to.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, it's
stand
just.
with it.
I mean,
I stand with it.
Yeah, all right.
I'm saying I stand with it. So like,
all right,
I'm not running.
To me, that feels like the opposite of it. But again, we didn't have this conversation yesterday, so hopefully tomorrow it will. You know, maybe this conversation will encourage.
This is literally like my last like talking about it publicly. Anything like this was like kind of like, hey, like if I'm gonna have anyone that I'm gonna talk about this with, I didn't expect you to even want to talk. So this is like pretty much.
I'm usually
like
very open to it, you know.
Yeah, so like I made a tweet already like this morning, yesterday, that I'm setting the boundary, like don't talk about Keffels to me. I didn't put her name, but and just like I'm over it. I'm gonna move on from it, like stop engage. Like I'm just gonna,
definitely think that's a good idea. Like
I'm gonna make my videos and stream and just like leaving at that. I'm leaving at that. So folks that kept like engaging and tagging me to things, they got blocked. And there's still more people out the block because they just don't respect that boundary.
Yeah.
But yeah.
People-
so
people
like,
don't
but like
respect
I'm
any
saying, like I
fucking
stand with
boundaries on Twitter.
but everything that like I said led up to that me setting that boundary, I stand with. So like I just want to make that sure because I'm not here to like litigate what I said. I stand with it
Yeah.
and I explain my own reasons and you know folks who I know what I was very clear with myself and
Sure.
you know there was
I
a
guess,
back and
again,
forth.
my whole purpose in all of this, the only reason I even talked about this drama at all, is because
I just was making
like,
myself clear that like there's nothing
yeah.
I'm backing down on or running from, and that's all this is. I'm not
Well,
even trying to like lay them out.
Just
I'm
so
just
you
like,
know, it's okay to fucking back down on stuff sometimes. And in fact, like, I mean, God, I had to learn that hardcore, okay? Like, it's okay as a content creator, you never want to fall into the trap of thinking you never back down. Because sometimes you're just
Well, of
wrong. Or
course, and
sometimes you
I've
say
set a
something that's across the
boundary.
line. I mean, I once called a
well,
fucking...
I'm at a point where I'm not even engaging. Where like I'm not gonna respond. I know where I stand, and there's no reason else to say anything else or no video, no back and forth. Like,
yeah.
you know, I just it's not productive at that point. So that's basically what that is for me right now. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But like there's the same breath of this is a very simple decision that I made. And I know like the folks that I'm in community with know where I'm coming from and agree with
Yeah.
me. And this
Well-
isn't about like but yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Like
my hope in all of this is, I mean, again, there's a lot of people who don't like me, and part of the, sometimes I know that part of the reason that people don't like me is because it's just a simple fact. Some people really hate, like anybody. Some people look for yes men, you know, and they look for, you know, somebody who's gonna always agree with them. And there's a lot of people who know that I don't do that, especially knowing that I'm willing to take a personal hit and call out huge content creators by comparison like Vosh. Some people won't associate with me because of that, but I just like to, I like to hope that there is some way that we can move past the like, these aging dramas and that we can that we can break some of the habits that cause these things to fester for so long. Because I really do think it's bad for the space. I think it makes it miserable for creators. Creators burn out all the time. There's a lot of personal hurt. There's a lot of actual legitimate trauma that happens to creators of all kinds of stripes. I mean, God knows. I mean, I know I fucking dealt with that. And I think Keffels has, I think Vosh has, I think Professor Flowers has, I think Cat Black has, I know Cat Black has. Cat Black has been creating content and dealing with fucking freaks on the internet for longer than any of us. And I just think that's dreadful. And it makes for a space that's not enjoyable. It limits us. It means that all of us can't, nobody's gonna come hang out in this space because they think everybody's always at each other's throats. And especially if it's like a wolf crying situation where like if people say this, you know, really super crazy thing about somebody else or a really hyperbolic statement about somebody else and then that turns out not to be true, well, they feel burned out. They feel like they can't trust anybody. What I'm saying is there's a severe issue of trust. There's a severe social issue in spaces that are largely full of people who call themselves lefties, call themselves pro-social. And for such a space that should be focused on empathy and socializing, to me, it feels like there sure is a lot of bad blood and hatred and toxicity and toxic habits and toxic cycles. And there's a few key behaviors, you know? Does that make sense, what I'm trying to say, what my whole point
no,
of
I
all
agree
this
what you're
is?
saying, and I agree with you. Like I see what you're trying to say, and it's yeah. Like I don't like I said like I don't think this should be going on a day 5. This has been dragged on way longer.
Yeah.
Like once people say like hey like I'm not going to engage, I'm not going to say anyone's name anymore. I'm setting a boundary. If you don't bring her up or don't bring them up, etc. You know,
Yeah.
it should end there. At least publicly. Like you guys can feel however you want behind the scenes with amongst your friends, but just like at that point it's just like engagement on just fans that are just like on both sides that are just like keep like I said when they keep doing the screenshots passing around that's for every morning each day it's just over. It's like it doesn't need to get there and just like you know just stay blocked and just don't be like, and that's kind of this where like I said, like it becomes really toxic, and it doesn't have to be. And like I said, like whatever the back and forth with what it was, but when people are done engaging, say your piece, and don't make it like a several day thing. And this goes for everyone. This goes for everyone. So I set that boundary with my audience, so they know how I feel.
Well, I gotta probably wrap my stream up here relatively soon. I've promised that I won't go so long because I hurt myself last 10-hour stream I did. But here is to a less toxic future for these quote-unquote spaces, whatever these disparate consumer entertainment groups are. I genuinely hope that that people can spend less time hurting each other and spend more time talking about cool and interesting and educational and entertaining things. Thank you for coming on. I appreciated talking with you about everything, even when we disagreed. I felt like it was a very valuable conversation. I hope you feel the same.
No, yeah, I feel the same. Like, you're very respectful. Like, even like when there was some emotions on my end.
It's understandable.
I feel like no one was. Hopefully I didn't come off disrespectful though on there. I want to say like I don't intend that. Like,
no, I don't think you did. Not to me.
Okay.
Like, I think this conversation has been very well. I mean, I can't.
I just like just being honest with my responses and how I feel, and just like I'm not like you said, you're not a yes person. I'm not a yes person either. And certain things like I don't agree. Like when it came to the one part that I really stood on it. I can do that because that's where, like I said, like it's okay to stand with what your things, like, and it depends on what it is. But like you don't have to, like, that's just like kind of like where I'm moving as far as when it comes to like space, because also like I don't know, like I appreciate the conversation. I think if there's anyone that's come from that space, you're like the one that I watch and enjoy, and yeah,
I do appreciate that. I mean, I definitely, I'm definitely, I don't know.
Olayme both watches us.
I really like Olay. I've fucking loved Olay's videos, and I've loved what interactions we've had, and I guess I've been in this space a long time, and I've always sort of found myself floating in between two warring factions, or what seems like two warring factions, which never are fully, the lines around those factions never seem fully drawn, but people get pulled into them anyway. And I want it to stop. Not because I don't think that people have legitimate gripes, but because I think that the intensity of the conflict is wasteful. Nobody's fighting over food, People are just fighting over Twitter ego, and I think people get too hurtful. I think people get out of hand. Yeah. Anyway, it was a good conversation. I really appreciate you coming on, and here's to a better future with less toxicity.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Alrighty.
Good night, Soulmate. All right, everybody. Oh. Do you want to pull me on for a short post-mortem? Not as a post-mortem, but I'm certainly willing to talk with you. Yeah, I'm totally willing to talk with you. Just let me catch my breath for a few minutes. I was not paying attention to chat for most of that, I'll be completely honest. Except for that fucking Tequila Sunset moron. I hope you're having fun in ban hell, idiot. I see there was a lot, I did see at a couple points that there were some frustrations in chat, and I saw a lot of these clips. Yeah, Silent, if you could have one of the critters bring me up an ice water, that would be awesome. Tequila Sunset is a Voshite, I love them. Well, I don't. They were being a fucking asshole to me for no reason. A couple things. One, you guys are chat as a entity, as a cloudy entity, is full of shit. You guys all have your own anger and your own things that you're terminally online about. Soul Bunny wanted to talk about this. I wanted to approach the issues fairly. I wasn't looking to grill the hell out of Soul Bunny, although I feel like I talked about issues that I felt were specific, and I do feel like there were a few things where I feel like I pushed back where I felt like I needed to. And I also one of my main interests was in hearing Soul Bunny's perspective on all of this, and hearing what Soul Bunny's goals are for the future. Guys, I know this is a hot take, but people can make a video, and they can even make a video that goes clickbait, that has clickbait and that goes viral, and even make a video that's mean, and they can do better. Believe it or not, that is actually possible. And I don't know. I don't know. If you did what chat wanted, it would have been a screaming match. It wouldn't have happened. If I did what chat wanted, none of you would watch the show, because if I did what chat wanted, it would be the stupidest show you've ever seen in your entire life. Chat is a swarm of ants, and every single ant has its own intention and own desire. You guys watch me because you trust me to maintain control of the stream, which is why I fucking ignore chat half the time. Hey, thank you so much. You doing good? Doe came in. There were things that I obviously disagreed with Soul Bunny on in this conversation. Absolutely. There totally were. I love you very much, Gynotype. You're amazing. Hunga Master says, chat was spamming receipts of Soul Bunny behaving like an abusive piece of shit, and none of it was really addressed by you or Soul Bunny. And Soul Bunny is not interested in learning from her mistakes and fully support the lies or abusive behavior she directed towards other people. That's why Tequila Sunset and other chatters were getting so frustrated. Well, Tequila Sunset needs to needs to go to therapy and learn how to communicate effectively, because Tequila Sunset was being a stupid, annoying asshole. And therefore, they can go back to Vosh's chat if they want to. I bet they don't talk to Vosh like that. And if they do, I bet they get banned out of Vosh's chat all the time, which means they'll be back anyway. So who gives a fucking shit? And as far as you're concerned, I didn't bring Soul Bunny on to grill her on every single Twitter comment that she's ever made. People say stupid shit on Twitter. And in fact, I look at some of this and I feel like some of it doesn't perfectly line up with what Soul Bunny was saying in this particular conversation, and I don't fucking care, because I don't know when any of these things are from. You guys send stupid ass screenshots. These are screenshots from fucking April, you dumbasses. You met, newsflash, it's fucking July, you dumb cunts. Even if somebody said something shitty in April, the conversation's happening now, and the purpose of this conversation was to have a conversation with Soul Bunny and perhaps open up Soul Bunny's mind, Soul Bunny, who is a relatively new content creator in these spaces, regardless of what you fucking parasocial asses think, to potentially open up her mind to what I'm having to say. And I think that succeeded. I think Soul Bunny was willing to listen to me, and I was also willing to listen to Soul Bunny. You guys are sending me fucking things from April. All right, give me a second, President Sunday. I gotta get my water first. Give me a minute. Chariot says, I think you did well, Demon Mama. Didn't make any unnecessary concessions or create unnecessary pressure. Probably the best possible outcome and approach. Good job. Chariot, that means the world to me, and you're someone whose opinion I actually respect on this, so thank you. I'm actually gonna screenshot that and keep that for later when I'm thinking back on this stream. You're an opinion, you're a chatter whose opinion, you're not a chatter, you're a content creator, you're a colleague. You're a colleague whose opinion I actually value. Thank you so much. I told you, when I do debates, I'm open up front with it being a debate. I'm okay with debating people, but I explicitly said multiple times that I wasn't looking for a debate. Thank you, Windleby. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. I feel like Soul Bunny's words speak for themselves, and I asked questions that I felt got Soul Bunny's opinion there. I think what I wanted to hear was what Soul Bunny has to say. It's been a long time since Soul Bunny put out her video. Soul Bunny's video was a different video than the one that we just watched today. Hippie Punk says, the way that you approached this was quite well done. You gave her the space to say her piece. I may not have agreed with her, but I listened to it and thought you not going super hard made her be willing to open up and say a bit more to you than others she's spoken to. Quite enlightening. Thank you. That was my goal. My goal was to connect person to person. I know when it's time for a debate. Remember that A Cheeto kid when we had a debate about gender? That was good for debate. This would not have been a good debate. This would have only bred hurt if I went in trying to be a fucking debate Andy. Beer Bash Johnson says, I also think you generally did well. I appreciate that a lot. However, I do think that she should have been pressed a little harder on some shit relating to her behavior. A lot of the stuff that was being spammed wasn't just isolated incidents. It was her repeatedly being shitty to people and then crying about the response. And she came in here and fucking lied about that shit. Well, to be honest, that's for you all to decide, okay? That's for you, the viewers, to decide. I wasn't here, and I don't think it would have been possible for me to, on an off-the-cuff conversation, have a list of everything that's ever been said and do policing. Instead, I tried to focus on what we talked about here, and I tried to put forward what I believe is a good step for the future. You all can decide if you feel like she was being dishonest based on what you've seen elsewhere. That's part of the purpose of these conversations, is so that viewers can decide what they want. Pisces Blau says, this is a random chatter, but I think the debate you did was good because you let Soul Bunny speak for herself and I got my own interpretation from it. Her saying, I stand by when it came to white woman tears was good. Well, I didn't fully understand that. I will admit that was one where I didn't fully understand, and one of the reasons why I pushed back a little bit and asked about it was because I didn't entirely understand how it checks that like not engaging, but then posting white women tears, but then on a video where Keffels is talking about suicide, and then, you know, and then deleting it. But again, I'd have to sit there and think about it. I'd have to go see it all. I haven't even seen the video. You guys expect me to be omniscient in an off-the-cuff conversation. I agree, Argo, and that's also why I pushed back on Shark's tactics. I asked specifically, and I don't know. Everyone is going to react to this debate/conversation. This is going to get well fleshed out. Yeah, it will, and that's good. I want people to be able to dig into this and think about it productively, you idiots. Did none of you hear what we watched earlier on in this video? Were none of you here earlier when I was talking about how fucking toxic and horrible this place is? I'm hoping that through conversations like this, some actual progress can be made. I can convince some people to fucking chill the fuck out, enjoy some sun, take a step away from the goddamn internet and stop treating each other like shit. The A Cheeto debate was god tier. Thank you, Tipster. I'm very proud of the A Cheeto debate. I had a fun time in that one. I hope I get another debate like that soon. I think you held your ground and tried to keep it honest and open. Good job. Thank you, Holic Master. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. I did. My goal was for this to be an honest conversation between two people. And I pushed back where I thought it was necessary. We did get off on a tangent on the hashtag shit. And I think we fleshed out where we disagree. Which you all, I'm sure, have all of your opinions about. I'm gonna have to do a read. All right. Okay, give me a second here. President Sunday wants to talk with me, so I'm gonna have a quick talk with President Sunday. Yo, that's awesome, Mithril. Congratulations on your 8-week-old puppy. That's so cute. I'm gonna read off all the donos in just a little bit, but President Sunday wants to talk, so I'm gonna call President Sunday. We're gonna talk.
Hello, hello.
Hello, President Sunday.
You've had a very long night. How are you doing?
Yes, I have. I'm doing quite well right now, honestly.
I like how you were like, I need to take a minute to recover from that, and then you go full mama mode like you have.
I got
for the
fucking
entire
well
night.
because they're pissing me off.
Oh no, I get you. Don't worry.
Chat fucking pisses me off. I give them 8 hours, 7.5 hours of content. Almost, we're gonna push into 8. I'm losing it. I'm getting eaten by the machine. Just
Frankly,
when I think I'm getting out, they pull me back in.
Frankly, I'm impressed you managed to carry through the entire Soul Bunny conversation after all that coverage. Maybe that was ill-advised, but I think you handled it very well. I think I'm gonna halfway come out to bat for Tequila Sunset a little bit here. I think you and I share something in common, and that's a sense of justice that drives us to a mad rage every so often. And I have a feeling that what was really frustrating for a lot of people is there's a loss of context when you have two people on the screen and nothing else going on. People forget that Soul Bunny is nobody.
Oh, no, hold on. I have to remember. I have to just be clear.
Okay.
Tequila Sunset called me a cuck like 6 times in chat and was saying that I was cucking myself out to Soul Bunny, and so I just got tired of their stupid brain dead dribbling shit. Yeah, you guys want to look it up? Somebody pull up the logs.
No. I believe you. I know she said that in my server. I just didn't know that she said that to you.
Yeah, she was saying that in chat. That's why I got annoyed. It's fucking stupid.
Okay, well here's the thing,
Anyway.
chat. Here's the thing. So think of it this way. Every sentence that Soul Bunny is allowed to casually and comfortably speak is a sentence, if she lies, that will be used against her later on. If she tells the truth, there's no problem. If Demon Mama pins her on literally anything too hard, even if she's doing so in a very calm register, we know how furtive these people are. Like a Jesse Gender type, they're never going to come out and have this conversation if they think there's any chance whatsoever they'll be pinned on something. The conversation would just end, in which case you just wasted your time.
I didn't want to waste my time. I don't like wasting my time. I know that there are people here who are trying to make decisions about content creators, but also I do have a genuine hope that these spaces can improve, and also, you know, I don't really, you know, everybody has their reasons, but again, like I said, people are fucking crazy toxic in these spaces, and people take everything way too seriously and overstate the harm. You know what? It's possible for people to improve.
Yeah. You
It's
know what your
possible for
major
people yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
You know what your major mistake in this whole conversation was, is that you didn't dedicate the last 2 weeks to having an encyclopedic knowledge of every little interaction that Soul Bunny's had over the past 5 or so months. See, that would have you would have won the battle of the ages then, and justice would have been secured for all time.
True, that's true. President Sunday, I hate to be an asshole and ask this of you, but can you make sure you talk into your mic a little more directly?
Oh, am I being quiet?
You're actually going between being very loud and very quiet, and there's no way.
How am I now? Is that better?
That's like considerably louder to the degree that now I got to turn down your gain just a tiny bit because I turned it up before. Okay, if you keep it that,
I'm sorry.
It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect.
I will stay right here like a statue.
You're good. That'd be perfect.
No, I think it went very well, and I think one of the things that would do chat a little bit of good, and once again, I understand. I was as enraged as all of you listening to all of that because I was aware of the cases where she was being dishonest, where she was misrepresenting things, where she was just behaving in an awful way. How you are responding to this is going to be how most people will respond to this. What Demon Mama did was probably 1,000,000 times more damaging than if she had the usual screaming fight that ended up with her calling her a disgusting human being as she leaves and then hanging up.
If y'all say so, again,
yes.
I
don't think that's the goal.
From my perspective,
Yes.
I have not baited drama with or sought drama with Soul Bunny whatsoever.
Yes. Well, this leads into the second thing I was going to say, because I think the beauty of your approach, and I actually really appreciated it. I had these same knee-jerk reactions chat for a bit, but I think the beauty of your approach is that is the case if at no point in time, if this sort of de facto peace offering is not taken, she has only harmed herself and her credibility. However, what you've made it clear to her is that it is possible to actually engage in a normal human way with people in this space, even when there's disagreements. And here's the upshot. If Demon Mama quote unquote beats Soul Bunny in an argument on YouTube, even if it's catastrophic for her, okay? This is what you get for that. Nothing. Literally nothing. It will just be, oh, and then they never spoke again, and everybody just carried on doing exactly what they were doing before. And it'll be someone else in a year from now with the exact same white leftist video. There will be the exact same debate, and it will carry on until the end of time. That's the only upshot. What you've done is, even if someone has behaved terribly, you've given an opportunity for that audience, for her even, and for people around her to see, like, okay, there is an opening here. There is a way to actually engage in a better way going forward. Maybe it won't be taken up at all, but in that case, we're no worse off than we were before.
I'm living by example. I'm leading by example, okay, you motherfuckers? By the way, just to address this, Ether in chat says, I don't think Demon Mama's goal here was to harm Soul Bunny. No, my goal was explicitly not to harm Soul Bunny. My goal was to give Soul Bunny an opportunity in a genuine conversation to hear my opinions, to have her opinions heard, and to do so in a way that was as productive as possible. I'm not as invested in the drama as all of you are. I literally told you I chose not to engage with the last video. I didn't even watch the whole video. I only reacted to the part that I was in because I wanted to say I felt like most of what was said before and after the part that I was in was too harsh. And that's all I said on it, because I'm not invested in this drama. I've spoken to Soul Bunny before. We've had good conversations in the past. So from my interpersonal relationship with Soul Bunny, from past engagements of positive conversations, I wanted to give Soul Bunny another opportunity. Now, if people say that things that she said weren't true that I didn't know about, well, there you have it. Then she said her piece, and you can prove it the other way. And if not, then this is a productive way forward for the space, in my opinion. That's just the way. That's the way I'm looking at it. What I want, my goal at the end of the day, is for this space to stop being so fucking miserable. Because I hate it. And everybody's burning out, and everybody's making lazy, fucking tired out content. Everybody's fucking tired as shit and angry as shit. So.
Well, I think what people mistake here is there's two ways in which a conversation can be productive. Really, there's only one way, but people think there's two ways. The one is in which you destroy Soul Bunny. You don't have the power to destroy Soul Bunny. First of all, if you felt so inclined, which you don't, and I don't see why you would feel so inclined anyways. There are plenty of bad polemics on YouTube.
I think that it would have come off looking like, I think I would have looked like a fucking psycho if I did what chat wanted, which was to jump in all this parasocial nonsense and start going, why did you say this on Twitter then? Why did you say this on Twitter? Instead of just having a normal fucking human conversation.
Well, you know what you would be? You would be the clown that DGG has caricatured you as. That's
because they think that they think because they needed to build that fucking caricature in order to feel better when their fees got smashed, because I constantly outdid them all. Because all those motherfuckers who came for me got fucking owned, and they got proven as they were full of shit.
Yeah.
So they needed to create a stereotype. They needed to spread this reputation that I'm like the most aggressive person ever. No, I do go hard on people when I feel like they're way out of line. I went hard on Foreign Man's video because I feel like an edited video statement that is making money has a lot of big problems. But that's not the case with the Soul Bunny conversation, guys. It's just not the same thing. There's no reason to go hard here. There's no reason whatsoever. That's fucking deranged internet drama hunger taking over. You've become a hungry ghoul eating up the blood that's on the ground, and you need to take a chill pill. All right.
And speaking of hungry ghouls, like when I'm saying this, I'm saying this as someone who has gone the blood sports route with a lot.
Oh yes, I know you have.
Yeah, far more so than you. But I think your approach to this. I mean, I guarantee you, I guess just by the nature of it, you started this off like what, 5 hours into the stream. You decided to start this conversation.
6 hours almost, yeah. Or no, I guess it was 5 hours, yeah.
That lasted for what, 2-3 hours? Long conversation. I think that being the case, I think that was the way to go if you're going to do it at all. Now, maybe it's questionable about whether it was wise to do that at all in the first place. It's probably taken a massive toll on you. But that being the case, I honestly can't see it having gone really that much better, short of, once again, you having an encyclopedic knowledge of this and actually spending the time to structure the whole thing, and just wasting an immense part of your life on, I'm not entirely sure what exactly, a ballet with Soul Bunny on stream for 3 hours at midnight.
Yeah.
No, I think all things considered, it went decently. I would say, for the people in chat who went a little off the deep end, with their sense of injustice, I understand the impulse. I am a victim of it myself very frequently. I was a little bit tonight. That being said,
and guess what? You all can react to the video because I went out of my way. My grace, the demonic mother, has graced you with content to go over if you so desire it. If you have problems with my approach, hey, talk about it. Do your video, do your post about it. It'll be great. You'll get all the engagement. It'll be super fun for you.
I was just gonna say very quickly.
Go ahead, please.
I think that being said, this is something that I have to constantly relearn and teach myself as I go, because I will sabotage myself often just with my sense of injustice. But here's the thing: if you respond, and I'm not blaming chat or any individual in chat for this, because nobody knows the ultimate outcome of anything, but if you respond to a thing in such a manner, even if your motivations for it are a sense of completely righteous indignation, and it's completely well motivated and correct, if you respond in such a manner as the evil thing to which you are reacting is not just allowed to continue, but is given extra fuel, you are fundamentally a partisan of that thing. If the response that you have gives rise to a situation in which someone like Soul Bunny is even more motivated and less able to be brought over, or her audience is less willing to hear other sides of whatever, then fundamentally at the end of the day, you may hate with every fiber of your being the thing that you are helping give rise to, but you are. So I think your approach to this was actually fairly wise and restrained. I was surprised by it, because you've got a I'm full of surprises. You've got a bit of a reputation, but as I was watching it, I think that you actually potentially opened a positive door. For myself, I'm going to try and treat it as such.
Appreciate that.
Maybe it will come to nothing, but at the end of the day, like, if that's the case, so what? We're no worse off than we were when it started. So
you guys got to watch an interesting conversation. Sleep. I'm tired. Present Sunday, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your kind words, genuinely. I have to yell at chat a little bit before I log off for the night, but thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for the raid.
I tried, chat. Okay, I'm sorry. Take care. Have a good night.
You did just fine. Just shut these motherfuckers up.
No.
Good night. All right, chat. Now it's time. Now it's time for me to yell at you assholes. All right. First, not an asshole. Any says, Soul Bunny did the same thing. 40% of her video is Rosalind talking about how Clara is racist because of noodles. Then my criticism applies. I wasn't reacting to Soul Bunny's video. Soul Bunny has like 6,000 subscribers. Foreign Man in a Foreign Land is 4 times my channel's size, okay? I'm not gonna blow the fuck out of a tiny content creator. I mean, okay, I will in some cases. I did blow the fuck out of DJ Mule, but I unironically think DJ Mule's video was so fucking bad, and it got boosted to hell. So I don't know. Maybe I should have been harder on Soul Bunny's video, but guess what? My critiques apply here, and if Soul Bunny wasn't honest in the things that she said tonight, well, now you know, okay? Now you know. So you can compare it to her video and you can compare it to what she said tonight. But that wasn't my fucking task tonight, okay? My task was not to carry all of the frustrations of chat. My goal tonight was to specifically have a conversation with a content creator who's been involved in all of this about hopefully stopping it from happening more in the future. I hope that answers your question. Eva Lala says, I want to make it clear, I wasn't asking for blood sports, but I do think Demon Mama allowed Soul Bunny to lie on her stream, and no one should be allowed to lie about others on their platforms without correcting. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about was a lie. I feel like a lot of this was not hard claims, so I don't think there was a lot of room for lying. I think most of what lies you could say could have happened would be character based, at which point I just did you a favor, because if that's true and she was being dishonest about, God, a hiccup. If she was being dishonest and misrepresenting her character, well, now you have evidence of that, so you're welcome. Demon Mama is just overly defensive about this criticism. No, you guys are fucking annoying. I streamed for you for 8 hours and you complain because I didn't go and start screaming and pounding the table and going, you're an idiot, you're an idiot, ah! I even gave you rage earlier in a more appropriate venue. You guys just don't know any of this shit. If you think I did a bad job, you start a channel, you fucking idiot. Sodmancer says, Demon Mama is quite quick to dismiss anyone that has a strong opinion about this, even though she doesn't know all the context, but I guess I understand the reaction to a degree. I'm not dismissing anyone who has a strong reaction about this at all. I haven't dismissed anyone who has a strong reaction about this. I got mad at somebody who called me a white cuck, cucking myself out because of white guilt, because that's fucking stupid, you dumb motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. Then don't invite her on. You knew she was problematic. You have a brain disease. Ella Gage, I'm just going to tell you right now, you need to take a chill pill. You're doing the thing that I've been talking about this entire night. She was problematic. Guess what? I had fucking racist Minecrafters on here, okay? Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't run a show. You're never going to run a show. So sit the fuck down. Everybody's problematic to somebody. You're telling me that I should you trying to say I like platformed some, you're overstating harm. You're literally doing the thing I'm talking about. Soul Bunny, hold on. Let's just bring some perspective into here real quick, you fucking goofballs. Soul Bunny. Soul Bunny's channel has 8K subscribers. Please shut the fuck up. Thank you. Thank you. We're not slaves to you because you wanted to stream. Then go to bed. Go to bed. What's your problem? What's wrong with you? Go to bed. If you're not having fun, if you didn't enjoy any of this, if you're so mad, go to bed. Good night, nighty night. Go take a nappy poo. Critters are 8 hours without their demon mama? Yeah, I know. I'm having fun roasting you assholes. The indigenous colonizer thing did trigger me a tad. I did not, but I mean, that's why I pushed back on that point. I pushed back pretty hard on that whole point. We argued for like an hour on that point. I felt like the language being used there was inappropriate, and I still think it was inappropriate. And I think it was, I just think it was not, but I made my opinion clear there. Demon Mama, I think you're having an easy time dehumanizing chatters just like chatters are having too easy a time dehumanizing content creators. I don't think I am. I think I was mean to the person who said that I was a white cuck. Fuck that shit. I don't gotta deal with that. I don't gotta deal with that abuse. Why the fuck should I have to deal with that abuse? I'm being a little sarcastic to some of you, sure. Absolutely. Happy birthday, Rhodes. Happy birthday, seriously. No more clips tonight. I don't think I got it in me. Maybe for next stream, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry for doing a slavery on the chat by letting you chat in my chat. A Pillow says, from what little bit I did see, I think you did well. You pressed her on what needed to press on, the white woman tears bit, while still giving enough room for her to be honest instead of just slinking back into overt defensiveness. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that, like, I don't think interrogating somebody is useful usually unless you have the time to actually establish the context. And I wanted this to be a conversation that was productive. Nick Wilson says, you did a very good job of pushing back when she finally committed to an argument. Thank you. I disagreed when I thought I disagreed. Retcon404 says, for real though, your ability to talk while someone's talking over you is impressive. That did happen a little bit, but that happens sometimes. Discord's weird and conversations get heated. I do feel there were a couple points where I felt like I was struggling to get control of my own thing, but you know, whatever, it happens. Pisces Blau says, I will make a video going through each lie she made in this conversation and send it to you if that helps. I can give quick examples. Sure, if you want to do that. I mean, I don't know, depending on how long it is. I can't guarantee that I'll watch every video that people make, but if you do, I'd certainly be interested in that. People also need to keep in mind how tiring this drama garbage is. When chatters get sick of it, you can just turn off stream. Demon Mama doesn't have that luxury. Thank you, 8D5D2D Derek. Thank you. Thank you. You are a god. I've missed you. No parasocial, seriously. You've been a chatter for a long time, so I'm not trying to be parasocial. But seriously, I've missed you being in chat. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you. I feel seen for a second, for a moment. Thank you, 2-Bit Dork. I hope you have a good night. Stop reading YouTube chat? No! I gotta read the donos. Well, I gotta catch up. Oh my god, I'm so behind on chat. Chat was antsy because I took a couple days off. Guys, my stomach hurt for like days after the last stream, and I ended up going really long on this stream when I didn't want to. Retcon says, no, I think you did a great job pushing back on that. I just brought it up to explain why I said I personally thought she was an asshole. Oh, thank you. You're awesome, Retcon. Jeremiah Bullfrog says, witness me! I witness you, Jeremiah Bullfrog. May you be cast in chrome in heaven. May the diesel fumes carry you to the skies. To Valhalla. Nuts says, fuck you, Demon Mama, you cracker. I gotta turn off the President Sunday guest text. A Pillow says, from what I did see, I think you did well. You pressed on what needed to be pressed. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's fine, Pisces Blau. You can send it to me. You can email it to me or DM it to me. Too clever by half. Do you think Soul Bunny was being honest? Personally, I think there were times where Soul Bunny was being a little bit, I don't know if it was intentionally dishonest, but like I don't think Soul Bunny was being 100% when I asked about like, hey, you know that video had the potential to go big, right? Like when you put 4 huge content creators in a drama video, you know that's gonna go big. Every YouTuber, small or big, knows there's a possibility that goes viral, especially if one of the people ends up responding to it. And I feel like Soul Bunny wasn't being 100% with me on that particular point. I do think that, I don't know about, this isn't talking to honesty or anything like that, but I do think that Soul Bunny probably, will probably have to do some general introspection, just generally about like how to engage in this space going forward. Because I do think there's a possibility, and I mean this is real, and I said this to Soul Bunny. I asked Soul Bunny directly. I do think there's a possibility that she gets pulled into more toxicity and ends up just going back and forth with this shit. And I do think some of the people in this sphere will encourage that. I think that there are people in these spaces that will encourage that type of behavior. Yeah. Bizadoo says some chatters wanted Soul Bunny to be hurt and were really mad that you weren't driving the knife in, so they turned on you. Thanks for your time. You're very welcome, Bizadoo. Thank you. Niana, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Hey, listen, it's me, a random chatter stepping in to tell you how to do your job. Do as I say. Your voice is a signal we need so badly. Thank you. You rock. Despite some of our disagreements, Very Knifey Duck says, despite some of our disagreements, it was a fun time. Thank you. I almost banned you. When you were making faces at my partner in chat, I almost banned you, but I had the restraint of a demon and made the wise choice. Read donos tomorrow? No, I'm gonna read donos now. I just need to stop reading chat. Rusty Shackelford said, here's the big question. Do you think she'll change her behavior at all? I want to believe yes. I do. I don't know. There's no way to know that for sure, but I want to believe yes. And so I choose to act as though there's a possibility of that happening because I think that's the wisest thing to do. I think it would be foolish to act otherwise. Oh, nothing, Very Knifey Duck. You were just making faces at my partner and I'm defensive of my partners. That's why I held back. Lava Monster with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the effort of the long stream shift. Your efforts make the online left less miserable and combative and are appreciated. I'm sometimes combative, but I try to do so with a point. Thank you. Very Knifey Duck with the $5. Thank you for the insane amount of content, even if some of it made my blood boil. You're welcome. Thank you for supporting the show. Crabe with the tier 1. Detransitioning back to this username maybe. Awesome. The Crabe username is wonderful. Happy to see you again. Periwinkle43 with the $10. I think you did a good job. I was a bit debate-brained, but it was an interesting thing for an impromptu event. Thank you, and you're welcome. Thank you for supporting the show. Argo with the tier 2 sub says, what a stream, huh? Indeed. Artemy with the tier 1 sub. Hisako with the unbelievably generous tier 4 sub. Thank you so very much, Hisako. Holy shit. Semi-Locon with the tier 3 sub. Dojammies, indeed. Dojammies, thank you very, very much for the support. J-Spoon with a gifted tier 1 sub to Noodles, thank you. 85D2D Derek with the $5 palate cleanser meme for the end of stream. I'll take a look at this off stream. I don't have time to watch a whole video, but thank you. Randar the Barbarian with a tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Tipster with the tier 1 sub, thank you for supporting the show. Maki Pocky says, you always stream when I'm working, but I do always appreciate the content you make. Love the vids and VODs, and keep on being you. Good night to the imps. Thank you very much. Heavy Gretel with the gifted tier 1 sub. Happy birthday to Cleaver120. Happy birthday, Cleaver120. Win B with the tier 1 sub. Fuck everyone endorsing this garbage. True. Kaboka with the tier 1 sub. You're always a breath of fresh air in this unfathomably toxic space. Thanks for being such a positive streamer. You're very welcome. Antifa Pyro with the $5. I don't know if you're in the loop. A deep dive might be needed. Oh, I'm not talking about that on stream, but thank you. I hear you completely, Antifa Pyro. It's not a topic for stream. That's crazy shit. Harmsy with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. Neurodia with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. And I believe we got to everybody. Oh, Arcanon with the tier 1 sub. Everyone needs to chill and not accuse level-headed people as pick-me's or defending the other side. Octavia with a tier 2 sub. Can you please give some brief thoughts on the Boogie situation or Skibbity Toilet? I already read that one. Okay, I've gotten all of the website donations. Now I gotta read the YouTube donations. We're almost done, chat. And then I'll do my send-off at the very end and we'll talk about everything. Let me just bring this up. Oh no. I gotta just bring this up. Give me just a second. And then we'll do one last little thing before I leave, because I gotta say one last thing before we end this shit. Thank you all for all of your support. Holy shit. Oh, why you gotta be like this? Why this site gotta be like this? Sorry, I gotta bring up the YouTube feed. YouTube doesn't keep it, but super chats. Here we go. Wait, how do I do all? Activity feed, here we go. Nick Wilson, Demon says with the super chat, Demon Mama, you are awesome. I tried to join your Discord, but the only channels I'm able to see are announcements and rule channels. You gotta go to the rule channel and you gotta press the emote on the rule to get your roles. And also make sure that you respond to alt-dentifier. I know it's annoying, but it's all that we got right now. So just make sure you go to the rules channel and click the little emote to join the server that says that you've read the rules, and then just respond to alt-dentifier. Thank you so much. David G with the super chat says, thanks, it was an interesting conversation. A subscription from Max Buddy Roo, Danielle Williams, Keon Gutkin, Large Dog. Oh wait, these are just general, oh God, those are general subscriptions. Oh shit, that's not what I need. I need to get these ones. There we go. Super chat from Pudins. Kudos for at least trying to bridge build. You're welcome and thank yous for supporting the show. A super chat from Ian Crone. Howdy, Demon Mama. Just a cishet dude enjoying the content. Keep fighting the good fight. I will. Bogey Fan 101. While there's a lot to criticize Keffels and Vosh over, this brainlet decided to choose the dumbest things to attack them over. Truly a video. True. Vontic says, they're all friends. They can't untangle from the hatred of Vosh or Keffels, and if they do, they not only lose professional relationships, but it will snowball into losing their friends. That is one of the things I was talking about. People incentivize this shit as a membership in a clique, and it's disgusting. Vontic says, incomprehensible is right. What the fuck is all this about noodles? True. A super chat from Vex. Thank you very much, Vex. Naomi Chance says, just wait till he talks about Keffels. I think we got everybody. We got everybody. We got all of them. My lovely, lovely imps. Thank you for being with me here tonight. It's been a long stream. I'm very tired. I need to go get some rest. I ended up streaming longer than I wanted to again. But what can I say? I think it was productive and I think that it worked out. I will see you all very, very soon. Make sure you're subscribed, keep an eye out for the videos, and remember, do not fucking die, okay? Do not fucking die. I'll see you all very, very soon, okay? Bye for now.